This advanced technological device is meant to analyze a person's physical potential to assess whether they have enough potential to become an awakened one. However, there is one thing that those tests cannot determine: skill. Typically, an awakened one can guess what their skills are and how to use them. But Trang Hyen is different because one of his most valuable skills is clairvoyance, which allows him to see through the abilities of any target. On top of that, Trang Hyen has a secret that no one knows. He was a legendary player who has regressed. Skills can be leveled up, and benefits can be reclaimed. Trang Hyen has not done anything yet that he would regret. The most important thing right now is to adapt to his body and the skills he currently has. But just look at these muscles. It is quite pathetic. After all, he is just a middle school student now, so it is no wonder his body is a bit scrawny. While Trang Hyen was intently looking at himself in the mirror, he suddenly heard arguing from the living room. That is why I said to keep an eye on the kid for a year and see what happens. This is his life. He should be able to choose to do whatever he wants. Trang Hyen peeked out of his bedroom, and it turned out his parents were arguing. His dad wants to give him a year because who knows? He might like the path of a hunter. His mom does not want to leave her middle school son to decide his own life. Now Trang Hyen remembers that in his past life, his mom was fiercely opposed to him becoming a hunter like this. But he really does not have time to argue with her. But one thing his mom said is very true. A year can change a lot. Trang Hyen knows that in this year, players will participate in dozens of matches, gaining experience and improving their skills with each one. In his past life, if he had started a year earlier, he would have at least reached level B at his peak. Just that alone could have changed the outcome of the crimes that happened. But for now, Trang Hyen feels he should step in to end the argument between his dad and mom. He burst open the bedroom door and stood in front of them, declaring clearly, "I do not need a year. 6 months will be enough. I will prove to mom in 6 months. I am really serious. Please give me a chance to show you." In the end, Trang Hyen's mom had to relent and agree. So the next morning, he decided to go train right away. But when he got to the center, Trang Hyen was not allowed in. The reason was that he was still a minor and needed parental consent to enter. He had forgotten about such things since he was an adult in his past life. But now, if he still needed his parents' signatures, what kind of training could he even do? As Trang Hyen was feeling hopeless, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. "Hello, Trang Hyen. What are you doing here?" A vibrant face caught your eye, and Trang Hyen immediately recognized the person. His name is Kim Jo-jun, who was a close combat fighter ranked 2nd and 3rd in the first-class tournament in a past life. Although Jo-jun never secured the top position, as long as he maintained his performance, he could easily match up with the number 1 player. However, at this moment, Trang Hyen still did not know who he was. He scratched his head, putting on a completely genuine expression. "Sorry, who are you?" Jo-jun, taken aback, waved his hands around while introducing himself, saying he was in the class next to Trang Hyen's. Moreover, he was a well-known awakened one at school, so when he saw Trang Hyen did not recognize him, Jo-jun was quite shocked. "Really? It is the first time I have heard your name." After the other person enthusiastically introduced himself, Trang Hyen remained as cold as ever. This hit Kim Jun hard, but he still tried to maintain a cheerful demeanor and struck up a conversation with him. "What are you doing here?" "I am here to apply for the youth club at Sansiana Crafts Academy. I just want to practice. But they said I need a parent's permission." Hearing Trang Hyen say this, Jo-jun felt like he hit the jackpot. His eyes lit up as he said he could help because he was already a member of the club and could come and go for free. In return, he wanted to watch Trang Hyen practice. "You did not mind that, so you agreed. Meaning you would not have to make a long trip back home to ask your parents for permission. Although you felt a bit uncomfortable, it was not like you were losing anything." The receptionist agreed to reserve a spot for Trang Hyen with his guardian, Jo-jun, from Sansiana Crafts Academy. They headed to training room number 3, and while Trang Hyen was changing his shoes, Jo-jun's chatter began again. "I did not expect there would be someone at our school wanting to become a Sansiana craftsman." Trang Hyen looked up and asked, "Yeah." Jo-jun started to complain that even though he was a member of the club, most members were older, and since he did not know anyone before, it was hard to fit in. So when he saw Trang Hyen appear here, he felt like he had struck gold. However, he was also curious about why you showed up here. Because even though this is a training room, there is really no one here to practice. It can't be that bad. They are just busy preparing for the Sansiana Craftsman Championship. By now, Trang Hyen had finished putting on his shoes and was starting his first warm-up steps. Do you really want to stay and watch? I just plan to check my skills and exercise. So there is nothing interesting. Although Trang Hyen tried to politely hint that he wanted to dismiss him, the kid completely missed the deeper meaning. Dujun was so enthusiastic that he even wanted to stay and help, with the only reason being that they were classmates. His personality is still exactly the same as in his past life, always wanting to draw attention from others. But now, if we count the years that Trang Hyen has lived, he is several decades older than Dujun, so of course, he does not need any help from him. After warming up, Trang Hyen opened his system and summoned a clone tanker. Compared to video games, this is similar to scarecrows. The only difference is that it is so tough that even a single hit is difficult to achieve. Dujun thought Trang Hyen had pressed the wrong button, because a normal person would usually summon a regular clone for training. Even in training mode, Dujun felt that with his current level, Trang Hyen would find it hard to defeat the clone tanker. But that is because he does not know that inside this teenage body is a player who has become a legend. Trang Hyen did not care at all about the warnings from that kid and took out his weapon. Standing in front of the clone tanker, he was very confident. If you choose a training bag, of course, you have to pick the toughest one. This thing is not hard to hit. Only you think so. Trang Hyen smiled wickedly, not hesitating to tease Dujun with a few words. He knows very well how to defeat something that is both strong and tough like the clone tanker. It is to use something harder and stronger than it. This is the easiest and shortest path. Of course, he can do that right now. But that does not mean he is out of options. Holding his weapon, Trang Hyen charged in and jumped to strike at the level of the clone tanker. What he aimed for was the weakest point on the opponent's body, which is its neck. Trang Hyen's strikes were very precise. He had controlled this body well, and the first hit was successful. Next, Trang Hyen used clairvoyance to clearly see all the weak points on the opponent. Then, he accelerated once again, precisely targeting the spots that clairvoyance had pointed out. The feeling of holding a weapon and fighting, even just in training mode, is amazing. Not long after, the clone tanker fell and disappeared. Dujun observed the whole process, unable to stop himself from exclaiming how impressive it was. But then, he continued speaking. I guess you set the lowest defense stats for it, right? Otherwise, you would need a unique weapon to deal damage like this. Trang Hyen was at a loss for words. This kid is trying to twist the story because he can't explain it. But he was too lazy to argue with him. So he let Dujun think whatever he wanted. Then, he started clapping. Anyway, it is quite impressive. I bet you will pass the selection round. Have you practiced sword fighting or spear fighting before? I also want to try before going to train with the team. Then go ahead and try. Trang Hyen is still very reserved. Just because you do not want to, it does not mean you have to explain or point things out to Dudung. Anyway, if he tries, he will figure it out himself. So after that, Dudung went to another training room, eagerly picked up a sword, and summoned a clone just like Trang Hyen did. He even tried to mimic your attack style. But it seems like it did not work very well. After a few rounds, the clone was still standing there, while Dudung was already exhausted, panting like a dog. He even tried to lower his defense to the minimum, but still could not inflict any damage on his opponent. Clearly, when Trang Hyen did it lightly, he could not even leave a scratch on the clone. Dudung felt sure he had made a mistake somewhere, so he needed to keep grinding. Focused to the point of not noticing that someone was behind him. Hey Dudung, are not you going to ask your senior? When Dudung jumped and turned around, he saw a senior leaning against the door, and he quickly lowered his sword and greeted him. Hello, Jisoo. The newcomer slowly approached and suddenly noticed Dudung training with the clone, which surprised him. When Dudung said he was just warming up a bit, Jisoo found it even more ridiculous. Who uses a clone to warm up? Even if you set your defense to the lowest, you still can't make it lose any strength. Do not be foolish. Jisoo kept tapping Dudung's head with a look of disdain. But he could only grit his teeth in frustration and could not do anything else. Meanwhile, Trang Hyen had already left the training room. On his way home, he had only one thought. He was still too weak at the moment. The Public Hunter Center provides all the basic training equipment for hunters. So earlier, after Dudung left, Trang Hyen tried his hand at the monsters he had previously faced in the last Hunter Championship, along with the 3-die Hunter feature for practice. After that, he concluded that he was still too weak, as his clairvoyance was only at level B, so he could not deliver any strong attacks. Chang Haiyan's physical stats were a bit higher than the average healthy person, but it still was not enough to satisfy him. Chang Haiyan felt he should focus on physical training if he wanted to get stronger. Only continuous training could fix these issues. But Chang Haiyan did not have enough time, because the Hunter Center only opened for club members in the evening. And he could not ask his parents to let him train every night. Chang Haiyan felt the best way was to find somewhere to train alone. Just then, he received a call from Kim Jo-jun. "Have you boarded the train yet?" he asked.
"Well,"
Chang Haiyan replied nonchalantly. Jo-jun said he wanted to invite you to dinner. Even though Chang Haiyan had actually boarded the train, for some reason, he did not refuse the invitation. Chang Haiyan got off at the nearest station and headed to the restaurant that Jo-jun had sent him. "You are rich." As soon as he sat down at the table, Chang Haiyan could not help but jab at his companion. But Jo-jun seemed carefree and did not pay much attention. Too much is just different. He grinned from ear to ear. A family that is not wealthy can be hunters. You know that. Actually, the kid is not wrong. Just the awakening test and the price of weapons for hunters are already incredibly expensive. Not to mention the training costs, nutrition, and countless other expenses. But when Jo-jun said he had a lot of money, Chang Haiyan thought that was a bit much. He was just like in his past life, doing everything he could to get attention. And he knew that today's meal was not just a dinner between two friends. Before the food could be served, Chang Haiyan went straight to the point. "What do you want?" "I do not think you invited me to dinner just because you think I can pay for it." Caught off guard by Chang Haiyan, Jo-jun seemed a bit embarrassed. He admitted that tonight's dinner was just an excuse. He actually had something he wanted to ask Chang Haiyan. And Chang Haiyan guessed right that it was related to the tanker clone. Sure enough, Jo-jun seemed embarrassed and nodded his head. He said he tried to mimic him exactly. But it did not work at all. So Jo-jun really wanted to know if Chang Haiyan had any other poison to take down that clone. Before Chang Haiyan could answer, Jo-jun's face suddenly changed, and he hunched down. Instinctively, Chang Haiyan looked out the door and saw three young men in uniforms like Jo-jun walking in. The leader was Jizu. He was boasting to his friends about how he saw Jo-jun trying to attack the tanker clone with a mid-range sword. Was he trying to test the sword's durability or something? That idiot really intended to use a sword to fight that tanker clone. I am speechless. Along with their mocking laughter, Jo-jun's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Jizu and his two friends sat down at a nearby table without even noticing that he was sitting right next to them. He continued to brag about the story in the gym. At that time, I asked why he did that. He said he saw his friend do it, so he followed suit. Haha. I should have asked if his friend could shoot a Sadie laser. Watching those two idiots fool around must be amusing. Right. Too bad his friend is not here. Those two friends were also joining in to support. Chang Haiyan stayed silent, listening to the whole story, and concluded that Jizu was the one bothering Jo-jun while he was training hard. Even though this kid likes to draw attention, he is basically a good person, and a top fighter in the making. Someone worth nurturing. Therefore, Chang Haiyan decided he could not let this go. He placed his cup down on the table with a clatter, then intentionally raised his voice, adjusting the tanker's configuration, saying there is no need for that. If he knows how, easy. But still, the fact that he tried to take it down is commendable. Those jerks who say it is impossible are just useless. Chang Haiyan's voice was loud enough for Jisu to hear everything. He could not swallow his anger, so he stood up and walked toward him. Does no one in the academy know how to take down a tanker? Chang Haiyan continued to provoke. Dujun was already pale with fear, constantly reminding Chang Haiyan not to talk like that. But it was too late. Jisu had already heard it all. At this point, he was standing right in front of their table, stomping one foot on the table to assert dominance. You are Chang Haiyan. Right. Who do you think you are to be disrespectful to a student from Sanhwa Academy? If an awakened person like me hits you, I wonder if you will even survive. I will give you 3 seconds. You would better keep it in check. And Chang Haiyan was shocked. Not because he feared Jizu, but because the threats he just made sounded as lame as something from a cheesy school movie. But unlucky for him, Chang Haiyan was the type to hit back. Chang Haiyan had been waiting for this moment. And now this clueless guy was ruining it. He sighed and stood up, while Jizu was smug, thinking the other guy was scared and would definitely apologize. Chang Haiyan suddenly threw a punch. The two friends with him were shocked to see this. The so-called senior Jizu was now knocked down to the ground. A pitiful sight. Chang Haiyan shook his fist. If someone gave him 3 seconds, this would definitely be what he did. No one would be stupid enough to refuse a chance to attack first. That punch was like flipping a switch for Jisoo. He felt pain tenfold humiliation. Getting back up, unwilling to let this go. But Chang Hyan had to kindly remind him not to mess with him. Because even though Jisoo was a senior to Do Jun, to Chang Hyan, he was just a stranger. Jisoo could not let this slide. He charged forward, throwing a punch. But Chang Hyan easily dodged. Not only that, but he also deliberately taunted his opponent. What did you say earlier? If you hit me, I won't survive. The thing is, that was just an if. Because you can't even hit us. Jisoo was so angry that veins popped all over his face. He is not backing down. Ready to throw another punch. But this time, not only did Chang Hyan block his punch, but he also countered powerfully. Chang Hyan's punch was incredibly strong, leaving Jisoo dazed and barely able to stand. Jisoo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It seemed his anger had reached its peak. You are done for. Jisoo suddenly smiled a twisted smile. Chang Hyan felt a bit uneasy because Thu Thu was warning him. This thing can sense danger and find weaknesses. With its help, Chang Hyan successfully dodged the first attack from his opponent. The ground was dented by Jisoo's strike, creating a deep hole. This attack was full of force. Ideally, hunters should not use their abilities against each other like this outside. But it seemed Jisoo was completely blinded by his rage and could not hold back any longer. Knowing his temper, Jo-jun realized advising him was pointless and helped evacuate the people inside the restaurant. Jisoo used his skill once again. This time, Chang Hyan continued to dodge, even though his abilities and combat experience far exceeded his opponent's. Originally, Chang Hyan just intended to tease Jisoo a bit for bullying Jo-jun, not to make things difficult for him. But now, there was no one left in the restaurant. And with the opponent going this far, Chang Hyan could not just stand there and take it anymore. Jisoo, you are done for, he threatened. That line should have been mine to say, Jisoo replied while activating his skill, continuing to launch attacks. This time, Chang Hyan jumped high to evade the strike. After 3 continuous attacks from the opponent, he realized he could dodge many of the warnings, but could not close the distance with his opponent. At that moment, Chang Hyan spotted a plate right at his feet. He quickly picked it up and threw it straight at Jisoo. Wanting to show off, Jisoo used his gravity skill to stop the plate flying toward him in mid-air. Then he put on a smug face, thinking of himself as the best. However, just as the plate in front of him dropped, he got hit by another one in the face. You should have dodged, Chang Hyan said, throwing another plate. Jisoo could not keep using his skill like before, because after using a skill, you have to wait a bit before using it again. That is called cooldown time. If you use a skill without caring about the cooldown, you will expose yourself to your opponent. Like right now, Jisoo could not stop those plates. Meanwhile, Chang Hyan's throwing skills were exceptional, hitting every target with precision. After a while of stuffing his face, Jisoo finally did not have to take another plate to the face. He was wiping leftover food off his face while muttering curses. Are you messing with me? You jerk? But when he looked closely, Chang Hyan was nowhere to be seen. Strange. He was just right in front of him. Jisoo did not even have time to roll his eyes before feeling a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. It turned out that those plates were just a distraction tactic. Taking advantage of that, Chang Hyan quickly closed the distance and landed a strong punch to his gut. Jisoo was in so much pain that he could barely stand. He knew Chang Hyan would continue to attack, but the speed of his attacks was too quick, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. He really could not predict from which direction the next hit would come, or where it would land. Jisoo raised his hands in front of his stomach to defend himself, but this time, Chang Hyan changed targets, punching him straight in the face. Like that. Many times. Jisoo could only stand still and take the hits. He was punched by Chang Hyan to the point where he lost track of where he was, his face swelling up. At this point, Chang Hyan finally felt satisfied and stopped. But even as the victor, he quickly realized a concerning issue. This restaurant had become a total mess due to their fight. Even though Jisoo started the trouble and caused the destruction, he was the one who ended up hitting the opponent first. Now, he was lying unconscious on the floor, while Chang Hyan was perfectly fine, without a scratch. Do-jun and the 2 guys with Jisoo had run off earlier, and Chang Hyan really did not know what to do. Suddenly, the sound of a police siren rang out, complicating things even more. With no other choice, Chang Hyan started punching himself repeatedly, making his face quickly turn red and bruised. Then, he propped Jisoo up, splashed water on him, and finally collapsed on the ground right in his line of sight. As soon as Jizu regained his senses and saw Chang Haiyan lying on the ground, he went crazy. He had only one thought in mind: revenge. So he raised his fist. But before Jizu could throw his punch, Dujun rushed in, leading a police officer. Jizu was caught in the act, grabbing Chang Haiyan by the collar and ready to strike. Meanwhile, that young man quickly played his part. He covered his face with both hands, looking incredibly pitiful, like a doe begging for mercy. Stop it, Shin. Do not hit me anymore. Please. The situation seemed so serious that the police officer pulled out his gun. Chang Haiyan could not hide a sly smile. His acting was so good that it even fooled the police. Jizu was taken back to the station. But he was sure he would not dare say a word, since he did not want anyone to know he had been defeated by a newbie. Moreover, his use of gravity skills is undeniable. This has made him bear full responsibility for that restaurant. Not long after, when he arrived at the gym, Chang Haiyan heard Jo Jun talking about him. It seems that after that scuffle, Jizu's situation became quite difficult. He was surrounded and scolded by the other members. And there were rumors that he had been kicked out of the group. Justice has been served, and Chang Haiyan was extremely satisfied because of it. Your relationship with Jo Jun gradually improved, and they often went to the gym together. Chang Haiyan also did not feel uncomfortable when Jo Jun wanted to learn from him anymore. It is just that the strength of both sides is really too different. Every day, Chang Haiyan was eager to train almost non-stop, while Jo Jun would sit down to catch his breath after just a short while. Among Chang Haiyan's abilities, there is one ability called Kai Ho that has not been activated yet. It allows him to awaken a skill after achieving a notable feat. Chang Haiyan never thought that taking down a weakling like Ji Su would be considered a feat. But indeed. After that, he received a new skill called Shout for Attack. When Chang Haiyan loudly calls out the name of the skill, or the target before attacking, his power will increase. And importantly, his words do not necessarily have to match his actions. For example, shouting head while attacking the leg is fine too. Previously, Chang Haiyan did not like to talk much during fights. But if talking can increase the power of his attacks, it does not seem so bad. Chang Haiyan immediately practiced on a tanker clone. Before striking, he shouted loudly head. And just like that, with a single blow, Chang Haiyan took down something he had to struggle for half a day to knock down a few days ago. Although this skill seems a bit odd, Chang Haiyan had never seen it appear in his past life, but it seems useful. During dinner that night, Chang Haiyan's mother mentioned the hunter selection contest. Clearly, she still did not want her son to go down this path very much. However, Chang Haiyan seemed determined to participate in that program, making her very worried. This program is precisely called Hunter. Next Generation, aimed at discovering and training talented potential hunters. Since yesterday, Chang Haiyan had successfully registered, but since it is a TV broadcast program, the competition is very fierce. His mother kept worrying, while Chang Haiyan was quite confident because he knew his talent. Moreover, the prize for winning is something that every young hunter wants to try their hand at. Universities and teams always pay attention to the champions, opening up many opportunities for the future. Above all, the prize money is huge, and the producers will also make a special weapon for the champion. Chang Haiyan's mom is still very worried, but since her son seems so determined, she has no choice but to cook more delicious dishes for him to nourish him. Alright. Eat up, but do not come crying to me if you lose. Chang Haiyan chuckled and casually grabbed another piece of meat. How can you not know about the fierce competition when signing up for that program? Because the organizers have already selected the most promising candidates from the hunting championship in all countries. But even so, there are still countless rewards for those who perform excellently, even if they do not win the championship. Because the organizers are also looking for the best among the newcomers. Chang Haiyan himself is a hunter who has achieved numerous victories in his previous life. Therefore, he is determined not to fall behind the newcomers in this competition. And so, in the following days, Chang Haiyan either did not eat or slept, or he enjoyed himself in the training room. The exercises he focused on were based on the challenges of that hunting program. Before long, the day of the competition arrived, and Chang Haiyan walked to the main arena with a rather complex mood. It had been a long time since he last stood here. But today, it once again becomes a starting point. This next generation hunting tournament is divided into 3 units. Unit 1 takes place in a tower, while Units 2 and 3 will take place in a virtual reality arena. Chang Haiyan used to not understand why they built such huge stages when few people used them. But now he understands. They are used for these special occasions. The stands are packed with candidates participating in the competition. Here, Chang Haiyan quickly spotted several familiar faces like Yui Huangjian, Jui, and Jiang Minxian. In his previous life, he did not participate in this program, and in fact, it took place long before he debuted. So Chang Haiyan did not think he would meet them here. However, there are quite a few people here, some of whom are promising. He does not know who won in his previous life. But anyway, in this life, that crown should belong to him. Chang Haiyan's wandering thoughts vanished when he heard a familiar voice calling him. Du Jun arrived very early and even saved a spot for him. As soon as he saw Chang Haiyan, he started gossiping about Jisoo, saying he is under strict supervision, and according to the doctor's diagnosis, it would take him another 3 weeks to fully recover. By the way, that day, Chang Haiyan really went hard on him. However, even though his body was still heavily injured, Jisoo was present at the competition today. According to Jun, he wants to impress the professional teams looking for young talent, so he asked to come here. While the two of them were busy chatting, a thick cloud of smoke appeared on stage, signaling that the show was about to begin. Then, amidst the smoke, the MC of the show suddenly appeared with a microphone in hand. New players and fresh faces have always been the highlight of the stage. Who will be the one to carry on the future of the Hunters? Welcome to the show Hunters, the next generation, where legends are made. And it will officially start right now. The spotlight shining on the stage, and the cheers from the audience created a quite impressive atmosphere. I do not know if it is because the MC has a good ability to liven up the atmosphere, or if this show inherently has such heat that the vibe is incredibly warm. Even Jun could not hide his excitement. According to the Mies, everyone present here today is a promising candidate because they have defeated countless awakening practitioners nationwide. They have surpassed a recruitment rate of only 2% to represent the new era of hunters in Korea. Next is the introduction of the judges. This year consisting of 3 people. The first is Jo Ara, the powerful woman of the Korean Hunters Federation with 3 national tournament championships. Next is Korea's finest representative in the international arena, the runner-up of the World Hunters Championship, Lee Min-seok. Finally, we have the standout among the national team players of Korea, Min Soo-ah. Among these 3, the most anticipated name seems to be Lee Min-seok. It is understandable. A young, handsome, tall player with high achievements on the international stage. Who would not like him? Haiyan is still an unknown candidate, but Lee Min-seok and Min Soo-hyuk are both players on par with him. Even so, he still feels those guys can't surpass him, especially since Haiyan has reincarnated with both memories and experience. The MC quickly moved into the hottest part when he began to introduce the prizes. The winner will receive 500 million won, equivalent to over 9.1 billion yen, along with a weapon specially crafted by Moras Manufacturing. Haiyan was quite surprised by this information. Although he had heard of exclusive weapons, he did not expect them to be sponsored by Moras. The standard items from that manufacturer are worth hundreds of millions of won, and the specially crafted weapons are only for those deemed worthy. He did not think the prize for a young talent search show could be this high. Faced with the enticing prize, Haiyan became even more eager, determined to secure first place. Not just for the prize, but because it would help him achieve the power threshold of his past life sooner than expected. After announcing the prize, the program continued into the most important part. Jo Ara is the representative of the jury announcing the first task. This is also the round to eliminate the most fierce candidates due to the overwhelming number of contestants. And the first challenge is a survival game taking place in the dungeon, where the high-ranking warriors once fought. This game will continue until only 20 contestants remain in that land of lost souls. Additionally, the top 5 contestants who eliminate the most opponents will gain a significant advantage in the next stage. After Jo Ara declared the task to begin, each contestant disappeared from their seats one by one. They were taken into the challenge dungeon, which Jo Ara referred to as the land of lost souls. Chang Haiyan opened his eyes to find himself standing in the dungeon, a place that had been used for the finals in his past life. Therefore, he was already familiar with all its traps, including the dungeon structure, core mechanisms, ecosystem, and even hidden traps within. Chang Haiyan was extremely confident that he would pass this challenge with flying colors. He just did not know what to do next. What Chang Haiyan did not realize was that he was the one being closely monitored by the judge Jo Ara. At that moment, she was carefully observing him through the live feed. Jo Ara believed that in the dungeon, Chang Haiyan would not be able to bend the rules anymore, as he had breezed through the qualifiers without showcasing any special skills. Everyone thought that was proof of Trang Hyen's intelligence. But Joara did not. In a survival game, the jury can evaluate the essential skills of a hunter such as combat ability, adaptability, scouting, and survival skills. There would be no chance for a fraud. Joara was very satisfied, casually sitting with crossed legs, waiting to see how Trang Hyen would overcome this challenge. The overall skill level of this round is quite impressive, is not? That is right. And there is also a survival game. It seems Ara has gone out of her way to prepare something interesting. Lee Min-seok and Min Soo-hyuk started chatting with each other. Although it is only the first challenge that Joara has set to be tough, they all agree that it is a good way to eliminate inexperienced hunters or those lacking essential skills. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted when the monitor screen suddenly displayed a warning that a contestant had left the competition area. The camera immediately zoomed in on that contestant. And as expected, it was Lee Trang Hyen. Trang Hyen completely ignored the usual struggles and went straight to a secret door. When she saw him standing in front of that door, Joara was so shocked that she stood up. The only question in her mind was, why did Trang Hyen know about that place? Because behind that door was where the artifacts of this land of lost souls were hidden. Artifacts are a type of dungeon treasure, often appearing in various forms. Sometimes, just obtaining the artifact is enough to guarantee victory for the hunter. The important thing is that the dungeon used in this challenge has never been used as a stage before. Not even the participants from the unit know anything about it, let alone ordinary people. So why did Trang Hyen head straight here as soon as she entered the dungeon? Joara naturally could not think that Trang Hyen was a time traveler, so she could not explain this either. Seeing her face so pale, Lee Min-seok quietly asked, Ara, what is going on? If it is a mistake, we need to figure it out together, so please tell us. Joara did not have a very good impression of Trang Hyen. Now that you have found such a hidden dungeon, it only makes her more frustrated. However, Joara could not let her personal feelings unjustly affect her anger towards you. Therefore, in response to Lee Min-seok's question, Joara could only reluctantly admit that it was not a mistake. Although this challenge is just virtual reality, it accurately simulates a real dungeon. And the area that Trang Hyen is entering is a hidden zone. No one knows about this area, not even the Union hunters. Which is why it does not appear on the map. You mean this survival game simulates a real dungeon, including the hidden area where that contestant Trang Hyen is entering. What is in there? As Lee Min-seok asked this, Joara's face became even more grim. After a long while, she responded that there is Ezer, an artifact so powerful it is banned in competitions. At this point, both Lee Min-seok and Min Soo-hyuk were shocked. It would not be good at all to let a novice hunter like Trang Hyen get Ezer. They discussed the suggestion to pause the match. But that would be quite difficult as it would affect all the other contestants. Moreover, since this is only virtual reality, Trang Hyen can't take it outside. But you can still use it in this match. However, because it is dungeon treasure, Ezer is naturally guarded by monsters. The monsters guarding the dungeon artifacts have strength corresponding to the value of the items they protect. This is also Joara's only remaining hope if she does not want Trang Hyen to get that treasure. At this moment, Trang Hyen had pushed the door and stepped inside. Since quite a bit of time had passed, she really could not remember the location of the hidden dungeon anymore. Fortunately, she still found it. Next, if she can defeat the Guardian and obtain Ezer, this round will be as easy as pie. The guard here is a solid mass like a Rubik's Cube. Although it looks harmless, its attacks are quite deadly. If this is Trang Hyen's first time here, he probably got knocked out right from the first hit. This has been identified as an advanced technology discovered in the ruins of a tower. In his past life, Trang Hyen defeated it in a final match to win Ezer. But this time, he found Ezer right at the beginning of the match. And if he can successfully obtain it, Trang Hyen can use it even though it is prohibited. Trang Hyen possesses a skill called Mysterious Weapon Transformation. It allows him to transform his weapon into any shape he wants. The sword in his hand has undergone some changes. Specifically, the tip of the sword, which was sharp, has now transformed into the shape of a trap. Trang Hyen is repeating what he did in his past life once again. He holds the weapon in his hand and confidently charges forward. That royal block is structured just like a Vubik panel. Trang Hyen took advantage of this, successfully separating the first piece with his trap. Trang Hyen landed successfully after separating the first Vubik piece. He also knows that with his current stats, it is difficult to defeat this guardian monster. But that royal block is a machine designed to protect ancient relics. As long as he understands its attack mechanisms, he can handle it easily. After losing a piece, the opposing force quickly transformed as well. Each piece that made it up quickly separated, and then combined into the shape of a giant pair of hands. It aimed directly at Trang Haiyang, slapping down hard. If he had not thrown quickly, he would have definitely been squished like a shrimp. The important thing is that afterward, those hands suddenly turned into hundreds of fragments. It turns out that earlier, before launching its attack, Trang Haiyang had thrown the fragment he had been holding tightly between the two palms. No matter how hard that royal block is, the fragment separated from it has a similar hardness. With such a strong slap, plus the fragment stuck in the middle, it is only natural that it shattered like this. After defeating the gatekeeper, Trang Haiyang was very pleased as he moved deeper into the hidden vault. Isra is stored in an extravagant golden chest. Speaking of which, the last time Trang Haiyang saw this was a long time ago. Even though it was not anything too significant, he had the Ezra in hand just as planned. Now he just needed to equip it as a weapon and breeze through this challenge. Just then, a variable appeared. Coincidentally, it was also something Trang Haiyang had been eagerly anticipating. Because he defeated the gatekeeper of the hidden vault, it was considered an achievement. And thus, like last time, he was granted a new skill. This time, Trang Haiyang can use his mana to create a copy of Ezra. Truly, it is a blessing that fell from the sky. Immediately, Ben used his mysterious weapon transformation ability to conjure 2 handguns. With Ezra in hand, he was able to use the guns earlier than expected. And for Trang Haiyang, overcoming this challenge was as easy as pie. In his previous life, the reason Trang Haiyang could use a gun was because of his massive mana reserve. It allowed Trang Haiyang to unleash a barrage of bullets made from mana. However, at this moment, since he had not activated that top-tier skill, he did not have as much mana as before. Nevertheless, since he had grasped Ezra, he could still manage this even without activating the top-tier skill. Trang Haiyang tested a few shots. Their firepower was decent, but it was a bit tricky to hit the target. It seemed that since he had just returned to the past, he had not fully mastered Ezra yet, but Trang Haiyang remained very confident. There was a path ahead, and there had to be a way. Meanwhile, the 3 judges outside could not hide their astonishment at seeing Trang Haiyang use the gun. He did not seem like a first-time user of Ezra at all. Furthermore, Lee Seok noticed something else. Earlier, the way Trang Haiyang dodged the laser beams from that cube was anything but ordinary. It was almost like he was challenging it. That cube was not a living entity. I think it moved according to a specific mechanism. But the question is, how did he know that? Lee Seok kept wondering. Zohara found this even harder to accept. She felt there was no way a contestant like Trang Haiyang could know the rules that even professional hunters might not be aware of. Immediately, Zohara speculated that Trang Haiyang must have the skill of precognition to predict his opponent's movements. But aside from how he managed to dodge, the real question was why Trang Haiyang thought of defeating that cube based on its own fragments. Since the beginning of the challenge, his performance clearly showed that he was not an ordinary person, let alone an average one. This made Zohara remember a saying she had heard before. You see, it is the eccentric ones who have real potential. They can become outstanding individuals if trained correctly. Thinking of this, Zohara got so angry that she gritted her teeth and nearly bit her own lip until it bled. Meanwhile, inside the challenge dungeon, a significant amount of time had passed. The current rankings showed clear differences, with Jun Hangjin leading with 17 kills, followed by Yu Haiju with 10 kills. Next was the annoying senior Hanji Sukio with 8 kills. For Jun Hangjin, everything was going smoothly as the competition unfolded, just as predicted by the members of the first team from the private academy in Seoul. Currently, 60 people had been eliminated. It seemed this round would soon come to an end. He is really confident that no one in this competition can beat him in a solo match. But then, suddenly Jun Hangjin jumped in shock after hearing 3 consecutive gunshots. The culprit is, of course, Trang Haiyang, who has spent quite a bit of time hiding in the dungeon and still has not secured a kill. You should check the leaderboard. The only way to get to first place now is to eliminate all the remaining contestants. But Trang Haiyang does not have such high ambitions. After all, it is only the first round. Being in 5th place is good enough. No need to go chasing after those others. And so, Trang Haiyang decided to go with the motto of eliminating as many as he could. The first target immediately came into his sights, and that was Hanji Sukio. At that moment, he was also lurking around another contestant, completely unaware that Trang Haiyang was right behind him. After confirming his target, Hanji Sukio immediately activated his gravitational skill to pin his opponent down. It was not until the spot where the person had stood turned into a large pit that he happily stepped out from his hiding place, whistling. But his joy did not last long, as Hanji Tsukio suddenly jumped in shock from someone tapping him on the shoulder. "Ji Tsukio, how have you been lately?" Chang Hyan's voice rang out. How could Hanji Tsukio not recognize him? Which only made him more panicked. In fact, his expression was so exaggerated that he nearly fell backward, his mouth stuttering without forming a complete sentence. Chang Hyan leaned in close, his tone extremely sarcastic. "I am having a bit of a problem. I hope you can help me." Perhaps recalling what happened that day at the diner, Hanji Tsukio's pride was severely wounded, and he stood up angrily. "Are you kidding me? You beast. Go back to hell where you belong." Chang Hyan's expression immediately changed, his brows furrowing tightly at the way Hanji Tsukio just addressed him. But he quickly regained his composure, patting him on the shoulder in a friendly manner. "I just came here to ask for a small favor. No need to be so rude." Hanji Tsukio could not take it anymore and decided to use his skill. But with his abilities, Chang Hyan easily sidestepped to avoid being hit, letting out a long sigh. Originally, Chang Hyan intended to make Hanji Tsukio help him use his skill over a wide area. Then he would jump into the fray of the contestants affected by that skill. But looking at him, there was no sign he wanted to cooperate or help at all. Chang Hyan wanted to send him on his way quickly, but to save time in the round, it seemed he should try to change his mind and get him to help instead. And so, like at the diner, Chang Hyan began to use his signature move, loudly calling out the name of his attack to teach Hanji-su a lesson. After getting beaten up for a while, he finally gave up on fighting back. Chang Hyan casually stated his demand. He wanted to cooperate. But after hearing this, Hanji-su looked like he was about to explode. Because there was no way he would want to cooperate with an enemy like him. Chang Hyan immediately pulled out his gun, nonchalantly fired a bullet just a hand's width from Hanji-su's feet to intimidate him, then pressed the gun against his temple. "So you really want to cooperate? Then I am sorry. But I have to eliminate you. Or you can help me and stay alive. Using a firearm is definitely more effective." Hanji-su was clearly unwilling, but in the end, he had to submit to Chang Hyan. His plan was a resounding success, and they began their cooperation in a very awkward atmosphere. But there is no denying that with Hanji-su's help, Chang Hyan's rate of killing increased rapidly. Having a firearm makes everything easier, and the two of them pushed deeper into the forest. But suddenly, something whizzed through the air from behind, and Jisoo also noticed this. Before Chang Hyan could react, he used his gravity skill to force the flying projectile to crash down to the ground. It seems Chang Hyan's gunfire was too loud and attracted some unwanted guests, and the leader among them was Junhang Jian. The Hunters Union is a sports team, so not every athlete is trained for combat. Right now, even though Hanji-su had taken out 8 opponents and ranked 3rd, his gravity skill is most effective when used in a support role on the battlefield. That is why, instead of directly killing him, Chang Hyan wanted him to cooperate. The partnership of this unlikely duo piqued the interest of the judges outside. Jisoo is performing pretty well. Will Chang Hyan end his streak? Li Min muttered to himself. To be even though this girl holds a grudge against Chang Hyan, she is quite perceptive. Jo Ara could tell at a glance that these two had struck some sort of deal, and Chang Hyan was trying to pull Hanji-su in as his support player. If everything goes smoothly, they could become an unbeatable duo, with Hanji-su locking down targets with his gravity skill while Chang Hyan finishes them off with his manhwareader gun. However, this could only happen if their opponent was not Junhang Jihyun, as he was no easy prey himself. Right now, Junhang Jihyun was leading 3 other contestants towards Chang Hyan. Right now, Junhang Jihyun is bringing along 3 other contestants to approach Chang Hyan. Looking at their fierce determination, you can guess that Junhang Jihyun is dead set on taking you down. What is the simplest way to gain an advantage in a fight? A powerful weapon, strategy, or a solid teammate? None of those. The easiest and most effective way is to overwhelm the opponent with numbers. Just like how Junhang Jihyun is doing right now, with their team being double the size of Chang Hyan's. You have Hanji-su on your side with some serious gravitational skills. But still, he is just support. No matter how hard the two of you try, you can't beat that other group, especially since their main attacker is Junhang Jihyun. But that is just what anyone would think. With Chang Hyan, a legendary player from the future, things might be different. Junhang Jihyun attacks once again. But with his foresight, Chang Hyan easily dodges it. An unprecedented thrill flows through your veins. It has been a long time since you felt this way, and for you, It is the first time. Right. Chang Haiyan excitedly says. I do not understand what you are saying. Jun Hangjian coldly replies. But the weapon in your hand looks quite unusual. That is why I am going to take you down, without any mercy. As soon as he finishes speaking, Jun Hangjian continues his attack. Chang Haiyan is already used to this kind of tactic from him. In his previous life, Jun Hangjian could control multiple swords with his swordsmanship skills. But right now, he is not fully matured in his abilities. And he is definitely going to struggle to defend against the barrage coming from Chang Haiyan. Thanks to Ezer, Chang Haiyan can comfortably fire without worrying about mana. Immediately, Jun Hangjian has to hide behind a tree to dodge the bullets. He had never used such a desperate tactic before. The Ezer gun in Chang Haiyan's hands is truly a nightmare weapon. Meanwhile, a teammate from Jun Hangjian's team unexpectedly attacks Chang Haiyan from behind, meaning this guy's skills are completely useless. Not only did you hit him back, but at this close range, Chang Haiyan's gun can T-miss. A crack sounds. And you have taken out Jun Hangjian's first teammate from the game. Right now. Besides him, there are still 2 more contestants from his team. Chang Haiyan uses his foresight to clearly see the hiding spots of the 2 of them, planning to take them out while those guys are busy playing defense. Chang Haiyan starts to run for momentum, then slams into a rock, launching himself up for the perfect angle to shoot. The shot from him is simple, but is a death blow for these clueless players. In the blink of an eye, Chang Haiyan has already taken out a total of 7 enemies. And there is one more to deal with. The young man Jun Hangjian. Chang Haiyan kept firing, and this time, Jun Hangjian did not run anymore. Instead, he used a large sword to block the blows. Jun Hangjian's ability to counter each bullet was quite commendable. He even calculated that Chang Haiyan's bullets were slower due to his low mana reserve. But even though he was a young talent to be preserved, Jun Hangjian could not compare to a legendary player crossing over from the past. Chang Haiyan was much better. With full confidence, Chang Haiyan continued another round of firing. This time, Jun Hangjian started to look visibly confused. The situation clearly tilted to one side as only Chang Haiyan took the initiative to attack. And finally, the opponent revealed a gap. Chang Haiyan immediately seized this opportunity to fire his last bullet. However, before the bullet could hit the target, the scene before him vanished. The challenge ran out of time, so the last 20 surviving players were transported back to the main hall. The program's MC announced that this survival game had ended. Chang Haiyan looked visibly frustrated, because he was so close to taking down Jun Hangjian. The stage lights came back on, and the 3 judges sitting up there were eagerly waiting for the contestants to return. Congratulations, everyone. Joara was the first to speak on behalf of the judges. Now, each of you can call yourselves true hunters. Hunters represent a very small part of the awakened beings. That is truly commendable. After that, Li Minxiu added her thoughts. What is the basic principle of a hunter? Some might say it is winning battles. However, we hope that each of you, as well as ourselves, will resemble the first generation of hunters, not forgetting the responsibility to protect humanity, always bravely stepping to the front lines and daring to enter dungeons. I believe this survival game has given you a glimpse of what it means to be a hunter. The first round has ended, and details about the next mission will be revealed in a week. During that time, contestants can freely practice to improve their shortcomings. A modern training room has been prepared by the organizers, and contestants can use it freely. But these words meant nothing to Chang Haiyan right now, because that final ranking really irked him. Basically, from the beginning, Chang Haiyan aimed to rank 5th, which was already a stretch. Yet when he actually ranked 5th, he was not very happy, especially since he was so close to eliminating Jun Hangjian. The only thing comforting you right now is that the task of awakening Ez's ability has been a complete success. Just as the judge's speech ended, Jun rushed over to pick the role of Chang Haiyan's partner. Now that the 2 are quite close, Chang Haiyan is not too bothered by this action anymore. Contrary to his disappointment at being 5th, Jun seems particularly excited. Hey Chang Haiyan, I heard you came in 5th. Right. And you actually used a real gun. Everyone is talking about you now. Jun made it to the next round too. But that did not excite him as much as being curious about how Chang Haiyan found and used the gun. Before Chang Haiyan could respond, a reporter suddenly approached and announced that he was about to be interviewed. Although it was not his first time in front of the camera, it was the first time in this life. So Chang Haiyan seemed quite nervous and did not even know where to look. The reporter's first question was why Chang Haiyan decided to join the next generation hunting show. and without thinking, he confidently replied that it is because he sees no candidate more promising than himself. Both the reporter and cameraman seemed amazed by this answer. But after all, Chang Hyan is just a 15-year-old teenager, so a bit of arrogance is normal. The reporter was about to ask Chang Hyan for his thoughts on the first round, but Chang Hyan just gave a casual response. I think I could have done better. But anyway, I made it through, so it is not too surprising. You must have faced many other contestants in the match, right? Who do you consider to be your toughest opponent? The reporter tried to salvage the situation after Chang Hyan's cocky responses. No one. Not a single person. But Chang Hyan still doused him with a bucket of cold water. To be honest, he is a bit worried about Junhang Hyan. But to the point of declaring him an opponent to be wary of on live TV is a bit much. The reporter was left speechless and could only utter a seemingly ridiculous question. You sound very confident in your response. So why did you only come in fifth? If it were someone else, they would have been really defensive in this situation. However, that someone is Chang Hyan, with a super bold attitude and a strong mindset forged from a past life. Once again, he answered loudly. If I had dominated this program from the beginning, it would not be interesting anymore. This time, the one who got knocked out was the reporter and cameraman. They felt Chang Hyan's ability to boast was truly overwhelming, and they just tried to ask a few more questions before wrapping up the interview quickly. After being released, Chang Hyan went to the cafeteria with Jo Jun, but he kept sighing and complaining. It turns out, Chang Hyan was not the only one called for an interview. All 20 candidates who passed the first round, including Jo Jun, were called as well. However, during Jo Jun's interview, the interviewer kept comparing him to Han Ji-soo, which made him really uncomfortable, and he still can't get over it. It is understandable for him to feel that way. After all, before Chang Hyan made his move, Han Ji-soo would often bully Jo Jun, and he is not the type to stand up for himself or argue back. Completely the opposite of Chang Hyan's brashness. At that moment, wanting to wrap up the interview, Jo Jun boldly said he did not see Han Ji-soo as a rival. The only competitor he was looking forward to was Chang Hyan. When Jo Jun told this story, Chang Hyan almost choked on his food. This kid knows how to brag to gain an advantage. They have trained together for so long, so Jo Jun knows very well what Chang Hyan is capable of, yet he dares to call him his rival. Just like Chang Hyan, Jo Jun also got a few classic questions like who he thought would win. However, this time his confidence was not in his buddy. Indeed, in Jo Jun's eyes, the Chang Hyan is really good, but if he had to pick, it would still be Jun.
Yeah.
Or Yue. After all, they are members of the first team from the Jime Academy. Have you seen them? You could say they are the S of that team. I think they could compete in professional tournaments without any problems. Jo Jun started rambling on about those two, unaware that Jun and Han Ji-yeon almost got taken out by Chang Hyan with one shot in the first challenge. Trust me, if you saw them compete at the academy, you would think like I do. They are on a completely different level compared to you. Jo Jun's last comment really annoyed Chang Hyan. He slammed his chopsticks down on the table with a clatter, as if to say the other party should shut up. Jo Jun, have you always thought this way? That they are on a completely different level compared to you. If you keep that mindset, you will never amount to anything. So it is best to get rid of that way of thinking. After saying that, Chang Hyan took the food tray and left, leaving Jo Jun sitting there, stunned. It seems like he has never seen Chang Hyan scold him seriously like that, so he is still in cultural shock. Chang Hyan knows he might have been a bit harsh with a kid like Jo Jun, but he still needed to say it, so Jo Jun could grow in the future. Talent is mostly the same in all aspects. It is just a matter of more or less. Except for a very few individuals who are superior to everyone else, always striving for the highest peak. But those people can really be counted on one hand. And of course, Jun Hwangjian and Yue Yiju are not among them. If Jo Jun is already thinking so low of himself after just seeing them, it won't do him any good, especially at his developing age. Therefore, Chang Hyan has to play the bad guy to push him forward. After leaving the cafeteria, Chang Hyan went to buy a cup of coffee to prepare for the gym. Suddenly, someone slapped him on the shoulder from behind. Chang Hyan thought it was Jo Jun chasing after him. But when he turned around, he saw a young man with a strange face smiling widely and greeting him. Behind him was Jun Hwangjian with an expression that looked like he had just lost something important. The young man introduced himself as Jin Han, and before Chang Hyan could say anything, he launched into a rapid-fire speech. I heard you fought with Hwangjian in the first round. How was that? It must have been tough. Right. I always spar with him at the academy and have never won a single time. But it seems like you managed to give him a hard time at the end of the match. I have never seen anyone your age stand up to Huang Jian like that. You are really impressive. I might be talking too much. What is your name? Talking too much. Chang Haiyan thought to himself. Then introduced his name briefly while giving Jin Han a puzzled look. What do you want? Jin Han seemed unfazed by the scrutinizing gaze and continued talking non-stop. He mentioned that after the first challenge, Jun Huang Jian was really frustrated with Chang Haiyan. It seems that is why Jin Han is so interested in Chang Haiyan. But Jun Huang Jian did not give him a chance to continue badmouthing him and directly grabbed Jin Han by the collar and pulled him away. Chang Haiyan had not even processed what was happening when the two of them fell over. It seems they both come from the same academy. They may clash on the outside, but they actually get along pretty well. But just as the two were about to leave, Chang Haiyan used his clairvoyance to extract information from them. Jun Huang Jian currently possesses an SSS-Level sword control ability and a level acceleration. His physical stats are as follows. Strength 8.3, Reflexes 7.3, Agility 6.6, Endurance 7.6, and Recovery 7.6. The other person, Jin Han, has the unique ability of B+ level strength. His physical stats are 9.3 in strength, 8.3 in reflexes, 6.3 in agility, 6.3 in endurance, and 6.3 in recovery. Compared to Jun Huang Jian, Jin Han's stats are slightly lower, but they are still much better than Zhang Jian's, since he has not activated his peak level yet. Some of their stats surpass his by up to 50%, and in some cases, even double. In the last round, thanks to ease, he had the upper hand and even managed to outsmart Jun Huang Jian. However, the next round will surely not be easy at all. Shortly after, the first episode of Hunter Next Generation was broadcast on television. Zhang Jian just got back from practice and saw Jun glued to his phone watching it. As expected, the main character in episode 1 is Jun Huang Jian, who has failed the Hunter Academy entrance exams from Seoul twice but still trains tirelessly. In the comments section, most people said Jun Huang Jian's interview responses were too awkward, but praised his humility and perseverance. On the other hand, another contestant's unique responses sparked a fierce wave of controversy. Zhang Jian looked closely and realized that the person was actually him. Originally, Zhang Jian's answers were already quite cringeworthy. But the production team even deliberately edited it for you. When Zhang Jian was placed next to Jun Huang Jian, his arrogance was even more evident, contrasting sharply with Jun's humility. However, when it came to the question of who they considered their rival, coincidentally, both answered that they had none. The fact that Jun Huang Jian did not even recognize him hit Zhang Jian hard. Therefore, even though he just came back from the gym to the lounge, he hurriedly went back to training. Jun, who got dragged along by Zhang Jian for that grueling training session, kept breathing heavily and complaining about exhaustion. Meanwhile, he was puzzled because he had only seen Zhang Jian diligently working on leg training. So he decided to ask about it. What do you think my role is? Zhang Jian asked back. Long-range fighting. Zhang Jian nodded and asked Jun what he thought was the most important aspect of long-range combat. High damage output. Jun quickly answered. Right. And mobility, Zhang Jian added. Through the recent survival challenge, Zhang Jian and perhaps Jun also realized that Jun Huang Jian and the melee warriors have special mobility, or a type of long-range attack, that poses a threat to long-range fighters. So if he wants to counter them, Zhang Jian's mobility must match theirs, if not exceed it significantly. That is quite an interesting thought. Suddenly, a third voice echoed in the training room. Both Jun and Zhang Jian looked toward its scent at the same time. But contrary to your view, there are rarely any strategies that focus on taking down the enemy as a ranged player in the Korean hunting tournament. Why do you think that way? Zhang Jian felt a bit pressured by the presence of this muscular yet strange man. It is just that if he shows up in this gym, he must be more than just an ordinary uncle. Although still skeptical about the man's identity, it is really rude to ignore someone's question when they are older. Zhang Jian stepped away from the machine while answering. He has always been right. If you look at how the teams play against France's 2-year-old egg, it is easy to see they always prioritize ranged fighters first. In other words, it all completely depends on the opponent's ranged fighters. Those reasons are more than enough for me to focus on leg training. The man stared at Zhang Jian, then suddenly burst out laughing and moved closer. You mean having the skills of a ranged fighter will make you the priority target for the opponent's melee fighters. That is quite a bold and interesting thought. He laughed even louder, clapping his hands enthusiastically. But suddenly, the man changed his expression 180 degrees, becoming particularly serious, and warned Zhang Jian that being overconfident is one of the main reasons for failure. That is the lesson he learned after many years of fighting. Then, the man turned and left, reminding Zhang Jian that he would keep a close eye on him. After the heavy gym door closed, Zhang Jian shrugged. What was that about? Who was that uncle? Zhang Jian shook his head. He had never met this man in his previous life. But no matter who he is, if he says he will keep an eye on me, then I have to prove to him that what I said is completely valid. Zhang Jian quickly pushed the recent conversation out of his mind to get back to his leg workout, focusing on agility. But he had no idea that the uncle he just met was the president of the First Generation Hunters Association, Li Gaontek. After returning to his office, Li Gaontek changed out of his oversized suit. After coming back from the gym, Li Gaontek kept thinking about Zhang Jian. Seeing his secretary in the room, Li Gaontek suddenly asked him what he thought was the most important thing for a ranged player. Sure enough, the answer was completely different from that teenager's. Li Gaontek clicked his tongue, leaving the guy confused. Then it is accuracy. There are many important factors for a ranged fighter, but no matter how strong the firepower, it becomes useless if accuracy is poor. The accuracy is... All right, that is enough. Li Gaontek bluntly spoke to his assistant. He closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, reminiscing about his younger days. Back then, Li Gaontek also had a teammate who focused solely on footwork, just like Chang Haiyan does now. And at that time, he had asked a question identical to what June just asked. Wait, why do I always see you practicing footwork? You are just going to use mana anyway. Gah. The most important thing for a ranged warrior is their feet. Lafizia. Li Gaontek Kankai wa Bumhabaduiji. This person explained that in every battle against monsters, ranged warriors are always targeted first, because even monsters know their weakness is close combat. Therefore, ranged warriors like archers always have to move after the first shots. In fact, they must keep moving and absolutely cannot reveal their position. These are things that close combat hunters find hard to understand. Many years have passed. And today, Li Gaontek suddenly heard words exactly like what his friend used to say from the mouth of a young teenager. Of course, not with the current state of the Korean hunter tournament, as most of the best hunters in the country have already returned to their homeland. However, in higher level tournaments, especially the World Championship, this will definitely be effective. Zhang Haiyan, despite being in the Olang tournament, has been diligently practicing mobility like this, proving that he is already thinking about international competition, even before participating in the official hunter tournament. He is truly a teenager that stands out. Even Li Gaontek could not tell if what radiated from him was foolish arrogance or confidence. Meanwhile, Zhang Haiyan was still tirelessly training to improve his physical stats. Compared to his previous life, his growth rate is much faster, which is a very positive sign. Perhaps it is because his peak level has not been activated yet, so he is continuously growing. Once activated, the stats will surge massively, creating tremendous power, but then will be limited to a certain cap. So this time, the Zhang Haiyan absolutely cannot rush to activate the peak level early. He can only train hard to gradually improve his stats. Wait. Jo Jun suddenly called out, interrupting Zhang Haiyan's train of thought. What are you planning to do after training? Can you give me some suggestions? Jo Jun already had good physical stats from training at the academy before. Therefore, Zhang Haiyan felt he did not necessarily have to push himself to train like he did. Suggestions. I do not know much about you, so I can think of anything worthwhile. Zhang Haiyan shrugged, then made a suggestion. He wanted Jo Jun to spar with him. Even knowing that the outcome would be his victory, Zhang Haiyan still wanted to see how far Jo Jun's current abilities had come. As he entered this practice match, Zhang Haiyan chose a sword as his weapon. Jo Jun has never seen you use a sword before, so he seems really surprised. Wait, you know how to use a sword? A little. Zhang Haiyan replied while stroking the sword in his hand. Jo Jun sighed in relief when he saw Zhang Haiyan's amateurish stance with the sword. He was even afraid you would use a gun. Then he would not stand a chance at all. But if it is sword fighting, Jo Jun is pretty confident he won't lose. The sword in his hand was raised. But Zhang Haiyan was the one who took the initiative to attack first. The sound of metal clashing echoed powerfully in the training room. Jo Jun successfully raised his sword to block Zhang Haiyan's strike. But he quickly realized the pressure from his opponent was very intense. In fact, he is even pushed back. Jo Jun is extremely confused. His eyes fixed on the sword in Jang Hyun's hand. It is clearly just an ordinary sword. Yet he can't fight back. Could this be the difference in skill level between them? While Jo Jun is still busy being shocked and confused, Jang Hyun uses his mysterious weapon transformation ability, changing from a sword to a spear. The spear strikes, and Jang Hyun easily breaks through Do Jun's guard. Do Jun accidentally stumbles back, unable to keep up, while Jang Hyun easily closes in on him. Damn it. The weapon in Jang Hyun's hand crackles with electricity. He raises an eyebrow in caution. What is happening now? Right after, the weapon suddenly expands tenfold, and he is taken aback by the large sword. He brings the sword down on Do Jun's head, and Do Jun is rooted in place. How can I defeat him? A loud noise echoes, and Do Jun falls defeated onto the training mat, the sword clattering away. Jang Hyun asks him, "How was that?" He looks up. Jang Hyun smiles slightly. "What do you think of your opponent?" Do Jun sits up from the ground, reluctantly answering, "Yeah. You are a bit better than me. Just a bit. Come on." He insists. "I just took you down." Do Jun is stunned. He studies Jang Hyun carefully. This expression does not seem like a joke. Do Jun bites his lip in frustration. Why am I weaker than him? Am I really that lacking in talent? As he sinks into a fog of torment, Jang Hyun suddenly asks, "Do you know why you lost?" The weapon in Jang Hyun's hand glows again. He points the sword straight at Do Jun. "Because you are going the wrong way." Jang Hyun calmly guides Do Jun. "This is the sword you use. Now look at your strengths. Your acceleration skill is impressive. And your decision-making ability in quick moments is also very good. So how can you leverage those advantages with a long sword?" Jang Hyun. The answer is, you can't. What if you switch to a lighter sword? One that strikes fast. Like a J. Do Jun unconsciously repeats. "A Jepisovord." He replies, "That is right." With that, Jang Hyun steps forward to demonstrate. He lifts the sword, holding it firmly, and thrusts it straight ahead. The movement looks simple but carries tremendous power. He demonstrates while explaining, combined with the existing acceleration skill, you can overwhelm your opponent with quick attacks. Do Jun watches him like he is witnessing a new horizon. His inner self wavers. Can I really do this? Once they finish, they walk out of the gym, and Jang Hyun asks Do Jun, "What do you think?" He says, "Not too sure, but I have a bit of an idea now." A mocking voice rang out ahead. "Just because you won against the Academy's underachievers, you are acting all high and mighty now." A boy had his hands in his pockets. Watching their earlier fight on the screen, Jang Hyun was shocked. He watched the whole thing from start to finish. The moment he turned his head, even just half of his face exuded arrogance. Jang Hyun guessed, "This guy probably does not like me and wants to pick a fight." He scoffed. "But I am not the type to turn a blind eye to this stuff." Jang Hyun provocatively addressed Jin Si-won. "I wonder if he can even handle that underachiever." He stormed over to Jang Hyun, questioning him. What did you say?" Jang Hyun was not afraid and spoke loudly. "Did not you just hear me?" He flashed a smirk mixed with disdain. His gaze was filled with mockery. "What is the problem? Then let us have a match." Scared, Jin Si-won was furious. "That jerk? As if I would be scared of you." Jang Hyun hesitated, turning it around. Still calculating. "This guy is my teammate in the survival game. His skills and stats are really good." The system displayed his information. Jin Si-won pointed, demanding, "Let us go through this defense room." Jang Hyun was still lost in thought. "My stats can't compare. Just in terms of strength, I have already lost to him." However, Jang Hyun acted like he had the victory in hand, confidently declaring, "Fine. I do not even need a gun to beat someone like you." Both of them calmly stepped onto the arena. Jang Hyun thought Jin Si-won was one of the outstanding newcomers. Moreover, his gun would be useless since he already knew about it. Jin Si-won smirked, ready to start. The sword gradually appeared in Jang Hyun's hand. He was excited. "Let us fight." Thinking to himself, "I might lose." Jang Hyun lunged forward for the first attack. But there was no way he would surrender. Jin Si-won reacted like lightning, dodging as if in a split second. Without missing a beat, he jumped backward, flipping in the air while swinging his arm. A series of sharp blades sliced through the air towards his opponent. Jang Hyun calmly used his sword to defend. So he fights at mid-range. According to the plan, I will suppress him so he can't fight back. Jin Si-won curled his lips in a faint smile. The throwing knives quickly circled around, targeting Jang Hyun's weak spot. his back. By the time he recognized the danger, it was too late. He thought to himself, I can't dodge it in time. However, just as the knives were about to hit Jang Hyan, they were deflected back, as if an invisible shield was protecting him. Jang Hyan sighed in relief. Thank goodness I have ease at the top level. Otherwise, I would be done for. It seems he will keep his distance and throw knives at me. How should I deal with this? Jin Si-wong retracted his weapon using control. He raised an eyebrow. Thinking he had them, he redirected them. There must be some trick involved. A dagger appeared in Jang Hyan's hand. Jin Si-wong scoffed. Just one dagger. He triumphantly swung his arm. It is too easy to block it with control. When the dagger flew towards him. Indeed, Jin Si-wong blocked it with his control. Jang Hyan immediately uses the super label. I knew you would do that. You pull out 3 hidden daggers that you have been keeping concealed all along. The 3 daggers rush toward him, with the first one just a decoy for the real attack from the others. Jin Si-wong furrows his brow, tense as he uses his control to stop all the daggers, keeping them suspended in midair. Jang Hyan is slightly surprised. He can control 4 with the controller, but he can't use that skill on multiple targets in a short time. The force controlling Jin Si-wong's daggers begins to tremble. Jang Hyan deduces that he will lose to the last dagger, set to stab him while he focuses on the other targets. Just as he thinks this, one dagger breaks free and is headed straight for Jin Si-wong's face. Jin Si-wong is busy holding back the other daggers, so he can only shut his eyes in panic. A sound rings out, declaring Jang Hyan the winner. Cut to Min Si-wong, who is watching the match between the two on the screen. Suddenly, someone interjects. Is this the guy you predicted to win this season? He asks the other person. What do you think? The blonde man adjusts his glasses, activating his analysis vision. The blonde man uses his analytical vision to comment on Jang Hyan. He has good strategic awareness and is also very smart to hide the other 3 daggers. Not to mention his stats are not that high. The man ponders. I see. Then he asks Min Si-wong. Min Si-wong, you know something about this kid, right? Do not play dumb. Tell me what his skill is. There is no way he thought up that strategy without knowing his opponent's control skill. Min Si-wong gently explains. In my opinion, he possesses something like analytical vision. Like you are a first-generation hunter. Kim super idiot. Because analytical vision is an ultra-rare skill, with only 2 known cases of possession. Min Si-wong replies. I think we might be underestimating him a bit. After observing Jang Hyan for a while, he concludes that he knows the location of hidden bunkers in the survival game and during the preliminaries. He is only targeting the integrated circuits of the copies. If he debuts in the first league, people will surely think he is the reincarnation of Kim super idiot. A legend. Suddenly, Min Si-wong turns to ask the man. Do you want him? The man replies. Yep. But really? The man frowns. Analytical vision can see the stats but not their skills. Yet that kid Jang Hyan knows the opponent's skills and devises strategies to win. The moment Jang Hyan throws the flying dagger is etched deep in his mind. The man asks Min Si-wong. Has your team made a decision yet? He chuckles. You like him that much? But that means the teams sponsoring the program have the right to priority selection. The man gritted his teeth, determined to find a way to recruit him. Scene change. The gym filled with rustling sounds. Jang Hyan sat back, exhausted, not quite understanding. He stared intently at the system board in front of him. The Ease Peak Awakening level. He wondered how the peak evaluated achievements. But he was not in a hurry to figure it out. Du-jun practiced with the sword for a while, then playfully pointed the sword at him, saying, Now I can beat you. Jang Hyan coldly brushed past, and Du-jun said, I have improved a lot. Can't you see? His eyes were filled with joy as he cherished the sword in his hand. My swordsmanship has never been this sharp, Jang Hyan thought. Realizing he had gotten much stronger after following his advice, he smiled slightly. But he was far from being able to beat him. Seeing him walk away, Du-jun scrambled to catch up, saying, Wait for me. The 2 of them were one going and one chasing down the hallway. While inside, the camera was capturing the entire scene. Not just that camera. There were many others placed all around. Observing everyone sitting here, the door opened, and Jang Hyan and Du-jun walked in. Unsure of what they were gathering here for, they sat down in their own spots, wondering if they were going to teach something. Right after that, 3 people, Ara, Min Seo, and Suhee, entered the class one after another. They stood on the platform, and Ara spoke first. Hello everyone, she said. I hope you all enjoyed a week of rest. Or should I say a week of training. Some of you made the most of it, while for others, maybe not so much. Ara placed her hands on her hips. But anyway, she believed that there were still many things for them to learn. When it was Minseo's turn, he calmly announced an important matter. Everyone here is a talent brimming with potential. But there is still a significant gap between you and professional hunters. Thank you all. I have gathered a team of advisors for you. A pair of feet stepped onto the platform. Minseo introduced the 3 newcomers, all of whom had previously competed in top-tier tournaments, with notable victories and achievements. They would be responsible for both guiding and evaluating you. Among these coaches, one had a very fierce and strict expression. Minseo emphasized, these coaches will train you in their assigned roles, and your performances will be evaluated in a mini 3-on-3 hunter tournament format. Just as he finished speaking, Jang Hyeon suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was not hard to notice that those around him were also feeling the same way. Manipulating mana. Enough to create pressure for the 20 people here, except for him. The strict advisor scowled as he introduced himself. I'm Lee Seojin. I will be training the close combat warriors. I have no patience for those who can't show resilience or for arrogant people. Seojin took a breath, but above all, he proclaimed loudly, I hate arrogant people. Ara pulled out an assessment sheet. After evaluating your performance in the preliminary round, we will proceed with survival training. And last week we determined each person's role. Please listen carefully and remember your assigned role. Jang Hyeon. He called. First, Jang Hyeon, please stand up from the table. Yep. Ara told him. Close combat. Jang Hyeon was taken aback, his face blank. What? The shock hit him hard. Even when he gathered with the other close combat members, his mind was still floating, wondering how he ended up in the close combat group. Jang Hyeon looked around, seeing Han Jian, Heju, and Dujun. Too many familiar faces here. Another piece of information was relayed. Seojin appeared. He addressed everyone here loudly. From this moment on, forget everything you were taught. I do not care where anyone comes from. Everyone here is worse than a third-rate hunter. He explained forcefully. Perhaps everyone has observed in a hunter tournament. Hunters use skills or equipment for mobility. For example, mana-activated devices like air anchors and air blocks. While you are struggling on the ground, third-rate competitors have adapted to fight without them. In Jang Hyeon's mind, several mechanisms of the weapons Seo Jin mentioned flashed through. Mana-activated devices allow hunters to engage in more dynamic and flashy battles. Then, someone stumbled, getting their foot caught in a cord. But Jang Hyeon was not scared. Everyone struggles when trying them out for the first time. One foot stepped up. He had once used it skillfully as if it were part of his body. His eyes sparkled with excitement as if he was about to play with the ropes, testing if he still had muscle memory. Just when Jang Hyeon was feeling incredibly excited, a sound caught his attention. Seo Jin was scolding someone for not being able to do 5 push-ups on the ground. So these are the future superstars of the Korean hunting arena. Is that all you got? Get up now. He even turned to criticize another person who was tangled in the hanging wires, saying that it is no wonder they call the third-tier competition a grave for rookies. It is the perfect trap for useless idiots like you. Those who can't use the air anchor and air mass. Jang Hyeon looked at Seo Jin, unable to hold back. It is too noisy. I can't concentrate. You need to lift your head up. Just then, he caught sight of Dujun struggling just like the others. Dujun was not doing any better. Jang Hyeon secretly rolled his eyes. Well, if he won't guide us, how would we know what to do? He waved to Dujun. Hey Dujun, you are doing it wrong. Come down here. What you said made Dujun stop abruptly, and he jumped down to the ground. Jang Hyeon curiously asked, aren't you going to practice? He said he would check on us. Jang Hyeon replied, worry about yourself first. At this rate, when will you be able to do it? Dujun asked back, what do you want me to do? Jang Hyeon demonstrated, controlling a mana thread floating in his hand while explaining to Dujun. First, you need to decide the length of the mana thread, then maintain a stable flow of mana. Otherwise, the length of the thread will change, and that is why you lose your balance. He pointed at Dujun's torso. And also, focus on your center of gravity. When you are in the air, your core muscles will act as your center of gravity. The core muscles are the central group of muscles located in the abdomen, hips, and lower back. These muscles work together to keep your spine stable and your body upright. As the anchor appeared, Jang Hyeon quickly shifted his focus to the thread. He swung through the air with ease, and Jang Hyeon landed on the ground. Then, he turned to tell Dujun. Like this. It is easier to avoid falling or moving your body. Remember to always pay attention to your mana flow. You need to focus on keeping it steady first. After witnessing the earlier demonstration, Dujun looked up with sparkling eyes, nodding with each word Jang Hai-on said like a little puppy wagging its tail. He tightened the thread, slowly repeating, use your core as the center of gravity and maintain a continuous mana flow. As the anchor ignited and hooked onto the wall, Dujun stood below gripping the thread. Finally, like Jang Hai-on, he managed to swing through the air smoothly, then jumped down to the ground. He excitedly boasted to Jang Hai-on, did you see that? I succeeded on my first try. I am a genius. Jang Hai-on felt a bit helpless. Yeah. Just then a voice shouted. Wait. You two. Seojin was furious. What are you doing? Are you two here to play? He even pointed directly at both of them. Clearly these two were not even training. What is your name? He wanted to discipline us. Fine. After hearing that, Seojin frowned, his deep wrinkles showing frustration, and he muttered angrily. Jang Hai, you are just confident enough to play around. He said. Yep. That is right. And thought to himself. He could take the blame for the story. But he was curious how they would test him. He chuckled softly. And besides, if you consider past lives, he is my junior. And it is the duty of a senior to guide their junior. Seojin irritably turned away. I think I have given you all too much time already. Let us start the test. Everyone get ready. Meanwhile, as Minseo was checking the list, he suddenly spotted a familiar name. Wait, why is he on this list? Who? You mean Jang Hai-on? Minseo nodded. Yeah. He is a bit of a mystery. He is part of the Tom Sama combat group. Are you sure about this? Ara expressed her dissatisfaction directly. He knows how to use close combat weapons, so he will be fine. More importantly, he is too arrogant. That is why I placed him in the close combat group under Seojin's supervision. Minseo felt a cold sweat break out from her attitude. He told her, let me clarify. You plan to guide an arrogant rookie by letting him compete against a top-notch hunter. Ara lowered the list in her hands. I have made my decision. And besides, education is one of the main goals of this program. I believe what I am doing is right. Ara resolved that he needed to face real-world testing regarding that arrogant rookie. On the other side, Seojin gathered the whole group and presented the task. The test is to retrieve the anchor from up there. Let us begin. He even squinted and intentionally made a sarcastic remark towards Jang Hai-on. Ara. I hope that arrogant contestant proves himself with all that confidence. Otherwise, he does not deserve to be a hunter. Seeing this, Jang Hai-on scoffed. They want to use this test to eliminate me. Of course. But what if I succeed? He proudly declared. You will be completely free to do whatever you want in my next tests. Seojin smirked triumphantly and thought, only if you succeed. That is impossible. He had placed the anchor 100 meters above the ground. That is an unreachable height for someone using an air anchor for the first time. In fact, even someone with intermediate skills would not get close. Seojin looked at the group struggling to practice with the rope. Do you see that? Suddenly, a sword flashed through the air, catching Seojin's attention, and he exclaimed, was Han-ji-on. He expertly jumped onto the sword. Moving gracefully without a hint of wobbling, Seojin was very pleased and commented. That is interesting. Using a sword to fly is a skill. Not just some advanced trick, meaning he is not using the air anchor, but is just climbing up. Suddenly, everyone cried out in surprise, drawing Seojin's attention, and he looked over. His pupils widened in shock as Jang Hai-on clung to the anchor rope, stepping onto the air mass before dozens of eyes in the class. What? Jang Hai-on grinned, easily using the air anchor and the air block to swing back and forth along the walls, making strong and decisive movements. Jin was astonished, wondering if that kid was not afraid of falling, while Jang Hai-on confidently jumped down onto the air block. Just as he touched it, the air block under his feet suddenly vanished. Right at his own air block, Jang Hai-on quickly grabbed the free rope. Jin's heart raced, thinking he was going to fall. Jang Hai-on pursed his lips. Then a rope connected to the anchor appeared, and he gripped the rope tightly. Jang Hai-on's body surged upwards, gathering strength into the arm that was pulling on the rope. His toes touched the ground and an air block appeared under them. Jang Hai-on landed perfectly with the long rope behind him hitting the ground, creating different points. His gaze was focused on the anchor head embedded in the opposite wall as he moved forward. Jang Hai-on approached and grasped the handle of the anchor. To me. Jin's amazement. He exclaimed. This looks cooler. He stood there dumbfounded, Thinking, what a freak. Looking at Trang Hian floating on the air block so confidently, Jin thought to himself, how is this possible? This is his first time using the equipment. I can't believe it. Cut to the next scene. He grabbed the hand and brought the handkerchief to his mouth. Standing at the podium, Jin spread his arms and said, in close combat, there are two main roles. The initiator, who starts the battle and immobilizes the opponent. Hearing the lesson, Trang Hian clearly showed signs of fatigue. Yawning quietly. Thinking, I am starting to learn this boring theory after practicing. Jin's voice echoed in the classroom as he stood at the podium. They often possess special skills that allow them to support allies in close combat or immobilize enemies, while the rest are close combat warriors. You all probably know that already. He slumped his head down on the desk. Thinking, awesome. Now whatever I do, he won't be able to say anything. As Trang Hian had predicted, he had caught Jin's attention but could not do anything and continued to lecture. Their duty is to engage in battle after the initiator starts the fight, focusing on the close combat warriors or key warriors of the enemy side. Jin's voice still echoed in the classroom, mentioning many more roles if we studied deeper. But for now, you just need to know this much. Meanwhile, he thought, what can he do to me now? He should not have challenged me. Remembering the moment he sat on the air block earlier, Trang Hian thought, I have used this equipment so much that I am tired of it. Now using it again feels like a fish back in water. Suddenly, he recalled the piece of paper inside his jacket pocket, wondering when this paper ended up in his pocket. The content of the paper was an invitation. Let us meet after class. Come find me during the break. At the backyard of the training center at 7 o'clock. I have some cool things I want you to see. The content of the note made Trang Hian ponder. Who's this? What do they want? Your eyes clearly show curiosity and excitement. Thinking to yourself, I have to check it out. Transitioning to the backyard of the chaotic center with an empty plot of land and a lot of grass. Trang Hian's hand holding the letter appears. Standing in the quiet space, observing and assessing the surroundings. Finding no one around, Trang Hian slightly furrows his brows. Feeling annoyed. Thinking, am I being pranked? Suddenly, his eyes light up as if discovering something strange. A straight line appears on the ground. A system displays a notification screen that has not activated yet. Super label. Observing the traces on the ground, he senses something's off here. Upon a broad observation, the result Trang Hian gathers is a pattern connecting together to form a square on the empty ground. The square plot of land unexpectedly shifts, revealing a staircase going down below. Sitting above and looking down, he is also surprised by the scene before him. Holding onto the wall with one hand, Trang Hian descends. Looking around, thinking to himself, a secret path. His eyes suddenly widen, staring intently ahead. In his line of sight is the back of a man radiating immense power. The man turns around to look at Trang Hian, and he thinks to himself, the president of the Hunters Association, as I read online. That man is the president of the Hunters Association. Lai Judich. His meaning appears with a smile as he says, you have arrived. Judich stands opposite Trang Hian and says, great job finding the path. He responds without any expression. That paper is really useless. The training center opens at 7 o'clock, if that is all. Who could find this place? Trang Hian expresses. At least I hope you can tell me why you wanted to meet me. In his mind he clearly thinks. He obviously wants to see if I can find the way. He still smiles and says, I have watched all the scenes with you in the show. Trang Hian shows an emotionless face. Responding decisively. It is just that the show has only aired one episode. Behind Judich's eyes lies deep contemplation. Of course. I have observed him much more than that. Remembering back to when he was sitting and watching him on the small screen, Judich thinks to himself, watching him train. The image of Trang Hian, confident and assured while training, unexpectedly flashes in his mind with the thought. That is where he showcases his incredible movement and observation skills. Judich's face brightens as he smiles and says, I tried to guess who would be the next generation hunter winner, but in his mind, he secretly thinks, he really does pique my interest. He does not react, saying, and you think that is me? He gestures with his fingers, accompanied by words. Right. Not only that, I also believe you will reach the top tier tournament. Even higher. Trang Hian grips the paper in his hand tighter. Fine. His eyes full of interest and curiosity as he says, so what is it you want to show me? Is it really interesting? Judich turns around, walking toward the control panel behind and says, Yep. I did say that. Then his hand rested on the fingerprint scanner, and a door slid open. Behind the door was a place filled with countless weapons. Observing the displayed weapons, Trang Hian thought to himself, SSrank weapon. Additionally, inside the cabinet were exquisitely designed pieces of jewelry, and he raised an eyebrow, as well as specialized mana devices. Trang Hian coldly observed the display and spoke, "Why are you showing me this stuff?" Zui, watching the display attentively, said, "You do not want it." Hearing his question, he thought, "Of course, I do. There are weapons here that I used in my previous life." The image of the Caliburn sword appeared in Trang Hian's mind. Caliburn. The sword from an exhibition was the reward for winning a match, and I had it. That sword was really nice to use. Remembering how he used it before, he assessed. It was pretty special when it transformed into a gun. Zutuk opened his arms wide in a generous gesture and turned to Trang Hian, saying, "If you want, I will lend you one of them." After he finished speaking, Trang Hian replied, "Lend? Can't you just give it to me?" Hearing Trang Hian say that, Zutik raised an eyebrow and shook his head. "You do not know the value of these weapons. They are worth more than the ones you got from the Morass workshop." He let out a long sigh and said, "A weapon is just a weapon." Not wanting to beat around the bush, Trang Hian glanced at him coldly and said, "Stop dancing around. What do you want from me?" Hearing his question, Zutik pretended to think as he stroked his chain. He imagined having many people surrounding him, always smiling and flattering him. Zutik thought to himself, usually, they flatter and praise him when they know he is a first-generation hunter and the president of the Hunters Association. He turned to look at Trang Hian, who stood there coldly, muttering to himself, "This kid keeps calling me out." Zook squinted his eyes, a hint of a smile appearing as he thought, "Truly different." He spoke up, "Join the Hunters Association, not as an intern, but as a hunter." Zudik stood in front of him and offered benefits to Trang Hian, saying, "If you agree, I will let you borrow anything here." Trang Hian coldly shot back at him, "What do I gain if I agree?" Zudik was a bit surprised by his question. "Do not you know what joining the Hunters Association means?" Trang Hian replied, "Of course. I know." Not stopping there, he continued, leaving Zudik stunned. "But I do not think it is worth it for me. If your offer is only that, then I will take my leave. Class is about to start." With that, Trang Hian turned and walked away. Zui, standing behind him, called out, "Wait, it seems you are overestimating your abilities. You know how many young talents I have met. They are outstanding in the second and third tiers, and they do not even have such privileges." Hearing him, Trang Hian stopped but did not turn around, coldly replying, "I do not want to know." You turned your gaze back to Zook and added, "The only thing I care about is whether I can or not." Trang Hian turned to him and politely bowed. "I appreciate you showing me those things. See you later." After saying that, you turned and walked away, your back growing distant. Seeing Trang Hian's behavior surprised Zudik. The door to the room opened, and Du Jun saw Trang Hian ran over asking loudly, "Where are you going, Dad? I thought you were going to be late." You walked to the desk, pulled out a chair, and said, "Come on. I am not that irresponsible." He followed behind Trang Hian, looking worried. "You are always making me worry, especially about you and teacher Xian Jin." You sat down in the chair, expressionless, saying, "They do not disqualify candidates just for being late. We still have to continue the program." Du Jun sat down next to Trang Hian and asked, "Where did you go earlier?" You calmly replied, "Just an uncle wanted to meet me." In Trang Hian's mind, the figure of the uncle appeared as he thought, "Actually, I could accept his proposal." The shadow of you from earlier also appeared in thought. But with the experience from the past life, even without those weapons, I can still do well. While Du Jun was puzzled by Trang Hian's words about the uncle, you were sitting quietly in reflection. And after winning this program, I would also receive Sang Miraz's designed weapons. A smile appeared on Trang Hian's face. Now I just have to wait for my value to increase. You happily immersed yourself in your own world. If not, I can still set up my own team. The scene shifted to show a developing city accompanied by a loud announcement. Hopefully, what the coach taught will be useful for you all. Now it is time for you to apply what you have learned. You will participate in a 3v3 match in this aerial urban combat area. In this round, the winning teams will advance to the next stage, while the losing teams will be eliminated. R pointed excitedly ahead. Let us wait and see who will win. With an outstretched hand, a mana stone appeared above it, saying, "We have also prepared a special prize for the winner to increase the excitement of the match. They will receive a mana stone." Chang Hyun's face showed confidence as he heard the announcement, sponsored by the Hunters Association. He thought to himself, a mana stone. The image of a green stone radiating a large amount of energy appeared. Chang Hyun squinted a bit. It helps enhance the quantity and effectiveness of mana. Exactly what I have been looking for. I need more mana to use and when I get new skills. The corners of your mouth lifted in determination. I have to get it at all costs, Minseok said. Since the first round marks the start of the real qualifiers, everything will be broadcast live. Even this program is currently being aired. Please note. Ara continued. The results in class will determine your team. The person with the highest score will be prioritized in choosing teams first. Minseok cheerfully said. Okay. We will see each other right when the match starts. In the waiting room. Please go ahead and choose your teams. A dim light gradually faded as the screen closed, and a voice announced, "Cut. Stop here." The room where the filming took place in the background appeared. As the camera stopped recording, Ara appeared with a displeased expression. Looking at the screen showing Chang Hyun, she thought to herself, even though he had quite an impressive performance in the survival game, he is too full of himself. But he lacks empathy for others. Images of two towering buildings flashed in her mind, hinting that this would be a hurdle for him in forming a team. Minseok turned to Ara and said, "Ara, are you still thinking about Chang Hyun?" She replied vaguely, "Why do not you give it a try?" Looking at the group of Chang Hyun's participants in the lobby, Ara said, "A team round in the aerial urban combat area. Although there are still 20 participants." Hearing her say that, Minseok responded, "Since you like simplicity, your typical approach is usually a round that emphasizes individual skills. The kids are not ready for team play yet. And you know that." Ara's face showed displeasure as she slightly curled her lips and said, "The truth is, I want Chang Hyun to be eliminated." The image of him using the anchor during practice came to mind. No matter how skilled he is with the anchor and airflow, if he goes solo, he becomes an easy target. The cityscape appeared, and she thought, the vast arena also requires contestants to move quickly over long distances, putting Chang Hyun at a disadvantage due to his low stats. Seeing Ara act this way, he chuckled without saying anything. "It has been a while since I have seen you care about a contestant like that," she absent-mindedly replied. "I know he has amazing talent." Ara added, "However, what he needs right now is not victory." Suhyuk also joined the discussion. "I agree with Ara. Excessive confidence can kill an inexperienced hunter. Even top-tier contestants can face defeat due to a moment of carelessness in the tournament." Minseok Kuntae chimed in. "You know, I believe that according to his words, Chang Hyun's silhouette appears in competitive environments, especially in the hunter arena. Confidence leads to victory, and complacency leads to defeat. These are two sides of the same coin." Minseok Kuntae smiled and said, "Let us see how he handles the plan you two designed." The scene shifted to the room where the contestants were gathered. At this point, Chang Hyun pointed at his face and asked in surprise, "I am number one." The announcer next to the cameraman said, "Yep. Since you have the highest score, you get to choose two teammates first. According to the confirmed information, your eyes show happiness." Alright then. After a while, Jisoo and Jin Seung appeared with mixed emotions that made the atmosphere really gloomy. At this moment, Chang Hyun showed an extremely cheerful mood and said, "Hello. Let us do our best," suddenly interrupted by a loud voice. Jin Seung pointed at Chang Hyun, feeling frustrated, asking, "Why did you choose me? Are you trying to leave?" His piercing gaze sensed the kind of person he was dealing with and remarked, "He seems to be arrogant." Remembering when Jin Seung was almost hit by a spear, he thought to himself that he could not accept the reality. Remembering the scene when that spear almost pierced the middle of his eyebrows, causing him to tightly shut his eyes, Chang Hyun secretly assessed that he had become his enemy. He turned to Jisoo. Knowing Jisoo would behave properly because he had established dominance with him, Chang Hyun thought, "After all, he is just a kid. I can handle this." He raised a hand in front of him to show respect and said, "I plan to take the top position this round." But a voice interrupted. Then, Chang Hyun winked and pointed ahead. "Among everyone here, I only trust your abilities. You are the strongest. I need your help." Seeing his very cold expression made Jin Seung confused while Jisoo felt nauseous and quickly covered his mouth. Chang Hyun's exaggerated expression made him feel scared, clenching his fists a bit nervously. "Oh my, I am going this far for the prize," Jin Seung said. His face slightly flushed as he coughed. Jisoo and he walked toward him, and Jin Seung spoke up. Do you have any plans yet? After hearing the question, Chang Heen replied, Of course. I do. That is why I chose you too. But you need to follow my orders. The three of Chang Heen's group leaned in and exchanged glances. He spoke up. If not.
Yeah, sure.
Then the three continued to discuss, very animatedly. After a while, the three stopped, silently looking at each other. Then Chang Heen's group separated. Jin Sung leaned back slightly, showing surprise. What the heck? He put his hands on his face, looking like he was losing his mind, saying, Are we messing with each other? You look helpless. Oh man, I can't say I am from the future. Chang Heen placed a hand on Jin Seung's shoulder to reassure him. You just need to follow my instructions and do not make mistakes. Got it. His face took on a dangerous look as he said, If we mess up, we are helping our opponents. So no mistakes allowed. Jin Soo and Jin Seung were intimidated by Chang Heen's fierce demeanor. He replied, All right. I understand. The scene shifted to a competition arena designed like a city with green shades, covering the sides of the buildings. The announcer's voice boomed. From now on, the 3-on-3 hunter match will begin, and the arena will be an urban area. Right. Touching the ground or losing the ability to compete will result in immediate elimination. The contestants who fail this task will be dropped from the program. Good luck to you all. Chang Heen appears on the battlefield with an expressionless face. A beam of light shines from the top of his head to the center. Chang Heen's face shows excitement. Let us get started. Chang Heen is carefully observing from the rooftop, which is a high building located at 7 of the clock from the center. He looks from afar and sees no one. He thinks it seems like he is the only one in this area. He presses his earpiece and speaks to his teammates. Where are you two? I am currently in the eastern area of the arena. At 3 of the clock from the center. They are in the middle near the edge. Chang Heen stands up and says, Okay. Let us proceed with the plan. He walks while talking to the other two. We will meet up later. For now, find your way to the center. Don't get caught. If you see anyone, retreat immediately. His teammate replies. Understood. He picks up his fallen gun and points it out. He thinks to himself, with 3 teams of 3 people in such a large arena, the chance of running into other players is very low. Chang Heen walks slowly, considering that if no one appears, he will have to attract the enemies himself. An arrow suddenly flies out of nowhere, aimed directly at him. He quickly runs and dodges. The arrow changes direction, and his friend anxiously asks, What was that? Are you being attacked? Chang Heen calmly replies. Chang Heen runs to the end of the bridge, thinking that the person who shot the arrow has not gathered with their teammates yet, so he can ignore it. Chang Heen thinks and makes a decision. He needs to move to the building in the center. He runs straight. After a while, Chang Heen arrives and tells his teammate, My position is pretty good. He walks forward with his gun in hand and loudly asks, Can you two see outside clearly? Do you see me? He looks around and tells his friend, You probably can't see me, but I can see you clearly. And Chang Heen's friend replies, I can see you too. He feels pleased and smiles. Great. Then let us play. Chang Heen aims his gun at the sky. Then he fires. The sound startling the whole area. He feels confident. Everything seems to have been prepared meticulously. Now he just has to wait. Finally, an opponent arrives. The one walking out of the shadows is Jin. He carries a long sword on his back. Sits down and asks Chang Heen, What are you doing? Chang Heen looks over and thinks. Jin Han. He lands on the ground and asks, Are you alone? Lucky. Just what I wanted. You are my first opponent. Wait. I need to inform Han Jian. Han Jian calls out to Jin. Keep it down. Your earpiece is still on. I can hear everything. This is not the time to play. But if you can handle him, go ahead. Chang Heen thinks to himself. I heard everything too. What is Han Jian talking about? Han Jian continues. I am on my way to you. So do not do anything reckless. Chang Heen thought to himself. If I waste any more time here, I will have to face both of them, or even more. Jin laughed arrogantly and said sarcastically. Why are you here all alone? Where's your teammate? I heard you ranked first in the close combat test. But I am pretty confident in that one-on-one fight. I have also researched a lot about how to deal with mana guns. And you seemed a bit taken aback by Jin's comment. You think brainwashing techniques work or something? Chang Heen, with a calm expression, pointed his weapon down at Jin and said, Why do you think I am alone? Jin replied, Well, if you were not, your team would have attacked me by now. I know they are not here. That is all. He lost his patience. starting to act, running straight at Chang Hian with his sword in hand, decisively saying, "Sorry, but I need to ask you about your match with Han Jian. After we settle this." Chang Hian quickly reacted, blocking the sword with his gun, calculating in his head, "Just as I guessed. He is much stronger than me." He quickly stepped back, looking wary, keeping his distance. He jumped up high, and Jin hurriedly chased after him, asking, "Where are you going?" Chang Hian glanced over and thought, "Good at tailing me." Jin kept talking non-stop. "I won T let you get away. Do you know I can even reach the height of my seniors? But everyone was surprised by my mobility in the test. I will show you. You are trying to run to the square. Stop." Chang Hian, "Let us have a proper match. I know you have something special. How about a death match?" Chang Hian thought to himself. He can still talk nonsense up here. He grabbed the magic rope, instantly revealing himself in the middle of the air. Jin glared at him, stunned, sweating, not knowing what was happening. He turned to run, but Chang Hian coldly shot at him, and he used his sword to block the bullet. Then Chang Hian immediately turned to run away because he knew well. After all, he is one of the promising hunters. I can distract him with my gun. He looked at the gun and told himself, "My Ez is not as strong as the real ones in the survival game." He dashed away. Of course, this gun is not strong enough to deal with him due to my low mana reserves. In the rush, he saw someone from last month. Han Jian suddenly appeared with a very serious expression. "You have lost." Chang Hian began contacting his teammates through his earpiece. "Jin's, Jisoo." Jisoo was currently hiding behind a wall, while Jin Sung was standing in a building to observe. He spoke up, "Ready. Jin and Han Jian are teaming up to attack Chang Hian." He showed fear and shouted, "Jin's, Jisoo." Right now, Jin and Han Jian are stopping. Jin looks confused while Han Jian is really angry, making a fiery move. He swings the swords, heading straight towards Chang Hian. Chang Hian quickly dodges, controlling his sword. Chang Hian smiles confidently, calling out, "Jisoo." Jin and Han Jian would not let Chang Hian go. "You can't fool me anymore." Suddenly, he realized something was off. Wait a second. Chang Hian counterattacked, launching a gravity attack, leaving Jin and Han Jian confused. Chang Hian let himself fall through the air. Dropping down, Jin and Han Jian were thrilled. He smiled sharply and lightly. The two young men were startled. Han Jian exclaimed, "Is he going for a suicide attack?" Suicide attack is one where the perpetrator intends to kill a number of people, including themselves, the most common form being a suicide bombing. Suddenly, something beneath Han Jian's feet vanished, causing him and his teammate to fall as well. Just as Chang Hian was about to hit the ground, a hand from afar used magic to conjure a net to catch him. Chang Hian raised his hands above his head, relaxing on it. Meanwhile, the other side was still being pulled down by the Earth's gravity. Han Jian then realized, they have fallen into a trap. Notification system. Team Jin has fallen. Team Han Jian has fallen. The net disappeared. Chang Hian shot a grappling hook up to the side of the building, connected his headset to take a call. And the other side asked, "Are you okay? Can you handle the gravity?" He cheerfully replied, "Being squeezed from both sides is not great, but I will manage. Good job, Jin Sung." Jin Seung stood in the building not far away, surprised that my control could achieve this. This plan is not bad at all. Chang Hian landed safely. Not bad. If we face them directly, it would not be so easy. He recalled the earlier fight. First, I will provoke them, and at the moment I am in the air, Jisoo will unexpectedly launch a gravity attack, catching them off guard. Thanks to Jin Seung's control, I won't fall. Unlike others, Chang Hian smiled triumphantly at the cityscape. The game is not over yet, so do not lose focus. The others might have seen me fight or heard information, so it is highly likely they will avoid the trick from before. Team Iju died from blood loss. Team B Lihian died in battle. Team B Kim Q died in battle. Team B and T died in battle. He looked at the notification. She single-handedly took on 3, so it is not surprising for Haiju. The system continued to display, announcing the survivors. Team C Kim Jinsun. Hem Jisoo. Team C Li Cheng Hyan. On team beside, Haiju was angrily cursing her teammates. The two chased after someone and then fell and died. Is this your first time fighting? I was stunned back then. It is really unbelievable. Jinsuo waved his hand to explain. Senior. When I noticed the remaining people hiding, Chang Hian looked like he was about to lose to Senior Han Jian. He has very sharp tactics and aimed for both of their weaknesses. So we could not do anything but charge in, even without a strategy. In terms of strength, Senior Hanjian is still stronger than those others. Right. But that is just my personal opinion. Even though Senior Haiju is also there with Senior Hanjian, the outcome won't change. That is what I mean. Senior Haiju has no idea how Senior Chang Hian left an impression at that time.
Yeah.
Who had been sitting silently with his head down, finally spoke up. It is my fault. I should have been more careful, even though I have experienced their abilities before. Chang Hian stood there, recalling his past, thinking that he also felt that way before reverting back. Rather than hiding it when a mission fails or they lose, we should reflect on our mistakes while also contemplating our performance. Sometimes, not being ashamed a little is good. Suddenly, someone called you from behind.
Hey.
You turned around to see it was Jin Sung, and shyly scratched his ear, his eyes looking away before he spoke. I am sorry for saying unpleasant things to you. Seeing Chang Hian stunned and speechless, and quickly turned away. If you forgot, then forget it. Behind him, Chang Hian smiled softly. He was the type of person who would not apologize even if it killed him. Truly a Taisunder. On our side, they were also shocked by Chang Hian's victory, not expecting him to defeat them so easily. This was a tactical win. Completely surprising. Another person remarked, I told you that kid is special. Aura observed through the TV. From the beginning, this was not even a test of strategy. I was surprised too. Even knowing Jizu and Jin Sung's abilities. Coming up with a strategy on the spot is not easy. And the fact that he convinced someone who was once an enemy is noteworthy. That is what makes him special. On stage, with a crowded audience, the host excitedly announced that the first round of the main competition has concluded. And here are the next generation hunters. Next is the reward for the winner of this round. Proudly claiming the top position with a total of 3 points for all surviving members and 2 points for 2 eliminations. Team C, including Hyan, Jin Sung, and Jizu. Please come up to the stage. Each of you will receive a Mana Awakening Stone. Hyan politely smiled and bowed. I just passed the first barrier since the regression. He opened the box to admire the item he just obtained. With this, I can upgrade my skills to the highest level. He continued. The Mana Awakening Stone will increase your mana, making you stronger. Use it and move forward. Carrying the future of the Korean hunter community. And next, conquer the tower as a top hunter. It is not just about becoming a global hunter. However, there are also those who do not qualify to be hunters. The team that loses in the 3v3 hunter match will face the elimination mission. And among them, any player deemed unqualified by the judges will be eliminated from the program. The participants in the elimination mission are the 13 who lost from the first match. And among them, the screen displayed a photo of the Jun pair. He pointed at the screen. I will briefly explain the elimination mission. This elimination mission is a 2-person triangle capture battle, where 2 people work together as a team and coordinate their actions. The rules are very simple. To pass this mission, within 1 minute, the 2 must move together and capture the point. If you can't capture the point, there is another way, which is elimination points. You can earn elimination points by taking down other hunters and getting on the leaderboard. Since there is an odd number of participants left, you can invite a teammate from the group of those who have passed the round to join you. In that case, the participant who has passed the round, even with a low score, will not be eliminated. The match will start after 1 day. Back in the room, Jang Hyan thought about the mission. I know. Those 2 have teamed up. If it were me, I would do the same. Teaming up with the strongest is probably the easiest way. He saw Dejun still wandering around. Had not he found a partner yet? Could he get eliminated this time? Who knows what the future holds? But right now, the elimination mission is quite risky. Dejun turned around and saw Jang Hyan, and he happily ran over. Immediately inviting, Hey Jang Hyan, we are classmates. Right. You will help me. Right. There is no one else. Jang Hyan flatly refused. Dejun begged, coaxing him. Come on. Please. Oh right. You taught me to use a sword. So our relationship is that of master and disciple. Right. What master would let their disciple die without saving them? Jang Hyan was taken aback. Suddenly he became his master. If I am the master, then your academy coach is the grandmaster. Right. Dejun put on a pitiful face, his eyes sparkling. He reluctantly accepted. Fine. He thought to himself. I will help this time since I have nothing else to do. And I need a place to test my skills after using the Mana Awakening Stone. He turned his back and said to Dojun, "But you have to follow my plan completely. This is the last time I am helping you." "Got it," he happily exclaimed. "I knew I could count on you." Back in his private room, Jang Hyun could not help but take out the stone. Should I try it right away? The stone in Jang Hyun's hand glowed brightly. A mana awakening stone. When you possess it, it gradually absorbs, significantly increasing your mana. And when you drink it, it can upgrade your skill level. Jang Hyun sat on the bed, smiling. Just as I thought. The effects are still the same as before. He tossed the mana stone into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Effects started to appear one after another. Super Cypus Plus. Switching to Mysterious Weapon Level A. Top level ED Plus with an increase in top skill levels. Growth status will be accelerated. With the increase in top skill levels, the performance of newly developed keyword skills will be enhanced. Jang Hyun was enveloped in a dazzling halo of light. Top level awakened abilities. Source and boost. Enhancement. If you shout the unawakened name while using or say the position you will strike before attacking, the impact will increase. And the shout does not need to correspond with the action. Top level awakened abilities. ED enhancement. You can indirectly use ED with mana. He pressed his hand on the system to check his points. They had increased. Strength 5.1, Reflexes 6.1, Agility 6.6, Endurance 5.6, Recovery 5, and Mana 66. The levels of important skills have increased, and the mana amount went up by 1. The system introduces that with the increase in top skill levels, the performance of newly developed keyword skills will be enhanced. Furthermore, the top-level keyword skills are enhanced immediately. At this level, E. which was only used for restraint, will gain damage power similar to back in the survival game. Jang Hyun looked excited holding a gun. He calculated his moves in his head, waved his hand to turn off the system, then lay down with his hands behind his head, while planning his strategy. Great. I have a plan for tomorrow. Now let us get some rest. Tomorrow there is a lot to do. Then he gently closed his eyes, turned to one side, and took a deep breath. On a small stage, there was a puppet being controlled by someone else. The story began with a small club. A club on the brink of bankruptcy. After the first awakening, it was not long before my abilities revealed themselves. At that time, the one who made the proposal to me was director Kim Yui-jung, who appeared like a puppet with bloodshot eyes and a sinister expression. That puppet said, "Join our team, and I will train you. In exchange, what do you think about unlocking your full potential? With your current skills, you can't compete." The more he spoke, the more his toothy grin showed, along with a tongue that flicked out like a snake's, making the puppet look clearly flustered. I raised my hand to cover my mouth and said, "Unlocking now is a bit. They say the effectiveness is still very low, but I still want to wait and see." The puppet freed itself from the binding strings, sitting pensively on a long bench. And they still accepted me into the team, because I had not unlocked my skills. I never had the chance to compete. That was the invisible control from the director. The voice echoed. "Chang Hyun. Do you really think you can step out there and compete? Players are just for use. You think you are special just because you are a bit better in practice matches." I continued to develop and rise, elevating my championship title and etching my name into legend. But a flower forced to bloom early surely withers quickly. It will definitely wilt soon, as I raised the championship cup high, only for that precious crown to immediately fall from my head. Chang Hyun startled awake. He realized he had been in a nightmare. He sat up, still bewildered, running his hand through his hair. The memory he wanted to forget the most, now the past, will not repeat itself. He put on his shoes and walked away. More than anyone else, the foundation had been laid for me to start my athlete career in a way more intense than anyone. Of course, it would be hard to win against the top-tier rookies of the same era. There is still a lot to improve. By enhancing my skills and unlocking them, I will reach a higher place. That past. Just let it die. In the Warriors' waiting room, everyone was mostly ready. Dojun was sitting on a chair putting on his shoes, when suddenly a voice came from behind him. "Are you mentally prepared?" Dojun turned around to see Chang Hyun walking over. He replied, "Of course. From warm-up to strategies, I'm all set." Chang Hyun sat down next to him. "Strategies? Do you have your own strategy?" Dojun laughed, pointing at him. "Just do what you say." He gave his head a pat. Why did I even ask this idiot? Finally, that moment arrived. The atmosphere in the stadium was extremely lively. Thank you for waiting. The next generation is about to compete. Thank you to the audience present to watch the elimination task. Which contestant will be the first to leave? Now. The elimination task is about to begin. The contestants took their positions. And so did Chang Hyun. He closed his eyes and was ready for the task. At the first match in area, the territory was occupied, and Dojin appeared behind. Looking around, this was an ordinary city match. Dojin ran over to ask, Chang Hyun, what is the plan? You have thought it through, right? You point towards that skyscraper in the middle of the city. The goal is the center. What we need to do is take over the center. Not just some key points on the road. As soon as it starts, we need to quickly run there and seize it. Dojin asked in surprise. Really? Our opponents are Hanjian and Heju. Right. They are a team too. They will definitely stop others from taking that area. Are we really going into the lion's den? Chang Hyun waved his hand dismissively. If you think you can't do it, just give up right now. He ran after him to explain. I mean, think again. Chang Hyun looked at the countdown clock. Okay. The waiting time is almost up. As soon as it ends, we need to act really quickly. Prepare. 10 seconds left. Saying that, he used his gun to hook himself into the air, then activated his air running skill. Dojin shouted loudly. Wait. Come with me. I do not know if Chang Hyun heard, but he kept running with determination on his face. The air is pure, and no one can anchor themselves in it better than me. First, I will get close to the capture point and ambush them. Hiru, nearby, was glaring at Chang Hyun, saying, if that jerk was not there, I would not have to face 3 others alone, and we would not have to participate in this stupid elimination mission. She noticed that she was losing focus. Hanjian asked, what are you thinking? Hiru. She tapped her head. What else but the fact that you got beaten by Chang Hyun? Hanjian regretfully said, do not be silent. She walked over, looked him straight in the eye, and said, do not be so weak. Focus. What you need to do this time is not to make any more mistakes. Then walked away. He followed her footsteps. Got it. But it is not as simple as you think. Hiru replied. Who does not know? I have thought everything through. In the last round, if I had not intentionally hidden some skills, I could have survived after taking down 3 people. This time, I will use all my skills to capture them. I won't get eliminated just for being careless. It seems he is in the average group. From now on, let us use close range attacks to take them down with one hit. Just like our basic strategy. Then the 2 of them headed towards that building. Chang Hyun sat by the window of the building, spinning his gun in his hand, waiting for the prey to arrive. Not here yet. Dojin replied from the other end. Well, you are just going too fast. Chang Hyun looked down at the city and replied. I have found a good position. Just block them. Once you arrive, we will move straight to the capture point. There is a team down below. Dojin was quite worried. The other teams will notice us. Is that okay? He held the gun, smirked a bit. I have an idea. It is already late anyway. So let us just walk there. When using the air block and air anchor, move really strongly to catch the attention of the other teams. Saying that, he placed his hand on the trigger. While the other team was distracted and lowering their guard, Chang Hyun shot a bullet that flew down towards them. A few minutes later, the system displayed a notification. Epli Hanjin was taken down while on the move. A headshot at this level is similar to the level I got in the hidden dungeon in the survival game. Just like Ethan. Even better than I was in the past. The one who surpassed Ethan. The last teammate from Team Epli quickly ran away, but in the end, he could not escape his sight. Team Epli. Dojin called in worried. I just heard a loud noise up ahead. Did you hear that? Who is fighting over there? Are we going the right way? Chang Hyun calmly replied. That was my gunfire. The voice on the other end sounded a bit surprised. Wait, you were fighting? Chang Hyun did not respond, just pointed out his location to Dojin. Turn right from your original direction at 9 of the clock through 3 easy houses. I am on the 2nd floor of the green glass building right there. Come here. Just hung up. Chang Hyun went into cold-blooded mode. Sharp eyes. Who is the target to eliminate? Outside, Ara slammed the table in frustration. She could not believe what just happened. Min Seok amusedly stroked his chin and said, What did I say? I heard he actually has skills related to guns. Right. Ara replied. Maybe. But in my opinion, it is likely a new skill he has developed. Min Seok added. From the very first session, he handled the gun really well. However, Ara still felt something was off. But if that is the case, why would he need to find a secret dungeon in the survival game? Even during training, shooting is just meant to stop. He had never shown this seriousness before. meaning his peak level could be enhanced under certain conditions. While they were debating, someone was quietly observing. Chairman. The whole group turned to look back. Ara was a bit startled. After you came here, Juke said with a smile, just sit down. I came here because I heard there is someone interesting, so I wanted to check it out. Min-suk was also surprised. The chairman of the association too. Do you also want him? He leaned in close, startling him. He denied it. Not all. I was turned down once already. He is very confident. If I had known today would come, I would have offered a higher price. Are you regretful, sir? I do not regret the past. I am just looking for ways to move forward. Hopefully, his future plans will include me. Hearing that, the other three looked at the chairman. Juke smiled while stroking his beard. A bit abrupt, but I am serious. The Australian guy nodded along. But actually, he was thinking something different. Watching the back of the man leaving, wondering what that old man was considering. Yeah. Dujun was calling his teammates. Chang Hyan told him to go to room 1701 on the second floor. Upon arriving, he saw Chang Hyan hiding by the window, his eyes focused. He asked Chang Hyan, have you been here the whole time? Dujun looked around and thought, just as I expected, no one is here. Probably a lot of people are watching outside. Going over there now would be really dangerous. He spoke up. So what is the plan? Are not you going to tell me? Chang Hyan said. Forget about everyone else. Yeah. He-ju, who is easier? Dujun realized the implication in that sentence. Panicking, he asked, what? Do not tell me you want me to block them. Chang Hyan smiled brightly. Do not worry. Just a little. How about you? He asked. Chang Hyan explained further. While you block them, I will take the point. Hearing that was like a thunderclap. He held his head in despair. Oh. Ignoring Dujun's distress, Chang Hyan continued with the plan as usual. Dujun sighed. Oh my. What is the difference from signing my death warrant? The two of them went down the road and approached the system room. Chang Hyan opened the door and walked in. They ran to touch the table in the middle. The system displayed a notification. Occupied. Chang Hyan. Dujun. The duo has occupied the point. If someone else enters the occupied point, or you leave the point, the occupation time will reset. The remaining time until the occupation is complete is 1 minute. Chang Hyan smirked. The battle is just beginning. The system was notifying Han Jian and He-ju. The team of Chang Hyan and Kim Dujun has captured the occupied point. After seeing it, she showed an angry expression and thought to herself, what does he want? Hiding and shooting is not enough. Now he is capturing the occupied point too. Han Jian turned to her and asked incredulously, could there be another edge? Like a secret tunnel? However, He-ju assured him, no way. This survival edge is not built on a dungeon tower. It is just a regular urban area. There is no secret area at all. She asked. Yeah. Based on your combat experience, what do you think? And the occupied area now is no different from sticking your head in a trap. Hearing that, he thought for a moment and replied, in a survival game, if there is no secret area, I could easily overwhelm him. I have a feeling. His focus and mobility seem good. But, and when Han Jian got to this point, He-ju hesitated and reminded herself. Last time we missed him because of that mobility. Otherwise, he would not have been caught in the trap. But going into the occupied point is like giving up mobility. Or maybe his intention is not to hold that place. He might just be distracting attention and will leave midway. Just then it seemed like He-ju thought of something. Her eyes suddenly lit up. A moment later she turned and said, yeah. Listen carefully. I figured out Hyun's goal. He is not strong in combat. So if the fight is inside the room, he won't be able to leverage his mobility. In other words, when others arrive and fight to capture the occupied point, he will take advantage of that chaos. After hearing her explanation, Han Jian asked back, so what do we do? Immediately she ran and replied, anyway, the occupied point is not our target. We just need to break his plan of using the chaos. Moreover, she was thinking, if we succeed, victory will be ours. However, when He-ju showed satisfaction, the system reported again, leaving both feeling confused and surprised. After a moment, they stopped running, and the system displayed the eliminated list. Team A Kim Yang-jun was taken down in battle. Team C Lee Hyang-tae was taken down in battle. Team C Bae-han-soo was taken down in battle. He-ju was shocked. Mouth agape, murmuring to herself, what? Everyone inside got taken down. If he wanted to take advantage of the chaos, he had to escape from them, and instead of occupying, the others would try to chase him. It should have turned into an endless battle. Just then, and Jian looked astonished and pointed ahead, saying in surprise, Hee-ju, look. And when the system displayed the remaining time as 20 seconds, both felt anxious. At this point, Hee-ju grit her teeth and muttered to herself, what are you doing, Chang Hyun? Meanwhile, Chang Hyun appeared extremely relaxed. However, the person next to him, Du-jun, was not the same. He was tense, telling himself he had to face all of them to the death. Unsure if he could do it. When someone comes in, Chang Hyun would shoot. If they dodged, he would charge in for a surprise attack. Is this really okay? After thinking that, he sighed. A moment later, suddenly a gust of wind blew through the window. The next second, Yang Jung kicked the door open and angrily shouted, come out here. Let us have a fair fight. Then Chang Hyun turned around and shot him, and after a painful cry, he fell down. Meanwhile, Du-jun silently observed the situation, and the system reported, eliminated Kim Yang-jun. Immediately after, both were ambushed, surprising them. But Chang Hyun quickly got into a fighting stance. A moment later, someone with a spear appeared. Moreover, he was trying to breach the wall to escape this place. Seeing that, Chang Hyun shouted. Continuing, Chang Hyun fired continuously at him. He easily escaped and took cover behind the wall to debris. On the other side, Chang Hyun felt annoyed and thought, I can't see through the wall. Meanwhile, the person with the spear was Hyen Tef, and he was responding to Chang Hyun with a bright smile. At that moment, he smiled to himself and thought, alright then. That is why Du-jun is here. The next second, he also engaged in combat. Du-jun was fighting Hyen Taza with a sword, and he was also shouting. A moment later, Hanzu approached from behind, and then Chang Hyun glanced back, thinking, both of them. Quickly, he used his super eyesight to engage. In the blink of an eye, he had them targeted and murmured to himself, got the angle. Immediately, with two guns in hand, Chang Hyun gave each of them a round, and when they fell, the system reported that Team Hoynafaard was taken down in battle, and Team Hanzu was taken down in battle. On the other hand, he turned to ask the system, how much longer? Next, the system replied, 32 seconds remaining, and he muttered again, half the time left. With the current score, we would completely win the elimination mission. But that is not what I want, because the goal is to eliminate everyone. After a while, both Hanzu and Huanti arrived, and upon seeing the scene before them, she was astonished. In front of Huyen Teven was a pile of rubble with dust rising everywhere. A second later, she screamed, and Hanzu immediately understood her intention and replied, got it. However, he quickly aimed his gun at them. Instead of shooting at them, he chose to shoot at the nearby wall. Then both Hoen Tifen and Hanzu ran to attack him. But something surprising happened. The wall he just shot suddenly had many cracks appear. This left Du Dung incredibly surprised, staring at it without blinking, and he even said unconsciously, ah. Meanwhile, Trang Huan smiled, and very quickly, the wall collapsed right after that, and he shouted, the building is collapsing. Furthermore, Onhi also noticed and silently wondered, the bird's nest is collapsing. What will the result be? Just then, the system announced again, 17 seconds remaining, and then she said, the countdown continues. Time is running out. Han Shine. Hearing that, he quickly replied, yeah. A second later, amidst the thick dust, a few bullets appeared, followed by screams. A second later, she turned to look in that direction. Next, the system announced, Team Belina was taken down in battle. Team Bella Hunju was taken down in battle. Team Dejin Dung was taken down in battle. Immediately after, Hai looked around and thought to himself, how do I answer this? Where did it come from? Suddenly, amidst the black smoke, a box appeared. Along with that, the system announced again, Team Bella Hunju was taken down in battle. And then in her mind, she had a thought. Where to find Chang Hyen in this wreckage? The scene right now is just a pile of junk. So Chang Hyen quickly took out his gun. And once he held it in his hand, he thought to himself, no matter how good I am, I can handle this many people. He used his superpower, super speed, and remembering that, he took down another enemy. While fighting, Chang Hyen recalled the earlier incident. Just like that time, it was a crisis moment for the whole team, and at that time, the news was all about his team, Lot facing difficulties. Will they turn the tide this time? Rift is strengthening its audience, so look forward to their performance in this match. So after remembering this event, Chang Hyan had a thought in his mind. Someone has to break through to prevent them from dropping to 9th place. And that happened. Meanwhile, through the screen, everyone was still watching him. And they were commenting that the 4-member Lolid team fell into Rift's trap, while the others were running away. At the same time, Rift was still maintaining their member count, with the remaining 2 Lolid members being hunted down one by one, leaving only Chang Hyan. And he was still trying to fight with one thought. He must win. He cannot drop to 9th place. Just like that, he was fighting alone. And this time he brought the building down. When the building collapsed, the commentator was surprised and said, "What is going on? Is this a suicide mission?" He seemed to be about to give up. However, their thoughts changed when they saw Chang Hyan preparing his gun once again. And they silently thought, "He has not given up yet." A moment later, when they saw him shoot again, the commentator said, "Actually, it is the opposite." In a collapsed building, unable to see even an inch ahead, like Chang Hyan was still able to shoot accurately. Chang Hyan was shooting with incredible accuracy. The commentator was following his every move and commented, "1 kin. It is a triple kin." It was truly an unbelievable sight. Right now, Seiki was in a 1v1 situation. Will he achieve heptakill, an unprecedented record in history? As he prepared to shoot once more, he quickly realized the issue and panicked. Damn it. Out of mana. And then the studio also recognized the situation and immediately commented, "What a pity." The historic record attempt ends here. Chang Hyan was defeated by Gimon's blade. With that result, Lud dropped to 9th place with a score of 2-0. And Ritz maintained the number 1 position. After returning to the lounge, he bowed his head sadly and thought, "One step is just one footstep." That one step led to the current result. In another battle, as Chang Hyan aimed his gun at the back of Hizu's head, he looked confident and told himself, "This is it for me." However, just as he thought that, she suddenly turned and attacked him, making Chang Hyan feel annoyed and curse under his breath. Damn it. Just like that, the two fought in close combat. Besides, since his mana was currently at a sufficient level, he was smiling while mumbling to himself, "I am not out of mana anymore." The next second, the system announced, "Teamy Hanjin has been defeated in combat. Teamy Hanjin has been defeated in combat." Quickly, everyone in the waiting room knew about this news. Next, Ara looked shocked and thought, did they lose everything? That is a mission to incite war through capturing points, but successfully occupying and taking down everyone else at the same time. I have to admit, that kid is at least at a professional level. Meanwhile, Minseok just wore a reluctant smile. Then he said, "Come on, juniors. Did not I say he could use a gun? Just look at him. There is no way someone can use a gun. I knew it from the first round. I could see the potential in him." Suhyok also agreed with his opinion. "Yep. I understand he can use a gun like the senior said. But what I am wondering is how he hits the targets in that dust and smoke." Suhy. When deciding on a shot at such a young age, what skills do you need to be awakened? Minseok explained to him again. The accuracy is just as important as the mana. Maybe Jang Hyun has some skills that help him aim accurately. The confidence to hit targets no matter the circumstances. That is what he has. Right after that, all the participating teams were present in the main hall. Meanwhile, Jang Hyun was online checking comments and thought to himself, the community is buzzing with discussions. He also read some typical comments. This game is pretty much like the usual. It is quite interesting. Finally, Corey has a real long-range warrior. If next year's Tier 3 tournament is like this, it is worth looking forward to. After reading, he muttered to himself, if I were the audience, I would be excited too. It is a complete wipeout. That is the viewer's perspective. Not necessarily overwhelming. Having used similar tactics in the past is already a big advantage. If it is a direct confrontation, we would not wipe them all out. Not even half. Next, the system notified him, achieving a total wipeout in the elimination and capturing points. With the increase in top-level skills, the growth rate will be accelerated. Top level. Awakening abilities. Legendary shooter. Long-range sniper accuracy significantly increased. After reviewing the notification, Heen felt happy inside and thought to himself, this achievement seems quite significant. The top-level rank has increased. On the other hand, the system also issued a notification. Shooting guidance. Weak. You can now use the weak version of shooting guidance. After a while, Dojin turned to him and asked, "Hey, You have been hiding your skills all this time. Those recent moves were amazing. Can I try your gun? But Heian responded with a sigh. Then he said, come on. You have so much mana that you need to wipe everything out with a gun. You should have told me sooner. And how did you hit everything in that dust? After hearing Dojin, he just casually replied. Instinctively. Which made him annoyed and say, is that how you treat your only friend? I never thought you were that kind of person. Hearing that, he quickly asked, so what do you think of me now? And honestly he replied, a stingy jerk. At this moment, you glanced at him and thought, wait, he said my only friend. Thinking back. Since regression, there is no one else I can call a friend besides this name. Is my relationship so limited? A moment later, the judges of the Hunter tournament also appeared. First, Aura spoke. Not everyone can become a hunter. Whether you have talent or not determines everything. And that is quite difficult to say. Hunters. The next generation is looking for talents who can excel in the next generation tournament, which makes it even more intense. Therefore, if you have done well and gotten the chance to move forward, congratulations. Should we set off fireworks in celebration? You are just at the starting line. Welcome to the Hunter tournament. Right after that, Min spoke, brief and intense. We choose the best. And this is the Hunter, the next generation. It has not been long, but the judges have already selected the candidates who qualify to be the best. After hearing him say this, the whole hall felt cheerful. Next, Minseok also said, therefore, this evaluation will be the final match. In other words, this is the final evaluation. About the match? Of course, a regular 7 versus 7 Hunter match. The teams will be arranged today, and the match will start in a week. The MVP of the winning team will become the champion, and the runner-up will be the standout performer of the winning team. And in this final match, there will be a special guest. Let us look forward to it. As soon as he heard about the special guest, he became a bit intrigued and wondered to himself, a special guest? After a while, everyone had left the hall, and while Jang Hein was walking with Dujun, suddenly someone called out to him. Jang Hein. When he turned to look, he saw two middle-aged men arguing with each other. First, the man without glasses spoke quickly, so he said first, I represent the film club for member recruitment. Can you spare a few minutes? Wait. Then the other person spoke. Wait. Do not you see I was waiting here first? Jang Hein. I am recruiting members for the club at the beach. After hearing both of them speak, he looked annoyed and thought to himself. Recruitment. Finding a team that fits my conditions would be nice. Quickly, Jang Hein offered, let us go inside and talk. Thus, he led them into the room for a private conversation. After a moment, he was the first to speak. Okay then. First of all, since many people have come to see me, let us start by stating your conditions. And we can talk after that. On the other hand, in the room at this moment, besides the two men, there was another person, and he also spoke up. I Cheon, the training coach at the Soho Private Institute. I have been following the matches and paying attention to your amazing talent. You must have heard about our academy, and we can help you debut in the second division, the first division, or even take you international through the school's exchange programs. If you join the academy, we will arrange an international exchange program for you and assign a personal coach to train you abroad. After hearing this, Chang Hyon fell silent and thought for a moment. After a while, he said, sorry, but there are a lot of people here. Can you summarize your most special terms? This left him a bit confused and stuttering unsuccessfully. However, Yuchion was also quick-witted, and he quickly came up with an attractive condition. We will offer you a signing bonus of 100 million vend and a salary of 500 million vend. About $70,000. What do you think? But he was outbid by someone else. And at that moment he raised his hand and said, 300 million vend signing bonus at once. Not including the salary. We can't disclose the exact salary. But I assure you won't be disappointed. After hearing this, Chang Hyon hesitated and thought to himself, a 300 million vend signing bonus is pretty good. But what I want is to choose my teammates. Perhaps, it is best not to join any team at all. Hell also jumped in and offered him a condition. We can also give you a 300 million vend signing bonus, and we can negotiate the salary. Additionally, we are willing to meet any additional terms you want. At this point, Chang Hyon also stated his condition. How about this? I want to form a team with members of my choosing. Is anyone able to meet that? Hearing this condition, He felt so awkward he could not say a word, while Hell hesitantly replied that, seeing that neither of them could give a definite answer. Chang Hyeon looked at them and muttered to himself, I guess not. After a while of discussion, both sides could not find common ground. He said, let us wrap it up for today. And then one of the three spoke up in response. This is my business card. Please contact me anytime if you change your mind. I will consult with the director and get back to you if we can adjust the offer. When he thought everyone would leave, Chang Hyeon closed his eyes and bowed his head, thinking, for a newcomer, those offers are quite impressive. But just then, when he opened his eyes and saw Ganju still there, he was a bit startled. Chang Hyeon straightforwardly asked him, do you want to discuss anything else? Ganju handed over his business card and replied, allow me to introduce myself. I am a recruiter for Team P. We can meet the conditions you just mentioned. Chang Hyeon, holding the P business card, could not hide his surprise. He wondered if they had participated in the first or second leagues. He had at least heard their names. Otherwise, they must be a team from the third league and mediocre. Ganju responded sincerely. We do not have a high budget, so we can't offer a large signing bonus like other teams. But I assure you, we can build a team focused on you. Immediately, Chang Hyeon straightforwardly asked him, what about your current players? Ganju explained, most of my players' contracts will end next season. I am not sure if they will be promoted again. That is why we are open to considering your opinions when recruiting new players. Chang Hyeon looked at the business card once more and thought, got it. They do not have a high budget but are willing to give me some control to a certain extent. Thinking that, he replied, well, considering my opinion sounds a bit vague. That is not really a promise. Right. Besides, I can only choose rookie players. Right. That means the team will be all rookies. Ganju quickly makes a suggestion. You two should talk directly with our director. It seems they really like you. They insisted that I hire you. So you agreed with him. A moment later, with a sincere expression, Ganju stands up and nervously says, we would really appreciate it if you consider our offer. I hope you will at least meet our director in person. And soon Chang Hyeon replies, sure. I will think about it. After that, Ganju left, and with 4 business cards on the table, including Swu, Per, Sehun, he starts calculating in his head. I can choose from the reputable tier 3s with huge signing bonuses and can pick 1 or 2 teammates. Poor team. A lower tier 3 team that lets me form a team with rookies. Ultimately, it all depends on how well I perform. Not staying in the room long, Chang Hyeon opened the door and stepped outside. And as soon as he saw him, Dojun eagerly asked, did you get anything? Chang Hyeon looked up at him and asked, have you been waiting for me? Dojun happily replied, yeah. I am at Sun's private academy after all. I was waiting outside. While following him, he excitedly asked, so have you chosen a team? What is the treatment like? And then Chang Hyeon awkwardly said, well, 300 million won signing bonus, not including salary. That is the average figure. And when you brushed it off, he was taken aback and said, oh my. After observing his reaction, Chang Hyeon thought it must be higher than what Dojun gets at the academy. But the academy serves as a nurturing place, while the perks I receive are for competing in the tier 3 league. On the other hand, Dojun curiously asked, so which team are you choosing? And Chang Hyeon honestly replied, I am not sure yet. And with surprise, he exclaimed, that is amazing. At this moment, Chang Hyeon quickly explained to Dojun, I told them I want to choose my own teammates. And this response greatly surprised him. A moment later, Dojun followed behind Chang Hyeon and asked, really? Even though you are outstanding, you are still just a rookie. And he agreed with that statement, responding, yeah, that request is a bit tough. Dojun playfully scolded Chang Hyeon, you are asking for too much. And hearing this from him, Chang Hyeon mumbled to himself, I guess, given my current position. But what if I prove myself even more? Then the teams will accept my demands. After a while of thinking, he admitted he was wrong and cheerfully said to Dojun, maybe you are right. And he excitedly replied, so you will reconsider. Right. However, Hyeon replied, of course not. If I demand too much for my current position, then I just need to rise higher. Right. On the other hand, Han Jian had just walked out of the meeting room, feeling uncomfortable and complaining nonstop. Han Jian remembered the conversation earlier, when someone had made a suggestion to him. Hey Han Jian, what do you think? I guarantee no team would offer you such generous treatment. He rejected it. Wait. I am still a member of the SEAL Private Academy. But that person still tried to make another offer. Besides the signing bonus. We will also cover your contract termination fee. Please give us a chance. So now he feels uncomfortable and mutters to himself. They won't even listen to me. And Jian finds it confusing. Because his phone just received a message saying, you should not have given them a chance to talk to you. After reading the message, he smiled and thought to himself, oh wow. I wonder where he is going. The person Han Jian is referring to is Jang Hyun, and he secretly admires him. He really is the first striker of the Korean Hunter tournament. I can't believe he managed to do those things under such high-pressure circumstances. After he finishes the competition, we will reunite on the field in the 3rd division or even higher. That should be interesting. I will be looking forward to that day. Meanwhile at Jang Hyun's place, suddenly Do-jun asks him, the maintenance shop, why are you here? Do you have something to fix? With a surprised look, Jang Hyun turned to him and asked, we are preparing for the competition. Of course we need to get some mana equipment. But Do-jun stopped and asked him, do not you already have the air anchor and air block? Jang Hyun incredulously asked him, have you ever watched any professional matches? On the other hand, he is thinking that there are many types and sizes of mana equipment. Choosing the right equipment for the opponent and situation is also an important skill. Did you see the maintenance shop staff eagerly welcoming the two of them? Hello. Is this your first time here? How can I help you? Maintenance equipment. Weapon repairs. Since it is your first visit, maybe you want to buy some new equipment. Do-jun was captivated by an item in the maintenance shop. He even exclaimed in delight. Meanwhile, the shop owner offered to help Jang Hyun. Do you want me to guide you on how to choose mana equipment? And he responded, oh yes. Jang Hyun pointed at him and said, there is a fool here who knows nothing about mana equipment, which left Do-jun speechless in surprise. Next, she enthusiastically explained. You guys know about the air anchor and air block. Right. But besides that, there are many other types of mana equipment. Mana equipment can be categorized into 4 general types. Equipment for attack, gear for defense, and gear for mobility, like the air anchor. However, he had a question and asked, are not there only 3 types? So she explained again, the last one is not exactly a type. It is more like a composite for things that do not fit into the other 3 types, called specialized mana equipment. Their performance varies greatly and they are often custom designed, so it is hard to explain them in detail. After hearing her explanation, Do-jun turned to ask him, so we came here to pick out some specialized mana equipment. Right. At this moment, Jang Hyun honestly replied, of course not. Didn't you hear the explanation? The specialized mana device is custom designed, not available for you. So we should choose the most common items. The shopkeeper's assistant echoed your words. That is right. Specialized mana devices are usually prepared for special strategies or to counter specific opponents in battles. On the contrary, basic mana devices like air anchors can be effectively used by anyone. This is a mana shield, a type of mana device that, when activated, creates a mana shield around the user. Do-jun asked widely. With this, we won't get hit by attacks. Right. Not really. I do not see it used much in battles. So probably not. She nodded to confirm with him. Exactly. Once it breaks, it needs time to recover. This is something used in emergencies. After seeing Do-jun continuously asking questions, Jang Hyun asked him, you really do not know anything about mana devices? Do you? Do-jun honestly replied, well, I never had the chance to use it before. Jang Hyun had to explain to him, first of all, this is mostly used by ranged opponents, while melee warriors usually have their own means of defense. But ranged and mid-range fighters often do not have that. So they need to use them to hold on and create opportunities for counterattacks. You need to understand the principles. Which type of device suits which type of opponent, or those with special characteristics. How to maximize their effectiveness. And how to make them work together like gears. Then Jang Hyun started teaching Do-jun how to use the mana bomb plane. With just one throw from him, there was a huge explosion right after. At this moment, he held it again and said to him, this is the explosive mana device. The mana bomb plane. What do you think it is good for? Do-jun thought while replying. It looks like it is made to attach to something. Maybe it is used for long-range warriors to attach it to arrows or something and make it explode like a rocket. However, you disagreed. At least I can't shoot it with a gun. How can I attach something this big to a bullet? After hearing Jang Hyun say that, Do-jun also replied. Oh right. Right at that moment, Chang Hyan thought of something. Wait a minute. It is indeed impossible with bullets. But I can shoot with Ez, which can usually transform into any shape. If so, it could work. A moment later, with the mana throwing device in the air, Dujun excitedly asked you, what about this? You said it can teleport. Is it for long-range warriors to keep their distance? Quickly, Chang Hyan touched it and said, oh, this one is good. But, saying this suddenly you quickly pulled out a gun. To his surprise, Chang Hyan aimed the gun at Dujun's head from behind. Moreover, he told him, this is better. You can use these in close combat without needing to use a mana shield. Then Dujun turned to look at you and happily said, there is everything here. Can we take it all? Meanwhile, Chang Hyan appeared displeased, twirling the gun in his hand while replying. There is a limit to the amount of mana that can be used and the number of items allowed to carry in a match. So we can. That is why usually only 1 or 2 items can be taken. He glanced at the items here and asked you, so what do you plan to take? Very decisively, Chang Hyan said, the air throw is enough. It is your choice now. Dujun began to think and replied, right, I have a few ideas too. But it is too hard to choose. Not a long-range weapon, so no need for a mana shield or mana bomb plane. And the air throw seems a bit strange. Which one is good? While he was still hesitating, Chang Hyan silently observed. After a while, Chang Hyan suddenly felt surprised. And you pointed at an item and asked him, what about this one? When you did not answer him, Dujun turned to face Chang Hyan. Right after that, he also showed a surprised expression like you. That is because they suddenly appeared at the venue of the Hunter tournament. Transitioning scenes. Ara stood up to speak, thanking the audience for waiting. The finals will take place in 6 days from now. Now we will announce the team members and the match schedule for the finals. The final match will be in a sparsely wooded area with diverse and gigantic terrain, to be held in the battlefield of the gods. After hearing her finish speaking, you started mumbling in your head. This will be fun. A dungeon inspired by Tower Dungeons. I have fought here a few times, so I already know its features. Sujaik pointed in one direction and said, next, based on the results, we will introduce the members divided into 2 teams. Right after that, the screen displayed. Blue team, Juju. Jizu, he also said. Next up is red team. And then the screen showed the names of red team. Chainayan, Hanjian, Dejun, Jin Sung. Ara added, after announcing the team members. We want to see some teamwork. Hearing this, he thought to himself, teamwork with a team that was just formed a week ago. At this moment Min Seok made another announcement. And next was a surprising announcement. Then Sujaik followed up with his words. This match will have a special rule. Participating as monsters are first-generation hunters. The president of the Hunter Association. Juke. Not long after, he also appeared to everyone's surprise. Chainayan was also surprised by this appearance, and even shouted. All the lights were focused on him. Juke, holding a microphone, walked calmly amidst the curiosity about his presence. He spoke in a very relaxed mood. I have high hopes for the next generation of hunters. So this old man decided to join and give you some experience as a little gift. Do not be too tense and give it your all for the finals. See you next week. On the stage prepared for you. I hope you will be the brightest one. After hearing these words, he began to fall into contemplation. Chainayan decided to chase after Juke. Wait. By inertia he also turned back with confusion. Judicast. What is the matter? Chainayan, at this moment, had a business card in his hand. Chainayan handed it to Judik and said, I am giving this back to you. Which made him feel confused. For me, he bluntly said. Guangju told me I should meet the team leader. Looking at the business card that said Team P, Chainayan mumbled in his head. A team that has been at the bottom of the 3rd tier for many years. Even before the regression I did not remember this team. But when he thought back carefully, he realized he knew this team. Much later, the fact that Judik founded the team was revealed and became a big topic. On the other hand, there was another secret, revealing that the owner of Team P is President Juke. As soon as he saw the business card, he exclaimed loudly. However, just a second later, Juke gave him a look, and this action made Chainayan a bit worried. After looking at him, he casually asked, the nominal owner is the Hunter Ganju. Right. How do you know? So Chainayan sincerely replied, because I can see everything. Moreover, he told himself, this sentence has many meanings. My ability. I can see through you. It shows me your personal information details. So what I said is also true. So what are you going to do? Meanwhile, he was astonished by Chang Ayan's answer. After hearing Chang Ayan say those words, Juke let out a big laugh. Then he praised him. Never expected that skill. Let me officially introduce myself, even though I am not standing in front of you right now. I, the real owner of the P team and the chairman of the Hunter Association, thought my previous recruitment efforts and Ganju's proposal had failed. But have you changed your mind? He smiled since he had fallen into his trap and thought to himself. Gotcha. Chang Ayan straightforwardly told Jutik. In return, I want the P team. After returning to his office, he could not stop tapping his fingers on the table while thinking about what Chang Ayan said. A moment later, Ganju asked Judith, did you give the business card I sent to the owner? And he replied, yep. With a worried look, Ganju quickly explained to him. But that condition is really a bit difficult. Is not? Chairman, the current value of Chang Ayan might not be that high. He began to think about Ganju's words and murmured them in his head. I never thought he would demand full control over the team's activities and business rights in exchange for his joining. Even though he is the top sniper in Korea, that condition is a bit excessive. Although he performed very well on the show, it was still just at an amateur level. After thinking for a moment, Juke stood up and replied, you are right. That is why he made the new proposal. And then Ganju asked, what new proposal? Looking a bit hesitant, turned to look out the window and quietly said, he is betting on beating me in the finals. And not just winning the finals but defeating me. Ganju found that impossible, so he angrily said, that is crazy. Juke turned to him and said, of course. I won't go all out. But if he can do it, maybe bringing him back at that price is not too much. Upon hearing this, Ganju suddenly changed his tone and replied, if that is feasible, then fine. Not stopping there. While Judik was pouring water, he mentioned something funny. The funniest part is when I confidently said I would accept the proposal. Do you know what he said? He recounted Chang Hyan's words at that time. Really? If that happens, I won't hire you. You will be recruiting me. Hearing this, Ganju was astonished. Wait, did he really say that? Meanwhile, he just laughed and said, that is hilarious. If that actually happens, he would be right. But do you think it will be easy? Let us see what he plans to do. At this time, Chang Hyan was meeting with his team. And then he asked everyone, so no one opposes me being the captain. Right. He even looked at Han Jian and thought. I thought Han Jian would want to be the captain. He kept looking at me with those eager eyes, making me feel so pressured. After a while of no one responding, he scratched his head and awkwardly said, okay, let us start discussing strategies. And everyone replied in unison. Okay. Chang Hyan drew up strategies while explaining. And everyone agreed that Han Jian and I were the strongest. Right. So I set up a strategy centered around us. Changing focus. As he said this, Chang Hyan drew two rectangles, one for Team Blue and one for Team Red, on either side, with a center and a yellow star surrounded by a circle with the text. Changing focus. He continued. First, like the opponents, the best strategy in this battlefield of gods is to develop and then engage in team fights. We will build our strategy based on that. Chang Hyan pointed at the yellow star again and said, however, because of Chairman Juke's appearance on this battlefield, a few people here, including me, will use a slightly unconventional strategy. Then everyone joined the discussion. As soon as it started, except for Chang Hyan. Yeah. And Dujun will gather items or hunt monsters to level up. The three of us will attack straight into the neutral monster territory right from the start. First looking for Chairman Juke. After hearing your intention, Han Jian felt confused and loudly asked, Chairman Judik. Very quickly, you confirmed again while nodding and replied, yeah, I want to defeat Chairman Juke. However, Jin Si-wong did not trust Chang Hyan. He said, are you crazy wanting to fight Chairman Juke? What can you three do against him? Even if he says he won't use his full strength. I know you excel at elimination missions and did very well in survival missions. But is that enough for you to think you are one of the best hunters in Korea? Don't try to show off in front of the real professionals. Hearing Jin Si-wong say this, Chang Hyan also felt that there would be many obstacles for him. A thought crossed Chang Hyan's mind. It seems you have made quite a few enemies through the elimination mission. But there is not much time, so let us move on. Han Jian also said to you, everyone knows how strong Chairman Juke is. Do you think Chang Hyan knows? He led us through the elimination mission, so he must have some kind of plan. Chang Hyan showed surprise upon hearing this defense from him. So he secretly thought, Suddenly this guy. We have been at each other's throats from the beginning, and now he is turning to my side. How strange. You also shared your strategy. Of course. I do not plan to go head-to-head with Chairman Juke. Listen, this is not a completely unreasonable plan. Speaking of which, Chang Hai's eyes were very determined. On the other hand, at the studio, Ara was speaking, welcoming the audience nationwide. I am the judge Ara, and I will briefly explain before the upcoming finals. In the blink of an eye, she presented 2 models as examples. Next, Ara began to explain. The Hunter tournament consists of 7-on-7 matches and depends on the map. There is a farming phase where you will kill monsters, level up, and farm items. Then comes the mission phase where you catch neutral monsters or points. Finally, the fighting phase is where the 7-on-7 battle takes place. Due to the different missions, depending on the map's characteristics, the game will play out in various ways. Minseok continued. And for this final match, we have a type of participation that the current Judic presidents will also be involved in. Suhai asked. We understand the roles of the participants, but what role will President Juke play? Very interesting. This time he chose to be a neutral monster. So essentially he is taking on a role similar to that of a monster. But compared to the newcomers, the president is one of the professional hunters. Can the first-generation hunters compete with him? That is why President Judic will have some initial limits imposed. All his stats will be reduced by about 2. Even a difference at the decimal level is significant at the professional level, so even with higher stats, he won't completely outshine the participants. On that note, Ara provided additional information. Furthermore, there are 14 participants, but only President Juke, and I am very eager to see how everything will unfold. Minseok excitedly said.
Yep.
There are many eager viewers for this week's final. We have prepared a lot with top newcomers and experienced hunters facing off against Judic. This promises to be an extremely exciting match. After filming, everyone in the studio said. Everyone worked hard. As Minseok was preparing to leave, Ara asked him, Senior, what do you think about the final match? Senior Minseok has always supported Jang Hyan just like a fan of Tammany. This time he also thinks Jang Hyan will win. Today I am not in the mood to argue with you anymore. However, he replied, I do not think he will win. What do you think it means that President Juke chose to enter the neutral monster territory? Ara started to think and replied, I think he wants to face each opponent and assess the winner himself. Minseok agreed with her answer. Exactly. But if there won't be room for Jang Hyan to shine. Hearing this, Ara quickly asked, Well, in an instant. He answered, Jang Hyan's strengths are mobility and long-range shooting, which have nothing to do with the president at all. The strength of President Judic lies in his powerful close combat skills and incredible pursuit ability. A long-range warrior can never win unless they take him down in one shot. But Ara said, like this time, President Juke has imposed limits on himself to restrict his power. The difference in weight won't be too great. Is it worth the risk? And then he smiled and explained to her. The fact that the president's abilities are limited is not a big issue. Even so, the president won't hold back against them. In the Hunter tournament, anything can happen. You never know what might occur. Additionally, Suhai also agreed with Min Seek's explanation, so he replied, I completely agree with you, Senior. But I think the chances are still very slim in this match. This arena is the battlefield of the gods. The timer currently shows only 9 seconds left, and just like that, the last 9 seconds are gone. And so, the tournament of the hunters officially begins. Since this is a major tournament, it has attracted a lot of attention from netizens. Below the fan page, there are many comments left by netizens. Countless comments are popping up. Really, Chairman Lai is participating in the match. He did not even join many exhibition matches before. Why is that old man competing with the kids? Chairman Lai must want to show off. But come on. These kids are just high school students. I wonder what skills and weapons the first-generation hunters will use. This is Chairman Lai's first time showing up as a hunter on live TV. Is that true? Okay. This is getting more interesting. Honestly, this is more exciting than watching the rookies. Everyone is definitely looking forward to his performance. Additionally, there are many contestants present in the hall. Plus, the familiar faces of the 3 judges are also there, and Hyan is watching intently. He tells himself, luckily, everything is going just as I remember, which means we can stick to the plan. Min-Xe steps up to speak, announcing that it is time for the finals of the competition, and the arena is the battlefield of the gods. The rules are like a standard 7 versus 7 match. The hunter competition will continue until one team is eliminated. Now, let us get started. As soon as he finishes, the entire hall cheers excitedly. According to Hyun's memory, in the past, dungeons known as towers appeared all over the world, leading to conflicts between hunters from different countries. This laid the foundation for today's hunter tournament. The towers contain powerful artifacts, and conflicts are inevitable. Hunters had to fight each other to claim treasures in a battlefield filled with monsters. This is the origin of the hunter tournament. That is why most arenas in the tournament are accurate replicas of real towers. Of course, this also means that first-generation hunters will be more familiar with the arenas than the new hunters. At this moment, once in the battlefield, Chang Hyun is always in a ready-to-fight stance. He does not forget to closely observe the terrain. Next, Han Ji-yeon asks Chang Hyun, "We will deploy according to the plan." Right. And he nods in agreement. After a while, Chang Hyun suddenly turns around and commands, "Yeah. Do Jun." In his mind, he thinks, there is no turning back now. Meanwhile, in the studio, everyone is also watching the players, and Min-seo says, "All right, let us follow the players. Team B is clearing monsters, led by Heej. It seems their plan is to hunt monsters to increase their strength before facing Chairman Lai. That is exactly the most basic and effective strategy. Even if all the ratings of Chairman Lai drop by 2 points, he still holds a significant advantage over our contestant. Team A, on the other hand, is following a completely different strategy with only 4 members hunting monsters. And the other 3 players are here. Chang Hyun, yeah, and Do Jun are completely off the standard path. As Min-seo comments on this, he thinks to himself, they are heading towards the chairman. At that moment, Ara turns to ask him what he thinks they will do next. Min-seok replies that they seem to be targeting Chairman Lai, and she shares her own opinion. Given their current stats with only 3 members, defeating Chairman Lai is almost impossible, is not. After hearing Ara say that, Min-se agrees, saying, "I agree. But let us wait and see what they are planning." Not long after, they have reached the area of neutral monsters. The chairman is also here and seems to be in a rather unpleasant mood. Hearing some noise, he thinks to himself, is someone coming? The chairman walks towards the source of the noise. He feels excitement and thinks, how interesting. What are these kids up to? Do they think I won't recognize them? They have all hidden away. Just as he thinks that, someone shoots at the chairman. He quickly raises his shield to defend himself. At this moment, bullets rain down on the chairman, making him think to himself, I did not expect this. After the opponent stops shooting, the chairman runs forward while shouting, "Is that all you have got, kid?" Then he points his gun at the chairman once more. And then bullets rain down on the chairman again, but he swiftly uses his shield to block them. At that moment, Dojin is looking for an opening to attack him from behind. As soon as he finds the opportunity, he rushes in while shouting and attacks with his sword from behind. But Dojin's move gets injured, and the chairman's shield blocks it, prompting him to scornfully say, "Too slow," as he knocks away the 2 swords in Dojin's hands. He adds, "I had high hopes for you, kid. If this is all you can do, I am quite disappointed. I was expecting you to surprise me with something better than these boring hits." At that moment, a sudden gust of wind surprises Dojin. Juke feels both surprised and confused, and he sees something, thinking to himself, there it is. When a giant shadow covers Juke's body, he furrows his brow in confusion. That shadow belongs to a medieval knight. With his super perception skill, the kid can observe everything. So he mumbles to himself, the battlefield of the gods. The civilization of the giants who once fought in this tower. But for some unknown reason, they have turned to stone. Interestingly, the giants are still alive despite being petrified. The tournament finals are usually held in a real tower. So I am quite familiar with this arena already. So I know how to awaken the giants. Dojin asked Hai, "Are you planning to call those statues easily?" And Jion even said, "Did you notice something? Like when we were in that survival game." As the 3 were moving quickly, Hyan explained, "I can feel it." And he quickly asked back, "Feel what?" After running for a while, Hyan pointed at a statue and said, "If we break the watermarks on those statues correctly, they will shatter, and the giants inside will awaken, like emerging from a shell." However, Dojin seemed a bit hesitant and asked, "Really? Or is it just a guess?" And Jion explained for Hyan, "Of course not. That is probably one of his skills." "Right, Hyan." After hearing that, he stammered, "I guess." Dojin still had doubts and asked, "So what? Will the giants beneath that statue help us? Hyan also explained in detail for him to understand. They have been transformed for so long that they are almost out of their minds. They might attack anything in front of them. Dojin still was not reassured, so he asked, "You are not very confident. But is not Chairman Lai a neutral monster? I get what you mean. But what if when they wake up, they do not chase after the chairman?" Hyan quickly responded, "If I am right, that won't happen." And just as he was about to finish his sentence, Henjian interrupted. "Okay. Let us say you are right. We will still be in danger." "Right." Hyan shouted in his face. "That is why we brought that gear." While Dojin's face showed his worry. Upon seeing the giant knight attacking him, Henjian changed his mind and said, "You were right. I think this might work." The knight soldier's gaze toward the chairman was filled with hostility. Currently, even though he is in a difficult position, the chairman still does not forget to observe the knight statue standing before him. And he first noticed a bullet mark on its shoulder. After observing for a moment, he also saw a bullet mark on its arm. So the chairman understood everything and thought to himself, "They were not aiming for me from the start. It was just a stray shot. They can only know when they step into this edge." Those kids rushed out as if they were prepared to awaken the statue. How? A second later, the statue suddenly screamed, and then suddenly attacked the chairman. But fortunately, he managed to block the attack from the knight statue. Then suddenly the chairman remembered Dojin's attack and thought to himself, "Dodging the attack is easy. But the real problem is that those I just attacked have disappeared. Where could they hide?" He suddenly remembered a weapon and panikedly thought, "No way. The invisibility cloak. They can hide for a while. But it is not very practical and could be discovered if given enough time." Just as he thought about it, the knight statue struck with a hammer, and the chairman quickly used his shield to block it. Just as he was thinking, Hyan used his cloaking suit, and he was also aiming his gun at him. He fired, while the chairman glanced toward the gunshot and muttered to himself that they would not give him time to find them. The chairman was focused on the knight statue. After the recent attack, he had to take a few steps back. Additionally, the chairman avoided the bullet fired by Hyan. He seemed incredibly excited and shouted, "You have pushed me to this point. It has been a while. I am genuinely amazed. All right. You win this round. Right now. You are hiding with your cloaking suit nearby." So Hyan heard everything he said. Not stopping there, the chairman suddenly said, "But is not it a bit early to admit that you actually defeated me? Now we are even. Let us have a proper match." And then, his challenge was seen by the hall through the screen. Min Seook was so shocked that she was left speechless. Meanwhile, seeing him silent, Ara quickly commented, "Hyan thought he was just shooting randomly. But it turns out he found a way to revive the statue." Chairman Judik dodged the bullets. But they attacked, making his situation even more difficult. Meanwhile, Dujun was thinking about what Hyan had said, contemplating attacking the statue's wet spots with bullets. To make it harder for the chairman and use the invisible suit to hide, he redirected the statue's momentum toward the chairman. At this moment, in the studio, Min Seok was also thinking that this kid was really succeeding. He kept his eyes glued to the screen to see Hyan's next move. Then Hyan firmly held the gun and thought to himself, "Definitely a first-generation hunter." As if that was not enough. Thinking this, he saw him use a blade to strike the shoulder of the knight statue. And then Hyan made a decision in his mind. Thinking. Then, he fired again, targeting the head of the knight statue. However, he had also guessed Hyan's intentions and quickly used a shield to block it. The chairman was still trying to climb onto the head of the knight statue, and after a while, he managed to stand on top. But quickly, the statue knocked the chairman down again, yet he still provocatively taunted him. "It might work once, but not a second time. Is there anything else?" Hearing this, Hyan began to mumble to himself. "Oh really?" He quickly used his skill, Super Sight, and started looking for weaknesses on the chairman. And then he noticed a bullet hole left on the shield. Hyan decided to attack and thought to himself, "What about this?" At this moment, your bullet is flying with high precision. However, the chairman managed to block it, and he even said, "I told you it would not work." At this point, as the Jutek bullet was floating in the air, Hyan fired another bullet that hit it. Just like that, one of the two bullets flew toward the knight statue, and Jutek was also surprised when you fired another shot. Very quickly, the bullet was going just as you wanted, and then he began to wonder, The shot bounced back. On the other hand, Hein did not just hit one, but two knight statues. At this moment, Jutek licked his tongue and said, "Here we go." Meanwhile, you observed his attitude and thought to yourself, even a first generation like him can't handle those two. It looks like they are planning to take him down completely. And Hein immediately ordered his teammates. Dojin.
Yeah.
Did you hear that? Jin-sun will be bringing the others soon. You know what to do. Right. And then Han Jian, hiding with Dojin in nearby bushes, looked at him and replied. On the other hand, when Jin Seon's team arrived, they saw many wolf dog corpses ahead. Teacher the Han started to sigh and thought to himself, I wonder what growth to this extent would lead to. Jin-sun remembered what someone had said earlier. Among the four of us, you are top one. The one I always trust. Jin. And then Han reluctantly replied. You have said that. So I guess I have to help you. Jin Seon took out a paper and mumbled to himself. He gave us 3 instructions. Gather as many minions and resources as possible. And maintain the numbers. Be careful not to run into Huju's area. If you encounter them, run away. He even outlined an escape route for us. Then, Han suddenly heard Huju's voice saying, They are just nearby. Look for them. And in panic, and hid behind a large rock nearby. Additionally, Jin Seon remembered Jang Hyan's words and thought to himself. His speculation was right. On the other hand, Huju appeared confident and told her teammates. This time we won't lose. Very quickly, she found Jin-sun, causing Han to hurry back. Right after that, to Huju's surprise, Jin-sun and his teammates ran away. Replace her. She is out of luck. Over there chasing. Han turned back to look while mumbling in his head. If we meet the blue team, lead them away while escaping. But can we do that? Jang Hyan ran for a while. Then Jin-sun turned to his teammates and said, Keep running to the Rendezvous point. And that person replied. Got it. Meanwhile, Huju and her teammates were still chasing from behind. Very quickly, they reached the knight statue, causing her to panic. Ah! What is this? As soon as they saw it, Huju's group was extremely astonished. On the other hand, she had taken out her weapon for defense and reminded herself that this area was neutral for the monster. And when the knight statue was awakened, it began to wreak havoc. Moreover, it suddenly became angry and kept growing larger. On the other hand, because of the knight statue's surprise attack, Huju was thrown into a panic. As soon as he heard her voice, Jin-sung turned around and said, What the hell is that? Moreover, he silently thought about Mei Huju, who said he would attack Chairman Judek as well. What the hell are you doing? Meanwhile, Judek was still fighting against 2 knight statues alone. On the other hand, Chang Hyan called Jin Seong and asked, How long can you hold this chaos? And then he replied, Not long at all. So he decided to set a deadline for Jin Seong. 3 minutes is all we need. However, while he was using his superpower to lift the stones, Jin Seong doubted Chang Hyan's ability and responded, What can you do in 3 minutes? Then he just replied, You will see. Next, Chang Hyan turned to command his teammates, Dujun and Han Jian. Now is our best chance while we are still hiding. Right. Immediately, both replied in unison. Got it. On the other hand, he also made another request. At my command, we will take down Huju's team first. After that, both focused on following Chang Hyan's orders, while he began to count. 3. Instantly, both of them threw off their cloaks of invisibility, and Dujun even shouted to show his determination. Just like that, to the surprise of their opponents, the two charged towards Huju, with Han Jian's sword stabbing into her teammate, causing that person to cry out in pain. On the other hand, Huju turned to look at her teammate, angry enough to grit her teeth. Continuing, she ordered the others to avoid and engage with the largest giant possible, staying close to the red team in the chaos. Next, Huju knelt down and created a magical barrier. Just like that, a magical circle appeared to protect her team. Upon seeing it, Chang Hyan recognized it and thought, A sanctuary, a healing range. I can't let this happen. So he quickly started shooting. Next, the bullet flew towards Huju. But thanks to the ring on her hand, she managed to block Chang Hyan's bullet. Moreover, she spoke to him. Do you think I would step out without any countermeasure against your gun? And then he realized his mistake. Thinking, I underestimated my opponent a bit. I am out of options. I have to use a different method. Thinking that, Chang Hyan quickly took out the mana bomb plane. A moment later, as he was dividing it up, he thought, dividing the mana bomb plane, while the system also provided information about it. Mana bomb plane. A mana device that can condense mana and cause explosions. Comes in a pack of 8. Next, Chang Hyan took out a bomb and murmured to himself, placing it into Ez and changing its shape. It feels a bit heavy, and soon Chang Hyan opened fire. In that moment, Heju had to scream in pain. On top of that, she quickly grabbed a hammer and cursed. Damn it. Dujun called out to him. Chang Hyan. What did you just shoot? That was you. Right. Are you crazy? You shot down the whole mana bomb plane. Meanwhile, he felt excited and thought to himself. Looks like it is working. After a while, blood from Heju dripped onto the ground. At this moment, she was holding her wound on her arm while cursing under her breath. Damn it. These wounds heal fast thanks to the holy ground. But just as she thought that, she was ambushed. And when she saw that weapon, Heju told herself, we are not just facing one person. In the blink of an eye, Dujun and Han Jaeon appeared as well. Next, Chang Hyan was checking his gun while thinking. There are 2 ways to progress in the Hunter tournament. First, killing monsters or minions that appear in Mep's dungeon. And second, eliminating opponents. Shortly after, she moved towards Dujun and Han Jaeon. However, Chang Hyan shot Heju to stop her from advancing towards the two, and when the bullet pierced her, Heju screamed. He thought to himself, Team Heju is almost done. At this time, Jutek was still battling the night statue, and right after dealing with it, he looked towards him and thought, looks like things over there are done too. Moreover, Jutek felt pleased and said, this is really refreshing. It has been a while since I had a proper fight. Back to the main topic. Should we talk more? Chang Hyan. And then he straightforwardly replied, is there anything to talk about here? However, he said, do not say that. I am quite impressed. Talking about strategies. The Hunter tournament is about to turn into a brutal battle. But initially, strategy was the key to conquering the towers. Just after finishing his sentence, he suddenly changed his expression and became angry. Furthermore, he suddenly threw his spear towards Chang Hyan, and Judek also managed to cut through his invisibility cloak. Meanwhile, Chang Hyan appeared surprised and thought, did he locate me through his voice? It seems the chairman does not have much strength left. We could overpower him. And thinking this, he ran a short distance. On the other hand, Hanjian and Dejun surrounded Judek, and after a scream, Dejun rushed into battle. However, he managed to dodge her attack. Jutek swung his spear and struck Dejun's arm, making him scream in pain. After that, Chang Hyan shot to cover him, and he used his shield to block it. Meanwhile, Hanjian expressed her astonishment and said, no way. While he had a different thought in his mind. This must be the difference between top hunters and a newcomer in the 3rd league. We really tried to keep you here. And while you think that, Judek is hurting Jin Sung, in the end, he finally took him down. Chang Hyan aimed his gun at Jutek and thought to himself, is it just me and Han Jian left now? He looked at you and smiled, asking. Surprised. At this point, Chang Hyan confidently replied, everything is going according to plan. While you were surprised by his response, he suddenly laughed loudly and said, so you must have a way to handle this situation. Right. Chang Hyan quickly replied. Of course. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, you hurriedly ordered him. Han Jian. He understood Chang Hyan's intention and quickly maneuvered his swords. Just like that, the swords flew straight toward Judek, catching him a bit off guard. The next moment, he quickly grabbed his shield to block it, and Jutek charged at the two of them. In the blink of an eye, he had injured Han Jian, causing him to wince in pain. Jutek kept attacking to finish him off. Right after that, he turned to Chang Hyan and said, okay, now it is just you left. At this moment, you remained calm and quickly aimed your gun at the opponent. Now it was just a one-on-one, and Chang Hyan was aiming his gun at Jutek. Besides, you knew what his strengths were, so on the outside you looked calm. But inside you were worried. Thinking, the chairman is a close combat hunter and above all, a tank. Perfect to counter someone who fights from a distance. I am at a huge disadvantage. A second later, Judek jumped high. Moreover, before attacking, he confidently said, victory will be mine. With a glance, he stabbed you in the chest, causing Chang Hyan to cry out in pain. However, amidst the pain, you suddenly wore a knowing smile and quickly took out the mana bomb plane. Smugly asking, Are you sure? Then there was an explosion that shook the heavens. Everyone present at the live shoot looked astonished. Even Ara was surprised by Chang Hyan's strategy. Dust was swirling chaotically in the area where the battle took place. Furthermore, both of them were currently lying on the ground. A second later, the screen displayed the words Team Red wins, and the entire hall cheered for them. Meanwhile, Min Seo still could not believe his eyes and thought to himself, he really wants to win. He used the mana bomb plane and tried to equalize the score. Maybe that kid is the real monster. After returning to the set, Chang Hyan sighed heavily. In his hand, he was still holding the mana bomb plane to his chest, mumbling to himself, this is bad. If I could have dodged the injury and thrown the bomb, I could have won. Just then, Dujun threw his arm around Chang Hyan and asked, what are you thinking? Aren't you supposed to be happy? However, he replied, how can I be happy when I am stuck with the chairman? Next to them, Han Ji-yan said, aren't you listening? Immediately, Chang Hyan turned to him and asked, listening to what? However, Han Ji-yan suddenly did not answer him and just said, nothing. Meanwhile, Chang Hyan signaled to Dujun that he did not understand what was going on, and he just smiled awkwardly at Chang Hyan. A moment later, on the stage were the rec team members along with the tournament judges and Chairman Lai. Besides that, he only seemed to care about Chang Hyan. And then he responded to Judik with a confused look. Right after that, Ara began her speech. Do you know how many awakeners there are each year? About 100,000 people, regardless of age. And each of them has at least once dreamed, I want to be a hunter. However, being a hunter is a tough job. Even if they are not first-generation hunters directly attacking towers. Even if they are just competitors in the hunter tournament, a hunter must be brave, clever, and lucky. Only those who possess all those qualities can become true hunters. And now, here, the next generation of hunters. Another person has proven they are a true hunter. At this point, she glanced in his direction. A second later, Ara declared, Chang Hyan, congratulations. You are the best hunter of the next generation. As soon as she finished speaking, the stage lights illuminated him. Just like that, Chang Hyan slowly walked up to the trophy. Thinking, this is strange. Then it was Ara who handed him the trophy. And as he looked at it, Chang Hyan had a thought. I used to lift countless trophies. But this feeling, oh my, has been so long. After winning the next generation hunter title, he went to meet his mother, who was smiling brightly and said, look, Mom watched the next generation hunters with our relatives. Everyone was amazed that our boy did well. Meanwhile, Chang Hyan thought to himself, my mom, who always opposed and doubted, had completely changed her attitude. Right after that, she looked at her husband and said, your dad is the most excited about this, but he won't admit it. Every time you do something impressive, he will shout, that is my son, and brag about you to all his friends. Is crazy. They might not know much about hunters, but they definitely know you. After hearing his mother's words, Chang Hyan mumbled to himself. Before, I had to compete in low-tier tournaments under poor conditions, making my parents worry a lot. But now everything is completely different. There is just one thing left to deal with. A little later, he went to find Judik, who made him a cup of coffee. Juke hesitated and said, which made Chang Hyan a bit confused as he lifted his coffee cup. You seem to have guessed what he wanted to say, and thought it was about your team. Next, Juke asked again, what is the reason you came here? And then you silently cursed him. That's like slight. However, Chang Hyan replied honestly, I won, so I am here to claim my butter. While Judik pretended not to know and said, really? Do you think that goal was not completely fair? You used a giant, and we both know about that match. Right. After hearing him say that, you pretended to slam the table and said, got it, I am leaving now. At that moment Judik hurriedly stopped Chang Hyan, saying wait. Additionally, he intentionally held onto your hand tightly. The next second, Juke smiled and said, calm down. Young man. I was just joking. Do not be so tense. We are in the same boat now. And when he stood in the direction you wanted, Chang Hyan pretended to say, so that means, quickly Judik replied, I will let you exchange for butter. I am really impressed with your performance in our match. At this point, you silently stared at him, and after a moment, you raised your hand towards Juke. Chang Hyan simply said softly, I look forward to working with you. However, Juke seemed a bit hesitant and silently observed your attitude. And when he saw Chang Haiyan's sincerity, he slowly raised his right hand. A second later, Juke shook your hand and said, "Me too." After that, Chang Haiyan headed to the submarine. You want to go to Moras, a world-renowned company for high-end hunting weapons, which also provides comprehensive evaluations for hunters. Right now you were walking and thinking, today I am here to place an order for my prize. Just then you ran into Dujun. And you happily said to him, "What are you doing here?" Quickly. Dujun replied, "I am about to compete for third place. I think I should have a designed weapon." Chang Haiyan agreed with him and said, "That is a good idea." Dujun. After a while, they met Minseo. And as soon as he saw them, he waved to the two saying, "You are early." Meanwhile, Chang Haiyan thought to himself, and for some reason, Minseo would be my guide throughout this process. Continuing with surprise, Dujun asked him, "Judge Lee, how do designed weapons differ from standard weapons?" And then he sincerely explained to Dujun, "Judge Lee, just call me Minseo. I am no longer your judge. There is a big difference. Of course, designed weapons are like adding a part of yourself. They also represent your fighting style." Meanwhile, Chang Haiyan looked up at the nearby Morasfoj building and fell into thought, mumbling to himself, "It has been a long time." After that, all three took the elevator to the office. And when they saw them, the secretary looked extremely surprised. Quickly, she spoke up first. "Hello. You are the one who made the reservation. The craftsman Minseo." "Right." The man cheerfully replied. "Yep. We can go in." "Right." The secretary then guided him. "Please go straight to station B3. After a moment of walking, Chang Haiyan thought to himself, the Moras station is divided into sections from A to D, with the quality of weapons classified in order. Grade B is not bad either. After a while, they arrived at the weapon manufacturing room. Besides that, the people here are very quick with their computers. And seeing this, Dujun looked quite surprised. Minseo turned to him and said, "This is your first time stepping into a station." "Right." Dujun honestly replied. "Yep. It is my first time seeing it up close. It is really interesting. How much do the weapons here cost? Are the designed ones more expensive?" At this moment, he only knew the person he was talking to and replied, "You will find out later. First, let me explain the important things. Weapon manufacturing usually starts with a prototype. Like, something similar to the original before adding any personal touches. Take my Chiljido as an example. Like this. A regular sword is basically a basic model. Right. And with a designed weapon, you add additional options based on your abilities and fighting style. For me, I added 6 extra blades to the original sword. I will sketch it out roughly from the first draft as follows." While waiting for Minseo to sketch, both showed admiration for his talent. After a while, he finished the sketch and then said, "And it ends up with a total of 7 blades. All 7 blades must be designed to be high when stabbing and withdrawing. The cut will tear because the tip of the blade is curved. The tip must be curved so that when you stab and withdraw, the cut will tear. Follow this model." Okay. After saying that, Minseo handed the sketch to the people at the Moras station. And quickly, the people at the Moras station got to work on making it. After waiting for a while, the sword requested by Minseo was completed. As soon as he saw it, Dujun was amazed and said, "Can something like this really be made from a sketch?" He even picked up the sword, squinting with a smile, said, "Of course. That drawing was just a rough idea of what I wanted. They interpreted it and brought it to life. The important thing is to know what type of weapon suits you best, and how you want to use it. Have you thought about that?" Hearing this, he started thinking and observing the weapon in front of him. Meanwhile, Chang Haiyan mumbled to himself, "I will use my weapon from my previous life. I am quite curious about what idea that Dujun will come up with." After a while, it seemed he had chosen a weapon, and Dujun's eyes suddenly lit up. He reached for a sword, surprised and saying to himself, "That is a weapon specifically for stabbing." At that moment, Dujun suddenly took out a piece of paper and began writing his wishes on it. And when Chang Haiyan saw the words acceleration magic, he felt surprised and wondered to himself. Acceleration magic. Did he just ask for a mana acceleration magic spell? Minseo smiled and said, "Adding a bit of flair while performing is quite important. You know, there are quite a few players like that in higher tournaments." He then turned back to Chang Haiyan and asked, "Do you have a specific weapon in mind yet?" Chang Haiyan. You did not rush to answer but took a moment to think in silence. You were observing the weapon while hesitating to reply. In Jang Hyun's mind, he thought, no one in Korea really uses guns, so there are not any gun prototypes here. Anyway, with the magical weapon transformation technology here, we can create anything we need. You can transform magical weapons. The super sight reveals the true nature of the target, and the advanced level is not unlocked yet, so the basic model is not really necessary. Soon after, you took out a piece of iron and turned to Min Seo. I can use this however I want. Right. And he nodded. Of course. That is the privilege of the winner. Continuing. Jang Hyun brought that piece of iron to a specialized machine. Then the system announced, with the magical weapon transformation technology, you can transform weapons into any shape you want, and after a while, it created a sniper rifle for you. And once you had the sniper rifle in hand, Jang Hyun looked extremely satisfied. Meanwhile, everyone present felt very surprised. Moreover, they whispered to each other, that is amazing. You can easily create a weapon like that. After hearing them say that, Jang Hyun turned to look at everyone and felt annoyed, thinking to himself, I have met many people reacting like this before, yet it still feels like a show-off. Additionally, he had a thought. Anywhere in the world there is a hunter tournament, there is a Morass workshop branch. Therefore, competition between branches is inevitable, and that competition leads to two things. Who makes better quality weapons and who uses those weapons? At this moment, Ina, head of the Morass branch in Seoul, was also on her way to meet him. She thought to herself, actually, in this case, the Morass branch in Korea is not performing very well. They consistently fail in international tournaments. Thinking of this, Ina remembered some comments on social media. It is definitely either a bad hunter or junk weapons. Poor quality weapons in a low quality tournament. From weapons to hunters. There is nothing to show off. Both places fail miserably. How ridiculous. She concluded in her heart. Instead of being promoted, they are criticized for making weapons only suited to the mediocre level of players. But for this boy, for him, there might be a glimmer of hope. Not only winning the competition, but he also showed potential for a new type of weapon. Don't let him slip away. After that, she met Jang Hyun and said, thank you for your time. Jang Hyun, the head of the branch of Morass. Let us get straight to the point. Are you satisfied with this weapon? I mean something from subsection B. And as she said this, she pointed at the iron block you chose. At this moment, Jang Hyun looked a bit confused and replied, I heard the organizers only provide weapons of that level. Is there any other option? Next, Ina explained that if it is not a weapon but just a mana stone, our branch has something quite special. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened a box, and inside was a mana stone. The moment Jang Hyun saw it, his eyes widened in surprise. Ina made a suggestion. I have a proposal for you. Jang Hyun. And quickly he replied, what is it? Then, while handing over the box with the mana stone and smiling, she said, I will let you borrow this weapon so you can use this stone to create and utilize it. And if you become famous after using it, that would be great. Occasionally, you will collaborate with us by using the mana stone to create weapons with that skill. It is simple and does not require much. Right. After hearing Hina, Jang Hyun hesitated and replied, the terms are quite tempting. But is it okay if others find out that I am the one creating the weapons? As he said this, he suddenly smirked. At this moment, Jang Hyun asked Hina, is it okay if others find out that I am the one creating the weapons? After hearing him say this, Ina felt a bit annoyed looking at Jang Hyun and thought to herself, he has discovered my plan. If Jang Hyun uses this stone to create weapons, the public will believe that our branch can refine the highest level mana stones. Then I would ask him to create even more weapons to build a collection made from A+ stones. Thinking that, Ina quickly expressed her desire. Sorry, I forgot to mention. Unfortunately, you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. And then he happily replied, oh really? If so, maybe I should take my direct skills to the main branch of Morass. She felt so annoyed that she gritted her teeth and stared at Jang Hyun. Next, with a displeased expression, Ina directly asked him, what do you want? At this point, he knew she had fallen into his trap. Gotcha. Without hesitation, Jang Hyun replied, a sponsorship, Bahina said. A sponsorship. Didn't we sponsor you by providing you with weapons? However, this did not satisfy Jang Hyun, so he replied, but... And then, before Jang Hyun could finish, She interjected. All right. Our branch can arrange a personal sponsorship for you. He shook his head and said. Not. I mean for the team I am about to join. Team Per. I want you to be the chopper sponsor. After hearing Jang Hyan finish speaking, Ina was so angry that her face twisted, silently asking herself. He wants us to sponsor a team that finishes last every season. Just thinking about it. The image of Team Per's failure flashed in her mind. A moment later, Ina asked Jang Hyan, can I ask why Team Per? If you joined another team, we might have a sponsorship idea. At that moment, he smiled with narrowed eyes and honestly told her. That won't happen because I have already signed a contract with them. After hearing that Jang Hyan had signed a contract, Ina was so surprised that she could not say a word. He then explained to her. Sponsoring Team Per won't promote or build our brand image much. However, she countered. True. But I believe that makes everything harder. Next, Jang Hyan asked Ina. I am providing my weapon skills specifically for your branch. Right. Suddenly, she fell silent and looked at the manhwa bar. After a moment, Ina suddenly changed her mind and replied. Okay. We will send a representative to Team Per. And then we will discuss the sponsorship details. Jang Hyan shook hands with her and cheerfully said. Good. With that, Jang Hyan left Ina's office and quickly headed to the studio. After observing the surroundings, he muttered to himself. This is about the expected audience size for a third-tier tournament and the strange match against Amems. A last-place finish with 9th place is achievable. With that in mind, Jang Hyan quickly found a suitable spot and sat down. Then he suddenly had a thought. No matter how much they struggled before, they could still bounce back, given their good potential against Mesb. They should win this match. And just as he thought this, the flash went off suddenly. The next second, Jang Hyan turned to the match on the screen and reminded himself. Unlike the first division, the matches in the second and third divisions are really organized. First division tournaments are held in real dungeons, so the injury risk is quite concerning. But the second and third divisions are different. Just then, he saw them rushing in a hurry and wondered silently. So what are they fixing? A second later, there was an explosion, causing Jang Hyan to question himself. Seriously? They call this a match? I am here to see if Beep has any hidden talents. After a while, he left the studio, muttering to himself. Team Per lost the match and had to retreat. Counterattack. Come on. They can't do it. It is really a tragic end for Team Per. At this point, they would probably finish the season without a single win. Right. Just then, hearing the results made Jang Hyan panic and think to himself, what? He turned his head to look at the screen and thought, not a single win. At that moment, the flash was also turned on, and the screen displayed the results. C Team K3, B0, MEF2, Suzuki 4. After seeing the scoreboard, Jang Hyan wondered to himself, did I make a mistake choosing this team? Wouldn't it be smarter to choose a player with good potential, and then move up to rank 1 in the future? You kept your head down and thought for a moment. Then with a determined look, you yelled inside. Right. I won't back down. Next Jang Hyan muttered to himself as he walked. I will find a way. First, I will eliminate all the players I can. I just hope there is at least one good player on the team. So Jang Hyan walked straight to his team's housing. And when he arrived, he looked disappointed and thought to himself. Are you kidding me? The team's housing is just a regular house. At that moment, he remembered something from the past and thought. I am just now realizing that my first team was not properly sponsored, so we had to sleep in a regular house. So after comparing the current house with the previous one, Jang Hyan changed his mind. Maybe it is not too bad. They did give me the code before. He quickly entered the code to unlock the door. As soon as he opened the door, Jang Hyan saw someone yelling. What a jerk. If you had not messed everything up, our team would not have lost so badly. A moment later, Jinhan loudly said, what about you? You just know how to run away until you get hurt. That is impressive. Next, Ganji Wu spoke up to advise them. Calm down. We can talk. Meanwhile, Jang Hyan felt unhappy having to work with a disunited team and thought, this team is performing so poorly. It is no surprise there is tension among the members. Jinan even asked him, I am talking here. When do I get to do physical training? Coach. At that moment, Ganji Wu spotted him and looked surprised. Immediately after, Ganji Wu stepped up to Jang Hyan and turned to introduce him to everyone. We have a new member here. Everyone. His name is Jang Hyan. And he is this year's winner of the Next Generation Hunter. Then Wai Daongju looked at him with a surprised expression. Meanwhile, Jinhan looked visibly annoyed seeing Jang Hyan. Seeing the tension, he pretended to smile and said, I watched the match. Everyone was really good. In his uselessness, Jang Hyan's comment was full of provocation, causing the whole team to look at him with daggers. Moreover, Jinhan was so angry that he gritted his teeth, stepping toward Jang Hyan with a clenched fist, saying, Who the hell are you to talk to a professional player like that? You better take that back. However, he was not scared at all. Instead, he feigned innocence and replied, Did I hurt you? Then why do not we have a match? If I will leave the team, but if I win, you are the one who leaves. Afraid. And as Jang Hyan said this, Jinhan had already gotten close to his face, both of them exchanging challenging glares. A moment later, he found himself facing 3 people, all dressed in uniforms. Jang Hyan just warmed up his joints while thinking. A newcomer dared to provoke and said they could not do anything. Looks like your dad fell for it. All 3 people opposite are looking at you with annoyed expressions. Jang Hyan closed his eyes and continued thinking. If you guys let it slide after being insulted like that, it shows you have no competitive spirit. After thinking, he raised his hand and smiled friendly. Anyway, I said I wanted to beat you. So you are not planning to turn off the pain sensor. Right. I hope you set it to maximum. Jinhan scoffed and angrily retorted. You would better give it your all if you do not want to lose to me. Jang Hyan looked at him with his hands on his hips. Now noticing, is not this the guy who charged in alone and got taken down before? Attack forward and create a shockwave when you hit. Physical ability. Strength 9. Reaction speed 7.3. Agility 6. Endurance 5. Regeneration 6. Jang Hyan frowned as he assessed. The stats are lower than those of the participants in the program. Looks like he has adjusted his training regimen. His skills are surprisingly good, but he does not even know how to use them properly. Really? I can't understand how these guys are on a professional team. After some analysis, he could only let out a sigh. A moment later, the entire group had vanished into thin air. Jang Hyan was also transported into the arena. He quickly got into a careful and alert state. A shockwave erupted from behind the building. He thought to himself, just as I expected. Destructive attack. Jang Hyan with dark eyes charged like a wild boar. Jang Hyan thought to himself. I knew he would attack right away. Jang Hyan quickly dodged to the side. But unexpectedly, Jang Hyan broke into a smile. He kept charging forward, which puzzled Jang Hyan. Suddenly, the tiles under his feet seemed to be separating. Jang Hyan was briefly stunned in panic. He immediately jumped into the air. The ground was starting to form large watermarks. Jang Hyan analyzed silently. The range of the shockwave is wider than I thought. This is indeed an effective skill. Jang Hyan looked up at him with a smug smile. What is it? Jang Hyan looked at his expression and thought to himself. Maybe he thinks that can scare me. He continued to step forward. He ran straight to attack Jang Hyan, his body emitting a red aura. Jang Hyan thought again. Confident in that victory, Jang Hyan would attack me without hesitation. Everything was going according to plan. Thinking that, Jang Hyan wore an excited smile. At this moment, Jang Hyan raised his hand and shot out a white rope. He held onto that rope and charged down to confront Ginhan. He sensed danger. His previously smug expression turned to panic. What? On the opposite side, Jang Hyan calmly aimed his gun at him. A little while later, Jinhan's 2 teammates rushed over in panic. Meanwhile, Jang Hyan stood on the roof, holding a rope tightly around Jinhan and said, So now, who wants to go first? It is going to hurt a lot. His expression was extremely confident. One of the 2 teammates panicked and cursed. Damn it. After a while, both of them were expelled to the outside world. One lying flat on the ground, the other sitting up, clutching his stomach in immense pain. Jang Hyan looked at the gun and said seriously, We made a deal. The loser has to leave the team. That was just you saying it. Jang Hyan, not wanting to hear more, glared and shouted. The 2 of them were frightened by his intensity. They hastily chose to leave the room while cursing. Damn it. Let us see what you can do without me. Sure. At this moment, Jinhan looked extremely angry. Jang Hyan looked up at him and said, Wait. Did not you hear me? Why have not you left yet? He said while patting Jinhan's shoulder. He bit his lip so hard that it bled. He trembled and managed to utter 2 words. Jang Hyan could not help but laugh a little and then asked, What did you say? Jinhan knelt down, his body still shaking, and tried to say, I said I am sorry. It is my fault. It is all my fault. So please let me stay in the team just this once. Can't you? Desperate. Jang Hyan crossed his arms and commented seriously. If you can't beat a rookie who just became a hunter, what reason do you have to stay in this team? Jinhan clenched his fists and retorted, I have good abilities. Even if you can easily counter them. He regained his composure. I am confident in my skills. Is that enough? Jang Hyan recalled Jinhan's recent fighting performance and analyzed internally. Of course. His skills are definitely good. Then he shook his head and asked again. But what good is that if you can use them properly? It seems you want to listen to me. Jinhan. He quickly affirmed. Yep. I will listen to you. Is not that enough? Jang Hyan frowned seriously. Not just listen to me, but you will listen to only me. Do you think you can do that? Jinhan immediately nodded in affirmation. Yep. I will listen only to you. After that, he sighed in relief. Jang Hyan thought to himself. I am not sure if this is the right decision. But in a team full of useless players and lacking funds to recruit new ones, you could become the first pillar. Calculating. He put on a cunning smile. The scene shifted to the bedroom. Jang Hyan was lying on the bed while scrolling through his phone. Among the 7 people, I kicked out 2. We still need to fill the remaining 2 positions. Your phone screen shows a conversation with Heju. Hejuju is Lee Jang Hyan here. Looking for members. Do you want to join? Answer me. She bluntly replies. Do you think I am crazy enough to go in there? I am still sore from you hitting me during the match. No matter how good you are, I am not interested. Go ahead and try. You will see. Good luck finding someone else. After reading that, you can't help but feel a bit regretful. Heju's potential is something that will explode later. I really want to pull her into the team. What a shame. Suddenly, a notification pops up for a new message. Who's this? Jang Hyan is so excited that he sits up straight. And Ji Yun's picture appears. And he seriously says, I heard Heju say you are looking for people. Jang Hyan thinks in disbelief. No way. She helped me reach out. She is the ace of the first team at Seal Academy. So I think she will definitely show up. She plays in a way that I can't not like. Then you ask back, Hanji, are you interested in joining the team? She replies, a little. And Jang Hyan asks, what about Seal Academy and LOL? And Ji Yun seriously says, I will find a way to handle it. Jang Hyan can't help but exclaim in joy. This kid. Then he stops to smile in satisfaction. Is this karma from the program? If it is someone like Han Ji Yan, then this is a huge win for me. After thinking that, you continue scrolling through your phone. And suddenly another notification comes in. Seeing the name, Jang Hyan can't help but be dazzled and exclaims. What? This person contacted me too. A contact list appears on the screen. And one bright name catches his eye. On the desk is a pile of papers and documents. Jang Hyan picks up the folder from the desk and says, what should I do now? The most important thing when building a team is the combination of skills. Unfortunately, that does not exist in this team. Everyone's stats are at a minimum, and the skill combination is far from ideal. Suddenly, he sees something and exclaims in amazement. Looking at the information sheet, he thinks in surprise. Li Youngju. Skill is positional awareness. Seems good. Han Jian has even more potential. And with the 2 people who contacted me yesterday, dropping Li Youngju's information sheet on the table, he silently calculates. We could dominate the 3rd-tier tournament spectacularly. At Jutek's office, he casually asks, it is all thanks to you. He laughs heartily and says, sorry, I do not have time to organize the team. Then he seriously states, I noticed you are recruiting members for the team. But I did not expect you to make Moras a sponsor. Jang Hyan calmly replies, I will do everything I can to save the team. Jutek asked, do you have any thoughts on how to build the team? Jang Hyan raised the cup to his mouth while saying, right now there are 2 ideas. The first is a one-man army style. I am sure you can guess that. Hearing that, Jutek immediately responded, that is too easy to guess. You know how easily a team can fail if they rely solely on a hunting tournament strategy. Right. Jang Hyan put the glass down and calmly said, of course. That is why I have a second idea. It is still in development. He looked straight at Jutek, smiling confidently. But you could consider it a carpet bombing strategy. The man asked in surprise. Carpet bombing. He pondered for a moment and then said, I do not know what that is. But I will leave it to you. Then he pushed a stack of documents toward him and said, now let us talk about this. This document confirms that all the authority of the team will be transferred to you. Jang Hyun, upon hearing this, immediately picked up the document to read. After a moment, he put the document down on the table and said, "Good. I am off then." Before Jang Hyun could finish his sentence, Jutek suddenly interrupted. "By the way, Poe's match the other day was the last of the season. And tomorrow, there is a press conference scheduled for the 3rd Division tournament. Now that you are considered the team president, I hope you can attend." Hearing that, Jang Hyun wondered, "A press conference?" Then he replied, "Yep, I will be there." Reassuring himself, it will be fine. After all, I have things to do. The next day, the press conference among the teams was underway, and the host was continuously asking questions. Jang Hyun blankly looked at the host talking in front of him, thinking to himself, "This is so boring." Before the press conference started, he introduced himself. "I am Jang Hyun. I just became the acting president of Team Bai yesterday, and I will be attending as a player. Nice to meet everyone." Recalling that moment, he felt disappointed. No questions came up after I introduced myself. Over here, the host looked at the paper in hand and said, "You next. Team Lud has secured first place this season. They received praise for their exceptional teamwork and dominance over other teams. There are concerns that many players might advance to the 2nd Division next season. What do you think?" Hyun calmly replied, "Yep. That is a reasonable concern. However, if anyone leaves the team, we will make sure to fill the gap with equally skilled players. The truth is, we plan to bring in some hunters known as rising stars. So we hope you are looking forward to it." Hearing that, Jang Hyun stroked his chin. Thinking deeply. Rising stars. Let us see who he is talking about. Wait a minute. That assistant coach looks familiar. Wait, it is Director Leah. He was the one who caused me problems back then. He was the assistant coach and director of the 1st Division team Lud. Now he is the assistant coach of Lud in the 3rd Division. Hyun Gul. You look the same as before. Over here. The host has wrapped up the interview and said thank you for the answers. Then, he turned to ask the LOL team next to him. There are rumors about a new hunter that the LOL team is training. Can we expect to see Jun in the next season's 3rd league? The LOL assistant coach hesitated and replied, "I am afraid we can't give a definite answer. We are trying, too. But this is a volatile market, so we can't say for sure. That is all we can say for now." Jang Hyun looked back, thinking to himself, that is the team that Jaeon will likely join. Right. Then, finally, it was Team P's turn. The host asked a question, and there were some surprising news from Team P. "We heard that Jang Hyun has taken over the team." Jang Hyun took the mic confidently and replied, "Yep. Hello, I am Jang Hyun, the new chairman in charge of Team P." The host continued asking questions. "It is unprecedented for someone so young like you to join a team as both a player and the chairman in charge. Can we expect significant changes for the team?" Jang Hyun smiled and replied, "Of course. Team P finished this league without scoring a single goal. But I can assure you that significant changes will come." The host curiously asked, "You mentioned significant changes. Can you give us a hint?" He explained, "Well, first of all, we have made some changes in the lineup, and I will be both a player and the head coach. Additionally, we are changing strategies, bringing in a new investor. There is a lot going on." But before he could finish, the host interjected, "Got it. Sounds like there are a lot of changes." Thank you. Next. Jang Hyun, determined not to lose, coldly said, "Sorry. There is still something I want to say." The host forced a smile and said, "Yep. Go ahead." Jang Hyun raised the mic and calmly said, "I have been closely following the matches in the 3rd league." He looked straight at the other teams and arrogantly said, "And none of them really stand out." The atmosphere around immediately chilled a bit. Hyun Gul gritted his teeth and angrily said, "What?" Jang Hyun was unafraid. Continuing arrogantly, "Stay alert. We are going to take you down. Especially Elstadid. It would be embarrassing for a top team to lose to a lower-ranked team." Hearing that, Hyun Gul was extremely angry. Putting the mic down, Jang Hyun smiled confidently. Satisfied, thinking, "Done. That is how it should be." It is important to leave a deep impression in more than one way. Hyun Gul in the distance was seething with anger. A few days later, Jang Hyun opened the door and cheerfully said, "You are here." Looking at the impressive lineup in front of him, he said. Long time no see. Everyone. Come in. Dujun looked around the room and said, Is this your team's place? It is just a regular house. Zhang Hein replied nonchalantly. Well, for a small team. That is about right. He looked back questioningly at the two in front of him. You think it is obvious. But I actually guessed Dujun would contact me. Just did not expect Jizu would too. You turned around in surprise and asked, What is going on? Zhang Hein smiled and replied, Nothing. Just calculating in my mind. But I am not dissatisfied at all. Everyone continued to tour the room. Han Jian laughed sincerely and said, You said this is a rookie team. But it is worse than I imagined. Jizu looked at Zhang Hein without blinking. Coldly said, I signed because you are on this team. I hope you have prepared some kind of plan. To be clear, the only reason I joined is that you said you would help boost my profile so I could switch teams later. What do you think I called everyone in for? Of course. The team did not win a single game last season. But that is not the issue. With everyone here, we have almost revised half the roster. You confidently laughed and said, So feel free to have high expectations. Jizu and Hanjian exchanged awkward glances, while Dujun scratched his face and smiled suggestively. A little later, in the management office, MIFEP team manager Choi Hangwoo was resting his chin on his hand. Eyes closed, deep in thought. It is not that our players lack skills, but it seems they have forgotten how to win. What should I do about it? At that moment, his phone vibrated. There was a message from the coaching staff. The message read, Choi, we received a practice match request from Bo. Should we accept? It is currently off-season and our players need rest. So I think there will be complaints if we refuse. Hearing that, he exclaimed in surprise. A practice match with Bo. Yep. The only way to get back into the winning rhythm is to start winning again. He immediately stood up and made a phone call. Yep. Coach Kim. Me. Regarding the practice match with Bo, Hangwoo smiled confidently and continued. Just set up an appointment. I think it will be really interesting. In the MEF training area, one person was tying his shoes while saying, Why do we have to have a practice match? His teammate agreed, replying, Right. We usually do not participate in off-season games. The guy with green hair looked up and asked, Have you heard what manager Bo said? He just debuted and is already talking trash about the whole league. The other guy chimed in. Yeah. He said a lot about lead. There is no way they can beat us. Let them prove it. Over here, Ganji followed Chang Haiyan and asked, Are you sure? You guys just met, and new members need time to adjust. Chang Haiyan calmly replied. Anyway, we do not even have enough players for a 7-on-7 scrimmage. Ganji hesitantly said, That is true. But, Chang Haiyan turned back, coldly cutting him off. Look, coach. There is no hope for this team if we keep this up. He exclaimed in shock. You slowly said, We will lose again. Our team will end up last again. But the repeated failures lead to a feeling of helplessness, making them play more passively. However, when there is a chance to win, people find hope. Chang Haiyan closed his eyes. Calmly said, And I will show them. This may be my first time participating, but my presence alone can change the whole team. He wore a confident smile, arrogantly continuing, I will show them they do not have to be losers anymore. Chang Haiyan walked closer to the group from the MESB team. Hangyu said awkwardly, You must be the new president or manager. He reached out his hand. Kimbai said, I am not sure what to call you, but whatever works. Nice to meet you. I'm Choi Hangul, the manager of the MESB team. Chang Haiyan took his hand and replied, Got it. While internally assessing, he spoke as if he did not care, and his eyes were full of mockery. It is safe to say he looks down on us. How rude. Then, he turned to his teammates behind him, announcing, The match will start soon. He approached them and calmly instructed, Is everyone ready? I am the one calling the shots. So you all have to listen to me, and only me. Looking at the worried faces, he thought to himself, Even though I think they should be able to keep up, there will be 5 original members, along with me and a new member. I will show them we can win even with this lineup. Chang Haiyan went over to Jin Han and instructed, Jin Han, you will lead, just like last match. But never rush in before I call for it. If I do not say anything, hold your ground, even if mana bombs come flying at you. He replied, Got it. Then, he turned to Jeonju beside him and said, Jeonju, stay with me. Try to always stay alongside me. Jeonju startled and replied, There. Dujun raised his hand, calling out loudly, Wait. Chang Haiyan, what about me? He replied. You will stand in front of me, keeping anyone from getting close. Dujun pointed at himself. Puzzled. You do not want me to fight the enemy. Chang Haiyan smiled mysteriously and said. You will find out soon. The match is about to start. The two teams met on a bridge, each team standing at one end of the bridge. Hangu watched the match from outside, thinking to himself, the Imperial Bridge. Since the match is held on this large bridge, there is a small room for creativity. It all depends on how well each team's formation holds up, and that is exactly why I chose this edge. Looking at the formation of Puff, the person next to him said in surprise. For a team just formed a few minutes ago, their formation looks pretty solid, does not it? Hangu chuckled and replied. Maybe it is just on the surface. They did not have much time since the last match. Besides, they might only be able to maintain it because they are still standing strong. Cutting in. Talip looked at the screen, silently assessing. Or maybe, he looks quite tough. Coach beside Tidamfi asked. That manager, the acting president. Do you think he is coaching them? Hangu calmly replied. We will have to wait and see. A voice suddenly came from the screen. Captain. Above. On the other side. Chang Haiyan held a white rope, jumping to stitch the gap. Seeing this, Hangu clenched his fist, happily thinking. Their long-range fighter was very exposed. Looks like he lost track of his own position while positioning the others. Someone from the Mespi team immediately seized the opportunity and shouted loudly. Bring him out. Roger. Roger heard the order and immediately charged forward, determined not to miss this chance. He gripped the spear tightly in his hand and slashed towards Chang Haiyan. He immediately jumped high, dodging Roger's attack. Roger was surprised and thought, wait, what was that? Did I miss? On the other side of the screen, Hangu and his coach's faces gradually turned dark, unable to close their mouths in shock. On the battlefield, Roger was immediately taken out. He screamed in pain, and the others rushed in one after another. Seeing this, Hangu thought in amazement. That was a calculated move to lure us in. Are you kidding me? Using the long-range fighter, the key player of the team, as bait. Over here, Chang Haiyan raised his gun, aiming at the Mespi team. One person from the Mespi team immediately dragged a teammate out, hurriedly shouting, Everyone hide behind me. Chang Haiyan laughed arrogantly. Seeing his smile, Hangu immediately knew it was over. Oh no. That kid is bombing with a mana bomb. Chang Haiyan fired a shot at them, and the Mesp team's shield immediately shattered. They screamed in pain. On the Imperial Bridge, white smoke billowed everywhere. The scoreboard appeared. Team PR has 7 points. Hangu exclaimed in shock. No way. The match is over. Team P wins. At this moment, the mess team members were lying flat on the ground, and dust had begun to rise immediately after. Teacher saw Ginhan staring in disbelief and exclaimed in surprise. Moreover, he was also thinking, how is that possible? I thought the long-range player was just that. But he really did it. Unreal. And as he thought this, Chang Haiyan had approached them with his gun, even pointing the barrel up to the sky. After a moment, he looked at him and smiled brightly. Jinhan ran towards him thinking, this is magic. At this point, when returning to the resting area, Chang Haiyan could not stop hearing the chatter from his teammates. You know, I was extremely surprised. I can't remember the last time I won. I thought I was done for. It was so bad I could barely stand. Seriously. He stood back and smiled from a distance. And Jinan walked up to ask him, how did you do that? He turned back and replied in surprise. Ah. He was annoyed and said, I mean in the last match. What did you do to turn the tide? So Chang Haiyan smiled at him. The next moment, he said casually, what do you think is the most important thing in a team match? He quickly replied, of course, not letting the formation be broken. After that, Chang Haiyan asked again, so what do you do to break the opponent's formation? So Jinan replied, and then you interrupted him. Either making the opponent break it themselves or breaking it with your own abilities. That is all. After hearing you say that, he started to think, realizing that it was indeed true. Why did not he think of it? Next, Chang Haiyan shared his thoughts. What I choose is to make the opponent break it themselves. I lure them to change their defense formation to attack, and then exploit that weakness. In the end, he finally understood everything and murmured to himself. Got it. At that moment, Chang Haiyan stepped out of the formation and revealed himself. While Nian Han was still thinking, you turned to ask, surprised by such a simple answer. Just then, Jian came over and said. The correct answer is something everyone would agree on after hearing it. What surprised me the most was the coordination. Did you all practice together before I joined? However, Chang turned to respond to him. Not exactly. That is why I chose a very basic formation. A second later, he realized the key issue and murmured to himself. So it was all part of his plan. Additionally, he asked Chang, so we will continue to use that strategy. Right. With Ngin Han and Jisoo here, we will have more firepower. The third division should be easy. Right. But Chang looked worried and replied. I wish it were that simple. But at this point, he thought, even in the third division, it won't be that easy. A moment later, with a worried expression, Chang said to them, unfortunately, that is not possible. The MESP team may have many victories under their belt, but they are still just a team ranked 9th. We could win against lower-ranked teams that way, but not against higher-ranked ones, and using the same strategy repeatedly will, of course, reduce its effectiveness. Just then, Jisoo stepped in. So what are you planning to do? I came here because I trust you. You would better come up with something. As soon as he heard him mention this, Chang began to murmur to himself. Right. Unlike others, Jisoo only joined because he promised him he would elevate the team's standing, so that later he could receive better offers and have a more promising career. After thinking it over, you seemed hesitant and said, that is why we need to prepare a different strategy. Hearing that, Jisoo asked Chang, a different strategy. In this team, no one has good skills. What other strategy can they use? After hearing this, you suddenly laughed. Right after that, Chang explained, skills are not the only tools we can use. At that moment everyone was surprised by what he said. Moreover, Jisoo was surprised and said ho when he saw you bring something out. In Chang hands was the bomb mana plane, and he recognized it and asked, the bomb mana plane. The next shoe he threw towards him while replying. Instead, we will use this. Remember what I said? Our team will become experts in bomb mana planes. A while later in Timber's office, Chang found Ji-1, and after hearing what Chang said, he seemed surprised and asked, wait, you want me to control multiple swords at once? Then he nodded and said, what is wrong? Don't you like my training plan? So he quickly explained. But if I control multiple swords at once, I won't be able to manage them accurately. After hearing this, Chang thought to himself that he was right to apply pressure effectively on the enemy, using sword control. Controlling multiple swords at once is not a good idea, because it would distract focus. But I know that in my previous life, Ji-1 could control at least 7 swords at once, and could handle up to 3 swords with high swordsmanship skills. If I want him to progress quickly, I can't let him stay like this. At this moment, seeing Chang suddenly go quiet made Ji-1 look worried. After a moment, Chang casually said, I did not say that for no reason. But if you do not want to, then do not do it. As soon as he heard that, Ji-1 was surprised and replied, ah. Meanwhile, Chang observed his expression and thought, it seems like Ji-1 wants to join because he is considering it. And just as he was thinking, the next moment Ji-1 agreed. Okay. I know I have to do it sooner or later. How many swords do you want? Without hesitation, Chang held up 7 fingers and said, 7. It seemed he could not believe what he heard and replied with a skeptical huh. Chang smiled and said, 7 swords should be enough. In the end, Ji-1 shouted, what? The scene shifted to later when Chang went to find Jisoo. And after hearing what he said, Jisoo asked him if he wanted to practice dropping objects accurately from a distance. Very quickly, Chang replied, yeah. The more accurate, the better. However, he still wondered, I do not understand. Using my skill in such a weak way won't do anything when attacking the enemy. Come on. At least tell me what you are thinking so I can decide if I want to do it or not. Hearing that, Chang thought, okay, I think I can tell Jisoo. With that in mind, Chang pointed at him and said, I will let you drop bombs with that skill. But Jisoo still did not understand. Bombs. What bombs? The next moment, he smiled and replied, mana bombs. Here's my plan. First, I will attach the bombs to Ji-1's swords. Then use your gravity skill. You will drop the bombs attached to the swords while they are flying. You two will become the artillery on the battlefield, so to speak. Then Jisoo looked surprised and said, is this the new tactic you were talking about? And then he replied, yep. It is what we will be using soon. I call it the bombing tactic. At this moment, Chang Hyan was thinking about the combat strategy. The bombing tactic. First, Henji-1 will control multiple swords, each carrying fragments of mana bombs. After that, with Jisu's gravity control, we will drop the bombs precisely on the enemy. However, there is one piece of the key we need to complete the strategy. Without knowing the enemy's position, we won't be able to deal significant damage from a distance. And that is her role. Liju? As soon as he thought of her, Chang Hyan invited her to Timber's office. At this moment, through the system, he also checked Jianju's ability, her B position awareness skill, to accurately locate the nearby opponent. Then he went on to say that he needed her ability to provide detailed information on the enemy's position. Could she do that? Although a bit anxious, shown by her constantly touching her own fingers, she hesitated and replied, I do not think that will be too hard. Instead of being surprised, Chang Hyan touched Jianju's hand. The next moment, he elevated her position, saying she was the key to making this strategy work. Without her, we would not be able to do anything with the bombs. Can I count on you? Instantly, she felt embarrassed. Next, feeling shy, Jianju turned her face away and awkwardly replied, Sure. On the other hand, seeing her blush, he thought to himself, why is she suddenly blushing? Even he felt a bit confused, scratching his head while thinking, I really do not get it. After that, the whole PO team was invited to the filming, and they were currently waiting for their turn. After a while, someone came over to inform them. All right, next up is Team PO. Please get ready. While waiting, Chang Hyan observed others and muttered to himself, a long season premiere. I was loud and had an attitude at the press conference. So this time, I should probably stay quiet. After a moment, he heard someone speaking sarcastically. Team PO. And then he turned to see who was being interviewed. He discovered that it was Mar. And he was acting confidently while answering the interview. You see, a manager needs age, knowledge, experience, and exposure. But their manager is just a kid with a silver spoon. Their whole team looks like paper houses before the storm. Additionally, the reporter chimed in with a laugh and replied, I understand. I think that is one way to look at it. But I am sure Team PO has a lot to say. They have not won anything in the long run. So maybe this time they are trying a different approach. After hearing these words, Chang Hyan interjected, I admit I am young. But Mar, if we defeat you, all you will have left is your age. And that is nothing to show for it. After being provoked by him, Ju got so angry he gritted his teeth and said, What? You dare? On the other hand, seeing the situation getting tense, the reporter felt uneasy. So she quickly interjected with a laugh and said, The bold provocation from PO, as daring as their entire team overhaul, makes the fierce competition between teams truly worth watching. Right away, Ju made you look at Hyan. Moreover, he was thinking that they would definitely speak well of a team finishing in 8th place, just slightly ahead of us. You turned away and told yourself that you would show him what we can do in the first match. Once you returned to Tim Pu's office, you took out the air anchor and stared at it. Additionally, after hearing you talk through everything, Henjian wanted to confirm a bit, so he asked Jang Hyan if you were sure. Jang Hyan quickly replied that tactics are not something you should hold back on, even if they are revealed early. It won't be easy to counterattack. At this point, he agreed with you, saying you were right. But, speaking of this, Henjian suddenly closed his eyes and thought to himself that it seemed he believed we could easily defeat an 8th place team, just by fighting normally. If that is the plan, I am going to have to do all the heavy lifting. But that is not what this team needs right now. Jang Hyan stood up while elevating Henjian's position, reminding him that he is the key to this strategy. So do not forget that. So he had no choice but to nod and respond. I will do my best. In the end, Jang Hyan confidently said, Okay. After that, Jisoo, Jinju, and Jang Hyan all walked together to the battlefield. You excitedly said to show them what we have got, followed by their cheers. As he stepped onto the edge, Jang Hyan observed everything around while thinking. In the Hunter tournament, the lower ranked team will choose the captain. Since they are ranked lower, the choice belongs to my team. We chose the simplest option, the captain of Cydia. After a moment, you called out to them. Jinju, Jisoo. When all three are in position, we will execute the strategy. The others should find their teams and try to eliminate the enemy if possible. If not, just focus on surviving. And then they all responded in unison. Roger. Got it. Junju was sitting in a corner when she called Jang Hyan. The 23rd floor of the 7-star electronics building on the eastern side of the map. I will wait in the far left office. She started concentrating her power into her eyes. In an instant, Junju used her skill. Position awareness. So she found it and said, the enemy's position is 244, 165, 266. Be careful with those coordinates. After being reminded by her, you silently praised her. Her abilities truly shine in grand arenas like this. Meanwhile, as Jang Hyan moved a bit, Junju reported the position to him. I found out the enemy's weak point is at 145, 255. Additionally, you also activated the system to find positions on the map. Very quickly, Jang Hyan found the spot she mentioned. The others also reported to you. Me too. And you should move quickly to respond. Alright. We will start by attacking the arena and bringing the building down. I will cover anyone who tries to escape. If they try to dodge the bullets, we will go in straight at them with our formation. Are you ready? And at this moment, Jang Hyan is standing on the balcony of a building looking outside. Next, everyone has answered you. Of course. Give the order and we will drop them. A second later, you are in position to shoot and say, good. Let us get started. Just as you finished speaking, Jang Hyan began to aim. Along with that, 3 swords flew out. And then you followed the path of those 3 swords. Very quickly, you fired the first shot, and then the gunfire erupted right after. Currently, Jang Hyan's opposing team is hiding in a building. Besides that, the guy with the orange hair is also thinking. He told us to be careful with the opponent this match. He remembers Deuce's earlier advice. That kid might just be an average gold-sucking jerk. But do not let that make you careless. So right now, he is observing the outside scene while thinking. I wonder if we need so many strategies to deal with a rookie like him. But still, we have to try. When our opponent reveals themselves. And thinking about this, he suddenly activates his skill. The skill of stepping forth releases a powerful wave of bullets as you move, shaking the ground. Then he shows a confident demeanor and mutters to himself. I will use the skill before they know what is happening. Show up, and I will catch all of you. He is extremely excited to jump into battle immediately. Just as he finishes speaking, the ground suddenly shakes violently, causing his teammates to panic and say, the ground is shaking. Immediately, he orders, activate the mana shield above. Currently, large cracks have appeared in the ground and they have also activated the mana shield. Very quickly, the first pieces of debris started falling on them, but luckily the mana shield kept them safe. At this moment, he starts thinking about his strategy. Last time he destroyed the building. I think he will pull the same trick again. Seems like he used as bullets to do that. He must have burned through almost all his mana for this. A second later, to his surprise, 3 swords are flying towards him. Seeing that, he silently asks, what is that? Next, his teammate turns to him and says, the attack is coming. Seems like Han Jian is controlling the swords. And then he angrily responds. They are ambushing us from a distance. Those little punks. Eye for an eye. Holding tightly to the swords. They quickly attacked him. Upon closer inspection, the sword was still carrying fragments of mana bomb planes. In the next moment, those fragments detached from the sword, leaving you utterly surprised. You looked incredibly shocked. Because right after that, those fragments exploded right in front of them. The next moment, you were blown back by its force. You tried to hold your ground, then shouted in a mix of anger and confusion. The sword exploded. At this moment, Jang Jian was standing in a building across. So he heard the frantic screams coming from the other side. You even saw an enemy running away. Then Jang Jian took out that guy from a distance with a single shot. And after screaming loudly, the guy fell down. Jang Jian smiled in satisfaction and thought to himself, looks like I do not need to step out. Meanwhile, that other team was fiercely attacking. Jang Jian thought to himself, they can't keep the sword at close range, so they want to attack from afar. But that won't be easy with Han Jian controlling the sword. The next moment, Jang Jian closed his eyes and focused, then told himself, it is. The next moment, the system displayed that Timper was fighting against Team TG'd. In the end, the score was 7. No Timper had won. At this moment, while watching the results on the screen, the first-rank manager of LELD stared in disbelief at the TV screen. On the TV screen was the score of 7. Timper won. He thought to himself, I never expected to see such a strategy. In a third rank match. He said to the person opposite him, is that the kid causing trouble in the third rank? Then he fell silent to think. After a while, the other person casually replied, well, it seems like you are not just all talk. At this moment, the screen also displayed an image of Trang Hyen. Jing slightly raised an eyebrow. Impressive? He turned back to ask, is not she on our list of candidates? The other person replied, of course she is. But it seems she has already established a relationship with Team Per. We made her the best offers in the industry. But she did not consider them at all. After hearing this, Jing expressed regret and replied, worrying about it now won't do any good. Tell our second-ranked team leader to approach her. The person opposite nodded. Got it. Then when he looked up at the screen, he saw Dejun running up to put an arm around Trang Hyen and laughing loudly. Right now outside, fireworks were being shot off. And the system also displayed Team Per winning. Jinhan exclaimed, we did it. He told himself. We won. Now it was Shanju's turn. Her eyes widened in surprise. And she could not help but exclaim. Trang Hyen went to her place and said, it is just the first win. Do not get too excited. She replied randomly. And you also told her. Let us celebrate later. We need to go to an interview. You looked at Han Jian standing nearby, thinking to yourself, I guess the MEVIP will be Han Jian. At the interview, the interviewer stood up to record, welcoming the nationwide audience. We are here to interview the MEVIP of the winning team. John Hea. It is a pleasure to meet you. And you politely replied, thank you for having me. The interviewer asked, first of all. Unfortunately, Piku ended the season with a 0-1 victory. Can you share how your team prepared for today's match to bring about this change? He honestly replied, well, I just did what Trang Hyen told me to do. After hearing his response, the interviewer awkwardly asked, sorry, do you mean me? Trang Hyen. And still. He replied, yep. I just followed his guidance. At this moment the interviewer could only smile. I understand now. To handle this awkward situation, the interviewer asked, your team's strategy has created quite a buzz online. Many people are comparing it to artillery and guided missile strikes. After hearing the interviewer say that, Han Jian cheerfully replied, yep. Exactly. That is how Trang Hyen described it when he explained the strategy. His strategy was flawless from start to finish of the match. I really respect him. Let me tell you how he predicted everything so accurately. At this moment Trang Hyen was also watching him on TV. So he was startled when he heard him say this. He mumbled to himself. Why does he keep talking about me in his interview? Not only that, he mentioned Trang Hyen once again. So it is Trang Hyen. Dudan suddenly stepped in to tease Trang Hyen. He talks like you are the wind leader or something. And Trang Hyen could only stay silent, not knowing what to say. Just then, someone replied on his behalf. Right. Both Trang Hyen and Du Dajin turned to look in surprise. And the one who came was Jin Han. He added, it really suits you. Trang Hyen. After hearing him call out to him like that, Trang Hyen felt confused. Trang Hyen. Looking at Gin Han's face turning red, he thought to himself, what is wrong with this guy? After a moment, he showed his discomfort and said, please just call me by my name. Like usual. I mean, you are older than me. So I do not know why you are calling me like that. Jin Han could not help but laugh. Trang Hyen could also see the happy expression on Jin Du, so in his mind, he thought, I think they are overly joyful because they finally broke the losing streak. But this team will only get stronger. The third division championship will belong to us. A pair of chopsticks were picking up strands of golden noodles and putting them in the mouth. In the room, the sounds of slurping were continuous. Dojin glanced and saw someone coming out from inside the room. He was chewing noodles and asked that person, where are you going? It is a day off. Trang Hyen tilted her head and replied to him, I am going to meet someone. Don't just sit around all day because it is the weekend. We are still in the middle of the cheap season. After saying the reminder, he turned around and waved goodbye towards the door. See you later. Dojin continued sipping his noodles and replied, bye. He tilted his head back and drank all the broth from the paper cup. Finally, after finishing his meal, Dojin placed the empty cup down on the table, picked up the TV remote, pressed the power button, and now it was time to watch his shows. Currently, outside the gate, a lot of people are gathering for the hunting tournament. A hand shot up high along with a loud call. Over here. Chang Ian noticed the person waving at him and greeted back. Hello. Min-seok now held up 2 tickets with a smile. You arrived just on time. Chang Ian put his hands in his pockets and walked over to him. They headed inside. Min-seok replied, let us go. Inside, the tournament was being broadcasted, and the audience in the hall was continuously cheering excitedly. Chang Yin sat down in a seat at the stadium. Min-seok also sat down next to him and asked, have you participated in many matches before? You seem quite familiar with this place. Chang Ian looked at him and thought to himself, I have. The truth is I lived here in my past life, but out loud. He explained, I may be in the 3rd division, but I am still a professional player. Min-seok smiled and continued, right. Anyway, I am glad you came here. It is the weekend. But I was worried you might have other plans, since you are in the middle of the season. Chang Ian replied, thank you for inviting me. The screen was showing the flags of both countries. And Chang Ian remarked, a match between Korea and Japan. We always get crushed by Japan. He looked forward with an expressionless face and asked, is it really worth going to watch it live? Min-seok noticed his attitude and replied, it is worth it. After all, that is our country. He started analyzing. Yep. Japan may have the advantage right now, but the Korean national team has some of the best talents in the 1st division. Chang Ian did not say anything more. He crossed his arms and lowered his head, thinking, I am not too excited about that, but this is the reality of Korea right now. Min-seok beside him continued speaking. The Korean players do not lack skills or essential stats. His gaze was firm as he looked at him. The reason I want you to watch this match is that I know one day you will stand on this stage. And when that day comes, I want you to take revenge for us. Next, Min-seok pointed at the arena in front of them. Not only that, I have a friend on the Japanese team. Let us go meet him after this match. Chang Ian did not say anything, just nodded slightly as if agreeing, and thought to himself, got it. Seeing Min-seok's smile, Chang Ian realized that he seemed to have high expectations for him. His gaze became serious as he stared straight ahead, silently deciding that he should pay more attention to where they were standing right now. After a long period of the match, cheers erupted from the stadium, and as a result, Min-seok got up from his seat, still smiling, and said, all right. The information screen was displaying the match results of the Asian Sports Congress. South Korea 2. Japan 7. Chang Ian looked at the results and said, we lost. Well, Min-seok, who had stood up at some point, calmly replied, let us go meet my Japanese friend. Chang Ian glanced at the person standing next to him, thinking to himself, he seems unfazed by it at all. Seeing Min-seok's indifferent expression, Chang Ian speculated, but I am sure he is really frustrated. His clenched fist, trembling slightly, revealed his true feelings at that moment, and Chang Ian finally just replied, okay. After leaving their seats in the stands, Min-seok and Chang Ian moved to wait in the hallway. Min-seok caught sight of someone approaching and called out, smiling and waving his hand broadly at that person. Over here. A member of the national hunting tournament, Takumi Minami from Japan, waved his hand while walking closer to the two of them. Min-seok happily embraced him and asked, how have you been? The other person also reached out to hug him back, saying, still good. Then Takumi asked him, aren't you supposed to meet your country's players first? Min-seok just shook his head and frowned. Oh man. Forget it. Our generation is hopeless. I am putting my hopes on the next one. He turned to point at Takumi and introduced, this is Takumi. He is a hunter for the Japanese team, the most impressive and fierce long-range warrior in Japan right now. And then Min-seok extended his hand towards Chang Ian. This is Chang Ian. He just debuted in the Korean 3rd division, and he is a rising talent that I have high hopes for. Takumi shook hands with Chang Ian, realizing this was the kid Min-seok always mentioned, and he began to ask him, nice to meet you. Suddenly, Takumi rubbed his chin, looking like he was pondering something, intently studying Chang Ian for a long time. He pointed at Chang Ian and looked at Min-seok, suggesting, hey. Min-seok, let me try this kid a bit. Min-seok paused, looking at him. He turned to ask Chang Ian for his opinion. You should ask him. Right. Chang Ian. What do you think? Chang Ian lowered his head, rubbing his chin, starting to think. Takumi Minami. What a strange name. That means he is no longer on the team in my time. His power activated, his eyes glowing red. Super sight. His stats must be really high. On the display board, skill, fire rate, significantly reducing the delay between shots, allowing nearly 2 bullets to be fired at once with each launch. Focus on weak points. Hitting the same spot twice will ensure the target area is destroyed. Speed up. Increases agility. Grants the ability to accelerate 3 times faster. Physical attributes. Strength 8.3. Reflexes 9.3. Agility 9.6. Endurance 97.6. Attribute value 6.6. Mana 8.3. Chang Hyan's lips curled in a delighted smile. The most impressive and aggressive ranged warrior from Japan, unexpectedly seizing this opportunity. He tilted his head, facing Takumi, trying it out. All right, let us do it. He raised an eyebrow with interest. Complimenting. There is definitely some charisma there. Chang Hyan, unafraid, declared, that is not the only thing I have. Their gazes met like they were shooting lightning, and the 1,000 snails in between could only close their eyes and sigh. The TV screen displayed the results. The Hunter Tournament, Asian Sports Festival. Korea 2. Japan 7. The man in glasses sitting in the chair sighed, thinking we had narrowed the gap. The young man sitting opposite spoke up to soothe him. But is not that a bit loud? We have been eliminated at least 3 times in just a heartbeat. The man in glasses repeated the 3 words he just heard in disbelief. Then asked, do you know how hard it is to overcome that heartbeat? He angrily shouted. We gave you the best guy, even more talented, and all he got was humiliation. If this continues, none of our players will be sent to compete for the national team anymore. Remember that, after just 1 match. The man huffed and decisively walked towards the door. The young man watched his back. Saying goodbye, he slammed his hands on the table, remaining silent, staring at the door for a long time, then glanced at the person standing beside him. Director Lai, I heard you scouted the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Did you find any promising talents in the lower teams of Lutid? He sat down in a chair. Promising talent. A picture of someone flashed in his mind.
Yep.
But they are not players from the Lod team. He recalled the information he had. Jun Hanjian. Right. If we could get him along with that kid who controls gravity, that is a pair. We could use them as irregular Y-cuts, even in the 1st tier tournament, or even the next generation Hunter champion, Li Changhai. Din looked at the score on the screen, thinking to himself, perhaps what this country needs right now is someone like Chang Hyan. He chuckled to himself. What am I thinking? Din could only sigh to himself. They are just kids in the 3rd tier. I have been expecting too much. Inside the arena, Takumi stands opposite Chang Hyan and starts warming up his limbs. Minsuk stands behind, observing the person in front. Arms crossed, sighing quietly to himself. Oh man. Here we go again with Takami. He recalls images of the 2 of them from the past and thinks to himself. He is just like when we were on the same international team. Seeing Takami's excited smile, Minseok realizes he is a bit too hyped, even though it is called a test. He just loves fighting. Minseok pats him on the shoulder twice, reminding him gently, take it easy. Okay. Takumi waves his hand reassuringly. Yeah. I know. He is the 3rd ranked player in the Korean tournament. He turns to the person standing next to him. I am not going overboard. Do not worry. Chang Hyan, standing opposite, also notices the relaxed, playful demeanor of the 2 of them. Unconsciously, a smile appears on his face as well. Takami notices his attitude and raises an eyebrow. What is so funny? Chang Hyan does not say it out loud but silently thinks to himself. Both of them are tough competitors. Inside the competition area, it is built like a maze. From the teleport gate, a dark figure appears. Takami holds his weapon on his shoulder, surveying the surrounding terrain of the open square. He looks at the high separating walls and the trees in front of him, wondering why he chose this arena. The deep holes connect 2 different points through space and time. Theoretically, they create a shortcut that can reduce travel time and distance, but due to many unpredictable factors, they are rarely seen in Hunter tournaments. Then he starts speculating again. Is he trying to take me out by choosing an uncommon edge? Inside a teleport gate leading to another arena, another dark figure appears. As Chang Hyan steps inside, he calculates. It is rare for ranged fighters to face off in a one-on-one match. The reason is that ranged fighters usually stay back, focusing on the enemy's front line. But no matter what, I have never lost to another ranged fighter. Chang Hyan confidently steps into the arena with his sniper rifle. He activates his vision skill, and his eyes start to glow. Super sight. Chang Hyena's gaze seems to pierce through the walls, spotting a dark figure. I remember every deep hole in this edge. Where they are and where they lead. Meaning as long as I know where the opponent is. He decisively raises his gun high, then takes aim. I can shoot them from anywhere. The bullet fires straight through the teleport hole in front of him. From the first teleport hole, the bullet goes through to the second teleport hole, then continues to the third. From the third teleport hole, it charges straight to the fourth teleport hole. Finally, it teleports to a position right behind Takumi. He seemed like a zombie turning back. Seeing the small bullet flying towards him, Takumi immediately activated his skill and accelerated. He clicked his tongue and stepped aside to dodge. The bullet missed and hit the wall next to him. Takumi observed ahead, silently wondering how he shot at him through the portal. A mark from the bullet had appeared on his shoulder. If I had been a moment slower, on the Hyon side. He glared at the shifting portal in front of him. He noticed movement inside the portal and analyzed that the bullet's trajectory changed, slightly due to the portal's disturbance. Takumi had hidden behind a wall, glancing at the shifting portal outside. I do not know how he found my position, but he definitely knew exactly where I was when he fired that bullet. He smiled as if he saw through me, thinking to himself, using a portal to shoot at me. Impressive for a kid in Tier 3. Takumi readied both crossbows in his hands. Things are getting interesting. He used his skills, accelerated, focused on the weak points, and fired a shot aimed at the walls separating them. Takumi smiled confidently. But once all the walls fall, and it is just the two of us, it is game over. A few separating walls in the arena had been shattered by his shot, leaving only rubble behind. Chang Hyen moved quickly forward with his gun. He looked at the thick clouds of dust in front of him. That sound. Chang Hyen activated his vision skill again, piercing through the walls to search. Breaking the walls from a spot the portal could not reach. He began analyzing the current situation. The gap in stats between us is quite large. Maybe he is breaking the walls. Chang Hyen silently smiled, confident that he would crush me in a direct confrontation. So cute. Inside the observation room, Minseo's expression had turned grim. He looked at the images displayed on the screen, muttering to himself, I did not expect Chang Hyen to take the first move. Minseo recalled his strategy, using a portal to shoot the opponent. Suddenly, the door behind him was pushed open and a guy walked in. The person was the national hunter of South Korea, Jin Jian. He raised his hand to greet the person in front of him. Minseo, long time no see. Minseo turned his head and simply said to him, Jiang right. Too bad about today's match. Jiang turned his neck while walking closer to the screen. Almost made it. He looked up and saw the image on the screen, asking, is that Takumi from today's match? Minseo did not turn around and replied casually. Jiang pointed and asked, who is fighting him? Minseo, while intently watching the match on the screen, answered, a rising star that I have my eye on. He is doing better than me. Jiang frowned and turned to look at him upon hearing that. A rising star. He observed the image of Chang Hyen being projected on the screen and wondered, you mean that kid? I have never heard of him. Minseo introduced him. He is a professional hunter just debuted this season in the 3rd division. Jiang widened his eyes in disbelief and asked the person standing in front of him again. 3rd division. Then he said with a fairly confident tone. Either way, it looks quite dramatic. A one-on-one against Takumi. The outcome is pretty clear. Jiang shifted the topic, saying, let us put that aside. Why did not you come by and meet us? A lot of people want to see you. He looked at Minseo and said, if you come before the match, the team's morale will really lift. Minseo remained silent, showing no intention of responding to his question. Jiang frowned and looked at his back for a long time, waiting, but still got no answer. He did not give up and rushed in front of Minseo, calling out, Minseo. Minseo calmly replied with just 2 words. Get lost. He frowned and declared, this match is more important than your issues. Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, come on, are you serious? He turned to see the situation of the match on the screen. After all, it was already over. When he saw the scene before him, Jiang's face went stiff, unable to speak. The crossbow in Takumi's hand was now lying on the ground. He had also collapsed, lying motionless on the ground for who knows how long. Meanwhile, Chang Hyen was completely unscathed, calmly looking down at the person lying on the ground. The 2 people in the observation room, seeing the current outcome, could only remain silent, not saying a word. A powerful shot flew straight towards the wall. Takumi raised the crossbow forward, and debris from the wall continuously fell to the ground. He frowned as he observed ahead. The walls were all collapsing. Takumi withdrew his hand, pointing the arrow towards the sky, whispering to himself. But he still won't waver. Then Takumi once again extended his hand. Aiming the crossbow forward, he turned around, changing his shooting position, thinking to himself, he can only hold out this long. The tip of the silver arrow on the crossbow glimmered, and 2 arrows shot from Takumi's position simultaneously, heading toward the same target. The sharp arrows sped toward Chang-Ian at an incredible pace. At this moment, he remained calm, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chang-Ian perfectly leaned aside, dodging the 2 arrows aimed at him. Takumi stared in disbelief, silently questioning. He dodged. Lucky him. Then he hid behind a rock. The ambush had failed, but time was still on his side. Next, Takumi observed the movements of the deep holes. Calculating. I will break the nearby hole and follow up with the next attack. Chang-Ian's side is continuously firing aimlessly. The bullets from his position pierced through the deep holes, flying everywhere in the arena. Takumi looked up and saw the rain of bullets flying overhead, frowning as he wondered. It is a barrage. The trajectory of the bullet was altered by the wormhole. By the time he realized what was happening, the bullets were already homing in on his position. Takumi looked at the bullets in front of him and realized with dread that he could not avoid them. He quickly regained his composure and began to activate his shield. The shield was hit by countless bullets all at once and started to show cracks over time. Takumi glanced and saw that his shield had shattered into pieces. The yellow bullets still did not stop and continued to rush toward him. Takumi glanced again and saw the bullets from behind still attacking. He tilted his head and realized this was a plan to delay the attack. Takumi's face was drenched in sweat as he gritted his teeth and thought, this is bad. I have been caught. Finally, a loud explosion echoed in the air. Chang-Ian stepped forward, muttering to himself, in the past? I was asked this question a lot. Images from the past flashed in his mind and questions echoed in his ears. Chang-Ian, what do you think is the key to becoming a good player? He answered, experience. Currently, Chang-Ian's foot was stepping closer to where Takumi collapsed on the ground. The image from the past appeared again, and he was smiling slightly at that moment. Looking at those who asked questions, he confidently replied. Specifically, the experience of victory. An information panel appeared before Chang-Ian displaying the message. Chang-Ian wins. Min Seok rushed into the room and asked, "Hey, what is going on?" He saw Takumi sitting quietly on a chair, reviewing the entire match process against Chang-Ian. The screen was showing footage of Chang-Ian holding the gun, his eyes intensely focused on his target. Takumi smiled and simply said, "You unleashed a monster." That is what happened. Min Seok's eyes widened as he thought, so he really defeated Takumi with skill. Not luck. Takumi turned to him and said, I do not know when he stepped into the international arena, but by then, he probably had a fanbase like a superstar. Min Seok's expression became blank as he did not know what to say next. On the other side, the faucet was turned on, and the water kept pouring down. Chang-Ian had a towel draped around his neck, and water was continuously dripping from his face. He had just come out of the bathroom, and was quietly marveling at how interesting yesterday's match was. He remembered the scene from yesterday. A ranged warrior with enough firepower to destroy walls. Chang-Ian smiled and raised his hand to wipe his hair, thinking to himself, but I never doubted my own victory. So all in all, back when things got tough, I was the one ranked higher more than anyone else, and my opponent seemed satisfied even though he lost. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Hey. Chang-Ian. Du-jun, sitting on the sofa, pointed at the screen and asked him, what the hell did you do yesterday? How did you end up on the news? Chang-Ian glanced at the TV showing the news. In a recent interview, Japan's top long-range warrior, Takumi Miniman, drew attention by expressing great hope for a Korean player. The screen displayed images of him, while the host continuously introduced him as the Korean player mentioned, Lee Chang-Hai, currently competing in the 3rd division. Chang-Ian shifted his gaze to the two sitting on the sofa explaining that, I went to watch a match with Min Seok. Du-jun asked in surprise. Wait, a match with Min Seok? Since when are you two close? Han-jian also started to wonder. You really fought with Takumi yesterday? Du-jun eagerly asked. Did you get his autograph? Chang-Ian crossed his arms, looking away with a disinterested expression, and replied to them. I soloed and beat him. Du-jun gasped loudly. No way. Chang Haiyan smiled to himself, thinking that reaction is pretty interesting, even though to me that is very normal. In theory, Takumi's physical stats and skills are much better than mine, but when it comes to reality, I am the one on top. I have been in this game long enough to remember every edge and every little detail. There is no way I could lose. But if I had jumped a little slower, the result might have been different. Suddenly, someone jumped up from the chair excitedly. I knew it from the start. And John's eyes lit up, focused on Chang Haiyan. We just need to listen to Chang Haiyan. Chang Haiyan looked at Han Jian's face and wondered, does his eyes always sparkle like that? Du Jun, sitting back on the sofa with his hands behind his head, sighed. You should have brought me along if you met Takumi. He waved his fist confidently, declaring, I would have gone all out with the sword and beaten him too. Chang Haiyan's fist tapped his head as a reminder. Come on, do not be ridiculous. He sat down next to Du Jun, thinking, that might have been possible at Du Jun's peak, but right now he stands no chance. Chang Haiyan was deep in thought when suddenly, an information panel popped up, cutting through his thoughts. Chang Haiyan's eyes lit up. His super sight leveled up, probably because he had pushed it to its limits in the match with Takumi. The information panel displayed. Super sight distinguishes the nature of targets, identifies innate abilities allowing you to see the maximum ability stats of hunters, and analyzes trajectories allowing you to track enemy movements. Chang Haiyan smiled satisfactorily, starting to think, just what I need. It is the best way to train my teammates. Time to get to work. From a dim room came a voice. Are you talking about ranked matches? In the room, Chang Haiyan sat on a chair, looking at the person in front of him. Confirming. Yep. That is the plan I set for the team. He straightforwardly asked the person sitting across from him. Coach, what do you think of the team's current situation? Ganjiu, startled, began to analyze. We got eliminated from the season with 1 win. So we have good motivation. I think it will be fine if we keep going as we have been, even though we do not have many strategies. We have established a solid condition for victory. And it seems like there is more energy in the team compared to last season. After hearing his analysis, Chang Haiyan crossed his arms and shook his head. That is completely wrong. His gaze was fixed straight ahead, determinedly declaring, that is just not enough. Chang Haiyan pointed out Ganji's shortcomings. If your artillery strategy fails, do we have an alternative solution? We would definitely lose. Especially if I am the only one carrying the whole team. He leaned in, analyzing deeply. When the strategy fails, we have no options left. So we need to improve it or come up with a new strategy. Or refine the basic principles of the team. What we need right now is personal development for each member. Chang Haiyan smiled at him. Let us start with ranked matches. Inside the room, 3 people, Du Jun,
Yeah.
and Ju, were lined up in front of Chang Haiyan. He glanced over at them and asked, did everyone hear what the coach said? Du Jun looked at him, puzzled. Are we going to train through ranked matches? Chang Haiyan replied to him. He scanned the room, hands behind his head, confused and asked, but why? Would not practicing as a team be better? Chang Haiyan placed his hands on his hips, explaining to him, personal development must take precedence over team development. Otherwise, fighting as a team would be pointless. We will take turns in the matches. Then I will evaluate with the coach. So let us do our best. The screen displayed everyone's ranking order, and a cheer went up in the room. Good luck. Chang Haiyan and Ganju were waiting outside the observation room. Chang Haiyan tilted his head and glanced over, seeing a long line of people next to them. He thought to himself, so many people. He turned to the person next to him and asked, Coach, what is going on? Did the players from Divisions 1 and 2 just show up? Ganju looked at him and replied, Yep. The screen in front displayed information about the 2 players competing inside, Hanjin Kim and Min Seo Lai. The system displayed information about the person in the black armor, ranking 4,813 points, close combat defender, Hanjin. On the other side was the information about the person in the yellow armor, ranking 4,727 points, mid-range warrior, Min Seo. Chang Haiyan looked at the information of the 2 of them and realized. Hanjin will later be called a knight and Min Seo, a bombing plane. Inside the arena, Hanjin had started his attack. Rushing forward. Accelerating. That person was moving as fast as lightning. Min Seo on the opposite side was not standing still either. She created a block, enhancing her firepower with innate mana, ready to absorb. Immediately, she leaped high, perfectly avoiding Hanjin's attack. Standing outside the observation room, Chang Haiyan silently analyzed Min Seal's actions in his head. She detonated the mana bomb with her skill, turning it into an explosive acceleration. It seemed Hanjin's plan was to quickly close the distance with acceleration to avoid being attacked by Min Seal's mana bombs. But at that moment, Min Seal had a significant advantage. Hanjin raised the shield in his hand to block the relentless strikes from his opponent. That person put all his strength into his 2 feet to keep his body from being pushed back. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light appeared in front of the shield. Finally, a huge explosion occurred, sending Hanjin flying into the air, accompanied by a loud bang resonating in the arena. The scoreboard displaying the result. Min Seal. In the observation room, Ganju glanced at the person next to him. Min Seal completely dominated the match, even though Hanjin was ranked higher. Chang Haiyan thought for a moment and then spoke up. I do not think so. It is not as simple as you think. He started analyzing if Hanjin could deal with the mana bomb used as an acceleration substance during his first rush. If he finds a chance to get close to Min Seal, he will take the lead. Chang Haiyan rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, ranked matches are where battles and fighting motivation are most clearly displayed. To amateurs, they would think Min Seal dominated the match, but in reality, the true strength is only measured in inches. Anything can happen in ranked matches. The figure wearing a yellow outfit of Min Seal appeared inside the observation room, with a crowd gathered in front of the results screen, continuously discussing among themselves. Her sneakers carried her quickly forward. A voice called out from behind Chang Haiyan, catching his attention. Min Seal's face was extremely calm as she stared intently at him. Then she put her hands in her pockets and approached him while asking, which division are you in? Which team? And what is your rating? And Chang Haiyan also observed the approaching person, thinking to himself, he must have heard me talking. Finally, he spoke up to answer her previous question. Division 3. Team B. Rating 1000. Min Seal's lips curled into a smile. A rookie. Then she turned to leave, leaving behind a remark, just you wait. I am going to blow up on a rookie. Chang Haiyan was feeling extremely annoyed, thinking that he wished he could tell that guy he was the first person in the world to score over 8,000 points. Next, he turned to look at the screen. Han Jian's match was about to start, so he should get going too. Chang Haiyan's sneaker-clad feet moved slowly across the ground. Behind him, there was another pair of feet in sneakers following closely behind. Chang Haiyan glanced at Min Seal, who was looking around disinterestedly, then whispered to himself, why is that guy following me? There are a lot of strange fans out there. He must be one of them. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he noticed something in front of him. In front was a scene of Jianju, panting and holding a weapon in the match. Chang Haiyan stopped to closely watch the match situation on the screen. Jianju was fighting. She was tilting her head, observing her surroundings in the arena. Finally, she decisively aimed forward. Immediately, a loud scream echoed. Chang Haiyan calmly looked up, silently assessing. As expected, this season was too tough for him. The screen announced, Min Seal. Chang Haiyan, and he began to analyze. The Hunter Association's training facility was used by players from all 3 tournaments, and Li Youngjun was one of the weakest in the entire 3rd league. Junju sighed and walked out of the arena into the observation room. She startled and asked the person waiting inside, did you watch? Chang Haiyan did not answer her but asked back, Jinju, you do not have much experience. Do you? Upon hearing the question, she clenched her hands and honestly nodded at him. Chang Haiyan activated his insight skill. Super sharp. All her information appeared before him. Li Youngjun. Skills. Position awareness B+. Accurately determining the opponent's location nearby. Fire rate C. Shooting continuously. Stealth skill. Flare plus. Temporarily fixing living targets in the designated area. Physical attributes. Strength 5.6. Reflex 5.6. Agility 5.6. Endurance 5.3. Mana 7.6. He was a bit taken aback by a skill he just saw. Flare. And Chang Haiyan looked at Jianju, who was bowing her head across from him, and thought, surprising, it is even a plus. If he were just an ordinary sharpshooter, he would teach her how to enchant arrows with mana, or how to recognize escape routes. But with those 2 skills in her arsenal, things were different. Chang Haiyan raised his head to continue viewing the 2 skills on the info board. Position awareness B+. Flare plus. Not knowing how much time passed, he turned his gaze to her and said, Jinju, I think you are more talented in using position awareness skills than using a bow. You should be a scout or something. Someone positioned even farther than a sharpshooter. Jeonju hesitated to evaluate herself. But with just that skill, I can't do anything. Chang Hyan closed his eyes, agreeing with what she just said.
Yep.
But once your shine kicks in, you can immobilize opponents even from a distance. You looked at the 2-word recording. Waiting room, and started analyzing. Right now. The challenge is unlocking it, but there is no rush. Chang Hyan placed his hand on Jeonju's shoulder reassuringly. You are already a valuable asset to us. You are like a radar, identifying teammates and opponents, allowing us to execute crucial strategies. Jeonju's previously stern face turned rosy after hearing his words. Chang Hyan did not stop there and continued speaking. But of course, Chang Hyan seriously said, I do not mean to suggest you stay as you are. He straightforwardly stated that what Jeonju needs is not the ability of a long-range shooter, but the skills of a defender or scout. Jeonju gasped in surprise. A scout. Her expression made Chang Hyan smile lightly. Moments later, Jeonju wandered alone in the hallway, looking at the invisible panels in the air. Then wondered, Girl, what is this? Suddenly, Chang Hyan's voice echoed. Survive in the dungeon for 5 minutes. His voice through the monitor startled Jeonju, and she asked, Are you still here? What am I supposed to do now? He did not respond to her but thought to himself. Answer. Even if I did, you would not hear it anyway. Suddenly, a monster appeared from the darkness, making clicking sounds. Not just one, but a swarm. Watching them scuttle closer, Jeonju felt a bit annoyed. At the same time, Chang Hyan thought, the Hunter Training Federation has more than just weight training equipment or combat training, but also options that regular trainees rarely use. And now Jeonju had to face those unexpected things. Running while shouting. Why did you do this without saying anything? He calmly observed the dungeon maze and evaluated. This is an exploration program for scouts. There is no better place to develop Jeonju's abilities than here. After thinking that, he picked up the radio and said, Today, all you need to do is keep running. There was no response from the other end. Just the echo of screams. Moments later, Chang Hyan walked down the hallway, thinking about Minsun behind him, wondering how long she planned to follow him. No matter what he thought about her, she just gently wore a strange smile. Those upperclassmen. I can never understand their thoughts. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the screen displayed the data. Ranking points 14-15. Field 18 points. Close combat fighter. League. Now. Ji-han opened the observation room door and stepped in. Suddenly someone called him. Ji-han. Turning around, he saw Chang Hyan and Jeonju. So he greeted them. Chang Hyan and the coach. Then he awkwardly asked, Are you watching me? Seeing him so nervous, Chang Hyan reassured him. Don't worry too much. I think the most promising player on our team is Ji-han. When it comes to evaluating his fighting ability, his personal skills are good, and his stats are not bad either. The issue is his judgment on when to use his skills. Plus he lacks flexibility in his movements. And I also gave him advice to improve his combat skills. For now, do not compete. Just focus on thinking, Chang Hyan emphasized. Right now, just concentrate on Kim Han-jin, the high-ranked melee fighter with 4,813 points. At the same time, he reminded Kim Han. By the way, you need to write an analysis report for me to see if you really learned anything after watching Han-jin's match. Which startled him. Seeing he was about to say something in rebuttal, Chang Hyan sternly said, You have to write about every match of Han-jin's. Seeing him so serious, he had no choice but to respond. Okay. After giving him the reminder, he and Ganjiyu went outside. As he walked, he thought about Han-jin and Jisoo, who had pretty high rankings, and Dujun, who was not bad either. However, Chang Hyan noticed something about Dujun. It seemed like he wanted to be noticed. He remembered when Dujun suddenly asked him, Hey, do not you have any special strategy for me? At that time, Chang Hyan looked at the sword at his side and advised him. I told him to try using the weapon's glowing effect. Even though he said that, he did not really know if he would use it. How to use it depended on Kim Dujun. Just then, Chang Hyan suddenly remembered something and turned around. Wondering, Hey, where did Min-sun go? She was just following me. Where did she go? He still had some questions in his mind about why she was following him. Chang Hyan recalled Min-sun's fighting performance. She did quite well today, especially in the battle against the final boss. She even defeated Han-jin. someone she usually had a hard time beating. Aside from that, he also noticed other interesting things happening. This was something no one expected. She actually saw Chang Hyan, the third-ranked player, defeat Takumi. When she saw Chang Hyan, she was really excited, thinking she would get to watch him compete. However, the situation around Chang Hyan made her a bit disappointed. He was still busy training those around him. At that moment, Min-sun was in the waiting room, lamenting. So boring. My teammates are only ranked at level 3. Even though it was so frustrating, she could not do anything. Oh well. Whatever. In another place, the sword flew around, following the floating rings. A young man, carrying a gun on his shoulder, looked up at the sky and thought contentedly. Just like this time, it is the bomber plane strategy of Bo. Chang Hyan smiled and wondered if any team could withstand this tactic. Time passed until the league training. After the match ended, Junju was running while gasping for breath. She was trying to escape from the stone monster. Outside, Chang Hyan and Jianju were focused on observing everything through the screen. Inside, Chang Hyan was worried, thinking that the third-tier hunter tournament had started, and Biu was still undefeated. Even though he was worried, he recognized one thing. Of course, there is no guarantee we can win all the remaining matches. Chang Hyan thought about their next opponent. The opponent in the next match was Laud, the first top-tier team that B had to face. While he was lost in thought, someone suddenly called out to him. Chang Hyan. Junju reminded him seriously. We should be focusing on training for the match against Laud. Why are you letting Jianju train like that? The reason he reminded him was that the exercise he assigned to Jianju was to enter the map and capture monsters or minions. The reason Chang Hyan requested this was to help her develop her binding skill potential. However, there were certain things he could not explain, but he could not say them out loud. Chang Hyan could only say, from what I see, Junju needs to enhance her survival skills. To do that, what does she need? His words made Ganji Wu wonder. Flexible movement. Maybe. He acknowledged that and added, that is true. But the important thing is to understand the attacker's strategy. Additionally, he mentioned, put yourself in their position and think about where to ambush, how to catch the prey, and from there understand the opponent's attack route. Hearing this, Ganji Wu nodded in agreement. I see. But Chang Hyan was at a loss for words. Do you really believe that? Back to the stone monster. It was moving step by step, unaware that there was something beneath its feet. And then it crushed that thing, causing Jianju to panic. Something powerful has suddenly emerged. That was Junju's binding ability affecting the stone monster. At that moment, a notification appeared. A binding success. A creature bound at the designated position for a short period. Hidden potential points have been unlocked. Junju watched the stone monster kneel down and exclaimed in confusion. Ah! It knelt down. What? What is this? Outside, Chang Hyan saw what was happening and happily thought to himself. Alright. He was excited, believing that with this, the match against Laud would be nothing to worry about. On the day of the match, the male MC of the tournament smiled as he announced. Yep. Today before the match between the two second-place teams, 10, we will have a short interview with the coaches of P, who are carefully strategizing for this season. Then he asked Hyangol, has Coach Lee Hyangol made any specific preparations? He smirked and responded. Of course. You must be thinking if I am going to reveal it right now or not. Moreover, he even insulted Chang Hyan's team. Actually, I think that even if P knew beforehand, he would not be able to do anything. At this moment, he arrogantly declared, in this match, I am going to try using a new card. The tournament's male MC heard this and said, I have heard that Lutte's lineup is not easy to change. Fans must be looking forward to this new lineup. The match between PR and Laud is about to take place. See you at the battlefield. Right now on the phone is the information of the contestants preparing to compete. And there is one person without a profile picture. A Chang Hyan looked at it and wondered. New. He tried to remember the faces of the opponents. Who was on Lud's team? He could not recall anyone. Just then, Dujun appeared and asked, Wait. Are you watching the video of the new player making his debut today? Since he was lost in thought, he had not fully registered Dujun's question. Now, he asked again. Were not you watching that new player's video? Chang Hyan laughed at this and thought, Lud is not foolish enough to leak a video of their secret card. However, Dujun insisted. Really? Check it out. His words shocked Chang Hyan, He quickly looked at the match video and recognized who was fighting. That skill belonged to Ryu Dejun. While he was still astonished, Dejun reminded him, "Wait, it is almost time for the match. We need to go in." Inside, he was just thinking, "I can't believe I am running into him so soon." From what he remembered, back when he first joined Laud in the 3rd Division, he was the first junior to him. Right from their first meeting, he had assessed him. If he had to describe him in one sentence, he would say he was a defender even stronger than an attacker. Dejun possesses excellent support skills. His S-rank skill, Gunwave Strike, is enough to counter his team's strategy on its own. This made Trang Hyen extremely worried. Just then, someone called him. "Wait." Trang Hyen. He quickly gave the order. "Right. Let us use the artillery formation like last time for this defense." Moreover, he instructed, "But this time, if you see 3 or more enemies gathering, you must take them out immediately, as quickly as possible, before they can regroup." The person on the other end asked to confirm, "If we attack one by one, the explosive energy might not be enough. Are you sure?" However, Trang Hyen still firmly informed his teammates, "It is, when the explosive energy runs out, Henjian and Jis just return to the main formation." After receiving the notice, one person on the team asked anxiously, "What about me? When the explosive energy runs out, what should I do?" Trang Hyen calmly called out that person's name. Jinju. He instructed her, "Just wait for my command." A little later in the waiting room, everyone was nervously waiting for their turn to compete. Junju is now looking at the map, and the system sends her a notification that the location has been identified. "We are focusing on the building near the 6 o'clock area on the map. Let us blow that building up. We should be able to take them all down." Just then, Trang Hyen's voice comes through, reminding me of what I said earlier. Junju quickly responds, "Attack before they can regroup." And Jian suddenly turns around and asks for the coordinates, to which Jianju replies, 228. 21. After receiving the correct coordinates, he nods. Then he directs the flying swords to the coordinates identified by Junju. At this moment, 2 figures are moving along the road. One person senses something and looks up at the sky, exclaiming in surprise. And just as he sees something chasing him, a young man panics and shouts, "What?" A loud explosion occurs, and smoke rises high, causing a nearby young man holding a gun to panic. This person receives news from his teammate through his earpiece that 2 guys have been taken down. After hearing the news, Heen starts thinking about the next plan. The remaining members of Lud have gathered at the building at the 6 o'clock position. Now we are all assembled, and the only thing left is, on the other end of the line, 2 people in the group are chatting. "If we keep this up, it will be easy." Lud is not that impressive. There are still 3 of them with destructive abilities. Henjun is busy asking Hyun for his opinion. Since the enemy has all gathered, it is a bit hard to attack them individually, so let us just attack them all at once. He is currently standing in front of a building, thinking that now the only way left is to confront them directly. So he quickly gives the order. After the explosive ability detonates, while the dust is still settling, the entire fighting formation will charge forward. On the other end of the line, the teammates immediately comply. "Got it. I understand." In his heart, he knows John very well but still can't help but worry. Even though he knows what skills John has and how to deal with him, Jisoo is currently smirking, thinking that it would be nice for his teammates, who only trust the artillery formation, to see a glimpse of Jian's power. He glances at the building surrounded by swords, confidently asserting that they must let them taste defeat. Inside the building, a young man wearing a mask is pondering. Suddenly, he raises his hand and activates some kind of technique, causing the surrounding swords outside to unexpectedly surge up. And less than a moment later, they explode. Dujun sees this scene and is astonished. "Wait, what is that? Why did it suddenly explode?" Jang Hein smiles and recognizes whose work it is. Indeed, it is Jin's style. At the same time, in Juziuk's office, he recalls meeting John for the first time. From what he knows about his information, that kid used to be a cheerful child living with his parents in the safe zone of the tower, until the safe zone collapsed, and the monsters flooded in. Memories keep flooding back into Juziuk's mind. It has been years since we took him in. Back then, he had a pretty unique vibe. That kid's name. What he observed from him was that he was training like crazy for revenge. He even surpassed all the dungeon levels in the tower. He went on a rampage, handling the entire dungeon. But then, something must have happened. In the end, his hatred led nowhere. and he sank into despair. Since then, he has drifted away from me. At first, Juziuk did not know where Jian had gone, but now he does. He keeps wondering what that kid is up to. Who would have thought he would join Laud? Plus, he never expected that his rival would be Jang Hyan. Juziuk remembers when Jang Hyan told him, no matter what happens, seeing that kid again truly makes him happy. This makes him feel excited. It is interesting to see who will win. But after thinking it over, he believes that, in the end, it does not really matter who wins. Watching the explosion in the sky, Dujun can't believe why they failed. Jang Hyan reassures him. Failure is normal. I told you not to sweat the small stuff. Dujun nods hesitantly. Jang Hyan steps forward, talking as he walks. Anyway, we have taken down 2 guys with destructive energy. So the score is 7-5. And in terms of numbers, we have the advantage. So let us stick to the plan. You call Han Jisoo and Jun Han Ji Yan. Tell them to come here quickly. The 2 respond. Got it. While Jang Hyan asks Jun Han Ji Yan to stay back, she weakly replies, sure. A bit disappointed and let down. Jang Hyan grips his gun tightly, using technological energy to modify his weapon. I do not want to push things to the point of a direct fight. The teammates warn that they are approaching from the front. Jun Han Ji Yan easily dodges Han Ji Yan's attack. Seeing his missed strike, he gets a bit grumpy. He thinks, even though these guys are only third-rate, they are still somewhat capable. A powerful energy source attacks Jijus directly. He flinches in surprise. Quickly rolling to the side to evade, Jijus begins to think seriously. Are those 2 going to attack me? But with just 2, they still can T-match me. Thinking that, he jumps off the shield in midair. Approaching the opponent, Han Ji-yeon realizes half of his intentions. He wants to strike but still gets perfectly dodged by Jijus. Swift as lightning, he claps his hands together, using shockwaves, immediately leaving Jijus and Han Ji-yeon dizzy. Jijus assesses. This team is not bad. Recalling an old rival, he thinks to himself. But compared to that person, this team is still inexperienced. If you set aside that bombing strategy of this team, I think they are just an average team. Dujun suddenly appeared, distracting Jujus's red-haired teammate, and he quickly turned the tide of the battle. Another person jumped out, using magic to bind the entire area, not giving Dujun a chance to fight back. Then that red-haired guy swiftly dispatched Dujun. Jijus confidently thought, with things going this way, our team will easily win. Suddenly noticing some movement, he turned around and immediately saw Hyan using magic just like him. He could not believe it. This stuff was not supposed to be revealed yet. Hyan, with a gun in each hand, took down the other 2 teammates of Jijus in one move. He realized the situation was not good. This guy might be on par with him, or even stronger. The red-haired guy wanted to advance and attack Hyan, but Hyan quickly dealt with him. While Jijus watched the scene in shock, Hyan turned to Jijus and asked, are you out of it? He forced himself to answer, I am still alive. Can you move? He managed to stand straight. Thanks to you stalling for time. I am still alive. Hyan asked. There are 2 more outside. Can you handle it? Of course. But I have not dealt with this guy yet. You turned serious. We have to settle this once and for all. The commentator exclaimed. I can't believe Hyan charged straight into the enemy formation. Everyone said it was suicidal. But once the fight started, he showed an overwhelming performance. What do you think? Commentator. Completely unexpected for me. In practice matches, or even in the next-gen hunters, Hyan sometimes revealed incredible strength, but he had never shown such overwhelming power in a direct confrontation like this. The opponents are not pushovers either. He simultaneously pushed back 2 highly rated players ranked 3rd, Han Jisoo and Jun Han Ji-yeon. What do you think about the match between Hyan and Jeju? That is a tough question. Even though Hyan just took down 2 ulted players, in a one-on-one situation, he does not have much of an advantage. No matter how fast Hyan attacks, Jeju can completely neutralize it with his shockwave skill. In other words, this battle is primarily a battle of wits. Juke smiled with interest. A battle of wits. The strong in a battle of wits are those with plenty of experience. His fingers slowly tapped on the table in rhythm, eager to watch the match continue. The commentator's voice rang out again. Jeju and Hyan are moving towards each other. A one-on-one battle between the 2 top players. I wonder what a newcomer like Chang Hyan, who just became a player, can do. Hyan silently recalled his own achievements. 3-time champion of the International Hunter Tournament. 3-time mid-season tournament champion. 8-time 4-time OZA tournament champion. And 2-time champion of other tournaments. It is all part of my past before the regression. Those are achievements I can be proud of. The feeling of winning a match. I am confident no one can beat me at this. Dust and smoke are everywhere. Jeju immediately falls back. Hyan. You are pretty good. What about this afternoon? Just thinking about that. His hand created sound waves. Both of his hands generate two huge sound waves. Surrounding objects immediately show signs of wear. Large rocks above keep falling. Seeing that, Hyan silently marvels. This guy. There is no way to block this with a barrier. You create air pockets under your feet, then step on them to rush forward. Calculating in your head. If so, I will take him out in one move. You jump into the air, firing both guns continuously at Jejun. He also creates an air pocket and immediately jumps onto it. Ian keeps firing at him, forcing him to jump back and forth to dodge the bullets. Seeing that, Hyan thinks, indeed, those years he trained at Lijutek are still there. He is dodging my bullets while accumulating magic power, probably planning to explode in midair to damage me. Hyan smirks, saying into his earpiece, Jeonju, are you ready? Jeonju calmly replies,
Yep.
Watching Jejun continuously move in the air, Hyan calculates that the scattered air pockets will tell him where Jejun goes. The moment he stops to use his skill, I will. Jejun's foot suddenly stops. Seizing the opportunity, Hyan shouts loudly, now. A black sphere immediately appears, wrapping around Jejun. Black air wraps around his arms, binding him tightly. He exclaims in shock, what is this? Ian focuses his power into the gun while thinking, this guy still has not gathered enough magic power to create a shockwave. If I miss this chance, then I would be failing my legendary sharpshooter nickname. Just thinking that, he aims directly at Jejun. The bullet flies straight towards him. In his eyes filled with horror, a small explosion occurs. Someone gasps. Jejun has been taken down. He has been defeated. Looking at Jeonju on the screen, Judik gasps. He silently marvels. I did not expect a competitor like Jeonju to have such skill. This guy. Hyan really wants to win. His phone suddenly vibrates. He immediately answers. What is going on at this hour? The person on the other end asks. Are you watching Jejun's match? Judik replies. He is the one I always care about. How can I miss his first match? The person on the other end says. That guy Hyan. He seems stronger than Jejun. Bring him here, hang out sometime. My daughter really likes that guy after watching the match today. Juk asked in surprise.
Gentlemen.
He usually does not care about the lower league. I wonder what has gotten into him now. At this moment, in the players' waiting room, Henjian was sitting alone. He was constantly jotting something down on his phone. Jang Hyan suddenly appeared from behind, gave him a hard slap on the back of the head, and asked, what are you doing? Henjian rubbed the spot on his head where he was hit, stunned into silence. Seeing this, Jang Hyan curiously asked, what are you writing? Are you bored? When Henjian did not reply, he thought to himself, no reply means he must be planning to keep writing. Suddenly, a staff member appeared at the door, loudly announcing, Jang Hyan, congratulations on being chosen as MEP. Get ready for the interview. Jang Hyan replied, yeah. While Han Jian looked at him with admiration, blushing and smiling. In the interview room, the host praised, that match was absolutely amazing. Jang Hyan, did you think you would win before the match? Jang Hyan arrogantly replied, of course. Did not I say that earlier? Memories of the past rush back. In reality, no team was that strong. But it would be humiliating for a top team to lose to the bottom team. Finishing his recollection, the host awkwardly responded, that did happen. The press conference for the team launch was quite sensational. The host pointed at the recording device nearby and said, now, let us watch some of the standout moments from the match and wait for the next story. This is the moment voted by the audience as the most impressive in this match. Man, what were you thinking at that time? Was the one-on-one confrontation something you set up beforehand? Hearing the question, Jang Hyan thought, should I be honest or exaggerate? To be honest, the most interesting part is, I have not provoked my opponent. He must be furious by now. He thought, then grabbed the mic, remembering his past life. He reflected, in my past life, every time he lost a match, he would get incredibly upset. Jang Hyan calmly said, I always anticipate the one-on-one situation, so I am not that surprised. He looked straight into the camera and deliberately said, besides, the key player of the opposing team this time, Ryu Sijin. Right. The host flinched but still maintained a smile. He leaned in and whispered, Sejun is regent. You know. But Chang Hein remained calm and said, Right. Ryu Sejun. Wait, that is not it. Sejun was watching from the screen on the other side, angrily thinking. That guy. Chang Hein ignored him and continued. He is a pretty solid player, though it is unfortunate for him to fall into the trap I set. But still, he is my opponent. Over here. Sejun heard this and got angry. Clenching his fists tightly, Chang Hein smirked. Feeling proud. This is the first impression he has of me. Am I being a bit too much? But interviews are usually like this. After the interview, Chang Hein returned to the waiting room, and Han Jian high-fived him, cheerfully saying, Li Chang Hein, your answers were awesome. Jiang Haiyan and Du Jun joined it, saying that Chang Haiyan was born for the spotlight, and once again, he made a splash. He smiled and replied, Guys, do not hype it up too much. It is just a regular thing. Someone curiously asked, Hey, what skill did you use at the end that dazzled your opponents like that? Chang Haiyan looked at Junju and said, It is not my skill. It is Junju's. Junju was startled to hear that, her face immediately turning bright red. Jisoo approached her and said, It seems like you two trained together or something. Making Junju jump a little. Jisoo kept pressing. Come on. You must have a secret to awaken new skills. Right. She hesitated and replied. That. Chang Haiyan. Chang Haiyan was surprised that she kept calling him, not understanding what was happening. Han Jian turned to look at him with a disbelieving expression, and Chang Haiyan started sweating, thinking, What is going on with me? Just say it already. But Junju did not say anything more, just blushing and turning away. And Jian and Du Jun immediately distanced themselves from Chang Haiyan. And he thought to himself, What is with this atmosphere? He rubbed his head, helplessly sighed, thinking, Am I the only normal one in this team? After a moment, the host asked, Recently, player Kim Du Jun has been a hot topic in many forums. Are you aware of that? Du Jun crossed his arms confidently and replied, Yep. Of course. As you can see, my blind strategy is incredibly effective. Hearing that, Chang Haiyan widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, What the heck is that? Could it be that he used the thing I ordered from the Murasa workshop last time? Watching the interview video on the screen, Chang Haiyan wondered when this interview was from. Yep. Du Jun definitely played a big role in the recent matches on TV. The interview continued. Recently, Pew has been performing very well. I am curious, in Pew's view, what is the reason for this success? And who is the key factor? He arrogantly answered. The reason Pew is doing well is obviously because of me and Chang Haiyan. I think the two-man carry strategy is extremely effective. I lead as the striker, while Chang Haiyan supports from behind. Watching Du Jun continuously bragging on screen, Chang Haiyan could not believe his ears, thinking, What the hell does a two-man carry even mean? Our strategy is all-out bombing. Got it. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Juke sent a message. Chang Haiyan, since there are no matches these days, let us meet up. I will send a car to pick you up. Reading the message, Chang Haiyan wondered, What does Lee Judik want? I wonder. That makes sense. After all, he is the owner of this team, so he probably wants to see how they perform. He must be quite surprised by this team's unexpected success. Of course, if we consider the entire hunting tournament, we still have a long way to go. A little later, the car carrying Chang Haiyan arrived in front of a house, and someone said, We are here. You get out of the car. And the driver points inside, politely saying, The chairman is waiting for you inside. Inside, cheerful voices could be heard. Time really flies. I told you. 10 years feels like a day. Juke heard Chang Haiyan's voice. Aye. He turned to the door and said, You just got here. I have been waiting forever. You kid. You gave me goosebumps. You really are dull. Seeing the scene inside the room, Chang Haiyan thought, You called me here, and here I am. But who are these two? Chang Haiyan sat down next to Juke and curiously asked, Chairman, who are these two? Juke replied, Let me introduce them. This is Junna, the Secretary General of the Hunters Association. He smiled and said warmly, Player Le Chang Haiyan, I have been following your matches. I, the Secretary General of the Korean Hunters Association. Looking at the person next to him, Chang Haiyan thought curiously, Who is this person next to me? Are they a player of the Hunters Association? Junho immediately placed a hand on the shoulder of the person sitting beside him and introduced. This is my daughter, Sanhwa. She is also a player in the Hunters Association like Chang Hyan. She has been feeling down lately. So I brought her out to cheer her up. Looking at Shanhwa's face, he thought sadly. It seems like her mood has not improved at all. Juke turned to explain further. Although Sanhwa is a top-ranked player, she is around your age, so you two can be close like friends. Hearing this, Chang Hyan asked in surprise. A top-ranked player. He wondered. Clearly, she has a brand new face. Could it be that she just retired or her performance dropped and she was demoted? Juke continued to explain. Not only is she the youngest top-ranked player, but she is also the youngest to debut professionally in the Hunters Association. I thought you had heard of her. You really need to catch up on the news. Calling you here and then saying this feels a bit awkward. But I need to discuss something with Secretary General Junho. So you two go for a walk in the garden. Okay. Right. A walk. And Chang Hyan turned to look at Juke. Feeling uneasy. What is this old man up to? He then gave you a wink. It seems like he is trying to help me build a relationship. But why go this far? Juno said to Sanho next to him. All right. Sanhwa. Go ahead and take a walk in front with Chang Hyan. She replied coldly. Sure. Seeing this, Chang Hyan silently wondered. What is wrong with her? A little later, the two of them walked out to the back garden together. Looking at her, Chang Hyan thought, well, I might as well check out her stats. Immediately, he activated his insight skill, and his eyes turned bright red. The info panel for Shanho popped up immediately. All the stats were incredibly high. Seeing that, Chang Hyan could not help but admire. It really is different from those in the third tier. The skill panel for Shanho appeared. Earth Resurrection, which allows her to control the land using the energy of the earth, meaning she has enough mana. A blessing from the earth, creating a shield that reduces damage from opponent attacks, limited to one use, a skill that is both versatile and powerful. Secretary Junho trained her since she was little. But why have not I ever seen this girl when I was competing at the top level? Did she retire back then? Over here, Dutich curiously asked. What exactly are you doing here? Junho replied seriously. Do you know the current situation of Sanho? Hearing that, he responded. Yep. Sanho has broken every record for being the youngest in the history of the National Hunter Association. Junho sadly said. That is true on the outside. Sanho leveled up too quickly. So she thinks she is too strong and can lead the Korean team to the #1 spot in the world. But she realizes the reality is not like that. Everyone around keeps calling her a genius. But she realizes her limits only reach the top tier of a mediocre tournament in Korea. Hearing that, Dutich was very surprised, thinking to himself, realizing her own limits. Juno slowly continued. That is why I want to meet Jang Hyan. Even though he is currently in the third tier, he has reached the peak through a different path than Shanho. Recently after watching Takumi's interview, I could not help but think about this. I wonder if he can spark motivation and passion in Shanho. Dutich smiled and replied. I am really curious too. I wonder what Jang Hyan is talking about with Shanho right now. The atmosphere immediately became cheerful again. Getting old but still being so chatty. That is just how it is. Hoping everything will turn out well. Over here, Jang Hyan asked. Are you confident that you will improve even more here? Sanho exclaimed in surprise. Jang Hyan remained silent. After a moment, he smiled confidently and repeated the question. I am asking if you are confident that you will improve even more here. Sanho angrily said. What do you know about me? Just a guy ranked in the third tier. Jang Hyan was not angry at all. He just replied gently. Well, looking at your face like you have eaten something bad. I guess your time in the first tier has not gone well. Has it? Sanho turned away while replying. Why am I even talking to someone like this? Forget it. Seeing that, he called out to her. Wait. Where are you going? Seeing Sanho so angry, Jang Hyan felt pleased and thought to himself, she is quite annoying. But never mind. That first impression is enough. Later, he even brought this up with Junho and Jun Taek. So that friend got a bit mad at me. Junho stood up and expressed his regret. So that is what happened. Sorry Jang Hyan. I used to follow Shanho. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Okay. He nodded and said, Sir, please follow me. However, Junho left with an annoyed expression, while Jun Taek laughed and said, This kid. Do you really have to say that? I brought you along to help you build connections. Jang Hyeon said unhappily. Wait. Did I come here to babysit? That girl San Ho or whatever. She is fine and a total catch. Let her handle things on her own. Seeing that he was not happy, Jun Taek could only say, all right. I know how you are. Keeping you two together is my fault. By the way, how's the competition going lately? Jang Hyeon replied in surprise. Did not you watch the last practice match? Jun Taek responded indifferently. You think I would follow a third-tier league? You angrily grabbed a glass of water and said, no way. You are the owner of this team, and you do not watch their matches. That is just wrong. The team is doing quite well. They are at the top of the table. There are still 2 matches left, and if nothing unusual happens, our team will be champions. He showed a dismissive attitude and reluctantly said, it is decent. But maintaining that ranking is harder than getting there. The bombing strategy is quite good, but it is not unbeatable. It was already countered in the last match. Your strategy has been countered once. It is best not to be too complacent. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, is it broken already? Jun Taek reminded Jang Hyeon. At least you need to have a backup plan. You know. However, he did not take the reminder seriously and mocked him instead. Well, according to what you said, the team just needs to prepare a backup plan for when the bombing strategy is countered. Right. After hearing Jang Hyeon say this, Jun Taek just replied, if you do not want to, that is fine. Just use your abilities to handle the situation. But doing that would not only expose the destructive abilities you are using but also reveal your strength. These 2 things will no longer be your trump cards for dealing with unexpected situations. Jang Hyeon is a very strong card. But if your abilities are sealed, or you have to fight one-on-one against a very strong player, your team will quickly collapse without a leader. He did not respond to him. But instead, Jang Hyeon began to think carefully in his mind. Is this the perspective of a first-generation hunter? I must have underestimated this third-tier league too much. The path I take must be different from before the regression. It has to be almost perfect. On that path, I definitely need Chairman Jun Taek's perspective. The perspective of a hunter in a time when just one failure meant death. To be honest, I used to think that losing 1 or 2 matches would not affect the top spot. But that was my mistake. As expected from a top hunter, the way of thinking is completely different. On the other hand, Junho caught up with Seonhwa and called out to her. Seonhwa. And when she refused to stop, he grabbed her arm. She angrily yelled at Junho's face. Dad. Is this why you brought me along? To talk to that Hyeon guy or whatever? He quickly apologized to his daughter. Sorry. Seonhwa. I thought it would motivate you. That kid is also on a similar path as you. She reluctantly replied. Fine. I do not care. I am going inside to rest. After Seonho finished resting, she looked him up on her own and muttered to herself. All right. Hyeon is the stormy-eyed player in the Tier 3 Hunters tournament. He is a coach and represents the players' ownership. He brought a team that lost all their matches. Pearl. To first place. The famous Japanese marksman Takumi chose Hyeon as the most impressive player. Did he beat Takumi? That is ridiculous. In her heart, she thought. Putting aside those rumors, the fact that a Tier 3 player like Hyeon is recognized by Takumi is real. Sunho was so angry she started to laugh. She muttered in her head. Lost. If there is a word that fits me right now, is this. And it is also the strangest word to me. I fight in Tier 3 so easily. Their weapon skills are still lacking. And they can't even use mana equipment proficiently. My rise to Tier 2 was just a blink of an eye. But Tier 1 in Koryo is not easy at all. The players at this level are incredibly strong. And I realize I am lacking compared to them. Then I feel suffocated. Stuck. And a Tier 3 punk I happened to meet asked me if I was confident I would improve more here. My anger flared up. But what is worse is that I could not answer that Tier 3 punk's question myself. After all, he is just a Tier 3 marksman, who might not even make it to Tier 2, let alone Tier 1. Wait. Tier 3. Thinking of this, Seonhwa, lying in bed, suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up and told herself, I heard Jaejin just debuted in Tier 3. I wonder if he won or lost. I need to call him fast. With that, Exumwa quickly called Jaejin. Therefore, at the Hunters Association Training Center, Trang Hyun suddenly remembered Judic's warning and thought to himself, although the chairman's warning is very correct, it does not mean I have to act immediately. If the whole team's level rises, this issue will be resolved. Of course. It is not that I am skipping practice out of worry for the team. Trang Hyun also checked his current state. Physical ability. Strength 5.166. Reaction speed 6.17.3. Endurance 6.6. Stamina 5.66. Recovery 5. Mana 6.6 as of June 7th. Trang Hyun thought to himself. Plus I have monkey, so I am developing much faster. But these guys, right now none of them can win a ranked match. While everyone is watching the Jun and Han Ji-hun fight, Gan Ji-hun commented that Han Ji-hun has been playing poorly lately. His ranking is not improving. Maybe we should buy him some supplements to eat. Trang Hyun turned to scold him. A coach suggesting they give them supplements. After that, he said not to watch their hopelessness anymore. Hearing that, Gan Ji-hun replied, "Oh no. I just meant that." Trang Hyun fell into deep thought. First, he had to address Han Ji-hun's issue. Or rather, it is not really an issue. The problem with this guy is that he is learning and practicing a different sword technique, and got stuck in a framework. The two sword techniques people usually think of are the royal sword technique and the regular sword technique. The real advantage of the royal sword technique is the freedom in attacking. The kind of attack power that regular sword techniques can't achieve. Overwhelming strength is what the royal sword technique needs most. But attacking like that is not something just anyone can do. In the end, you have to practice it yourself. Soon after, Han Ji-hun also arrived at the lounge. When he saw him, he asked in surprise, "Hey, Chang Hyun, why are you here? And the coach too?" You looked unhappy and said, "Why are you saying that? The coach came to watch your practice. And, Hanja, lately, you seem to be struggling in ranked matches." And then he cheerfully said, "You know that, right?" Chang Hyun looked at Han Ji-hun and thought to himself, "Yep. The most uncomfortable person is him. His self-esteem must be hurt. But, as a professional player, the top priority is still skill. You have to say what needs to be said." Chang Hyun reminded Han Ji-hun, "The sword technique you are using. If you feel like you are using a regular sword technique, then that is not good." "Exactly. Do not think you are using a regular sword technique." He replied, "No way. Think you are using a regular sword technique. Wait, if that is the case, then just change the way you think." After hearing him say that, Chang Hyun secretly praised Han Ji-hun. He is really smart. Just needed to say one sentence to understand. That is right. A teammate should be like that. Before running off, he turned back and said, "I understand what you are saying. I'm going to try it right now." Gan Ji-hun asked him in surprise, "Is that it?" And Chang Hyun just shrugged and replied, "Yep." The two opponents are close combat fighters with the same score. The advantage is leaning towards him. As long as he lets go of the thought of using a regular sword technique, focuses on exploiting the opponent's weaknesses, he can easily win. Very quickly, Han Ji-hun's trial match began. He controlled multiple swords at once, leaving Jin Se-hun astonished. However, he also managed to dodge those swords. Frantically asking, What is this?" Meanwhile, Chang Hyun was surprised and thought, "What on earth is that guy doing? Shooting swords continuously." Han Ji-hun's sword was also knocked far away by him. Following suit, he tried to control the sword again with effort, angrily saying, "Not like this, go a bit faster. Like Chang Hyun's gun. Go on." In the end, he finally managed to do it. But it still was not what he wanted. So Chang Hyun shouted in his heart, "I mean, you can freely use the sword. Who said you should shoot swords like that? Oh my. This idiot. Oh my. This idiot." San Ho was calling Ji-hun. "Hey, how's the debut match going?" But Ji-hun did not respond. She asked in a confusing tone, "What is it? Why are not you answering? Did you lose the match? Did not you say being first place is not that big of a deal? Now you got defeated in the 3A tournament." Right after that, Jae-hun replied irritably, "Hey, if you are just going to talk nonsense, hang up." Then San Ho tried to tease Ji-hun again. "Or is the opponent too strong? I heard he is quite famous." But Ji-hun rebutted, "What strength? The third tier is all the same. It is just that I was a bit shaken up by the unexpected situation." She reluctantly replied, "Yeah, let us say that." Finally Jae-hun angrily said, "If you have nothing to say, I am hanging up." When Ji-hun hung up, San Ho irritatedly bit her lip. Really hung up. It seems he got really annoyed. What a difficult person. Then she thought to herself, but even someone taught by the president like Ji-hun lost. Could it be that Hyun guy is really something? Ji-hun Ho lay on the bed and mumbled to herself, "Do not think about nonsense anymore. Whether that guy is strong or not has nothing to do with me. What matters is myself. After a while, she suddenly fell silent, and after a moment, Jai Hun-ho reluctantly said, instead of thinking too much, I should head to the training center. At that moment at the Hunters Association Training Center, while training with Han Ji-hun, Jang Hyan thought to himself, what is the most important thing to become an excellent hunter? First, of course, is talent. In this world where ranks and limits are clearly defined, without talent, you can only be left behind. But can you reach the peak with just talent? The answer is no. There are many people on Earth, and among them, there are quite a few talented individuals. If it is not overwhelming talent, then just having talent alone won't allow you to reach the top. So you have to combine it with training. Train as much as possible. Jang Hyan has the gift of clairvoyance, so he can know information about skills, read their usage, limits, and potential. But other hunters cannot. If you learn on your own without a teacher, unless you are a genius, it is hard to break out of the ordinary. Having talent and knowing how to use it are two different things. That is why training is the most important measure to evaluate a team. That is also why teams that can nurture talent, like Audit, which can elevate players from Tier 3 to Tier 1, are highly regarded. And that is exactly why I have to train Han Ji-on directly. Meanwhile, he is also controlling his sword to attack you. However, Jang Hyan also discovered that the Sword of Light was attacking him from behind. Nevertheless, he managed to counter this attack, which made Han Ji-on look worried. Besides, his Sword of Light once again attacked Jang Hyan from behind, leaving him quite surprised. A second later, it returned to Han Ji-on's position. He quickly controlled it to attack Jang Hyan again, and seeing him control it so skillfully, Jang Hyan praised him. Good. Now it seems like you understand a bit of what I am saying. Jang Hyan thought to himself. Good thing I am here to catch his mistakes. He better correct them. Additionally, Han Ji-on was receptive to Jang Hyan's words, saying, I understand. You mean not to use conventional sword techniques. But he still was not completely confident in him. Judging by the last movement, he probably understands. But looking at what this guy did before, I can't trust him 100%. Jang Hyan told Han Ji-on, try to rank up again. I will keep reminding you of the key points. To which he replied, okay. A few hours earlier, Ji-on was surprised to see two people walking below and said, what a coincidence. She raised an eyebrow, thinking, why is that guy here? Is he coaching his teammates? I was planning to jump into ranked matches. In that case, let us see how he teaches. Next, while watching Han Ji-on train with Jang Hyan, Ji-on muttered to herself, what is this? What kind of ridiculous fighting style is this? Is the swordplay just a weapon style? Can't he control the sword? Is he scolding him? Right, with good skills. He can only fight like that. It is understandable that he is frustrated. If it were me, I would use 3 separate swords and coordinate them for the attack. The Black Wind training display shows the match starting again. Han Ji-on controlled the sword much more skillfully, and seeing that, Jang Hyan looked extremely astonished. The next second, he was struck by Han Ji-on's sword, causing Jang Hyan to scream in pain. Ji-on also felt confused by Han Ji-on's attack style, muttering to herself, that attack. Isn't that the way I just thought of? Just one piece of advice. And the attack style changes like that? As soon as he came out, he got immediate feedback. Unlike earlier, in this state, he could only directly teach sword skills. When she saw Han Ji-on following Jang Hyan, she was surprised and thought to herself, so she is going with him this time. Not stopping there, they continued practicing, and the gym lights indicated that the match was starting. Noticing a slight change in Han Ji-on's stance, she muttered to herself, what is this? Something has changed. The sword seemed to easily pierce through a blind spot. How did he manage to do that? Watching Jang Hyan walk out of the room alone, Ji-on-ho felt confused. This time, he was the only one coming out. Could it be? Are they ranking again? Just as she thought, someone had replaced Jang Hyan. Ji-on-ho recognized who it was. That hunter, although ranked first, was a close combat attacker in the front line, even if he used 3 swords at once. With that level of swordsmanship, he was still far behind his opponent. He would definitely lose. What are they thinking? Both sides quickly dove into the fight. At this moment, when he made his first move, he said, is that all you have got? What kind of swordsmanship is this? Nothing special at all. But what he did not expect was that another sword was attacking him from behind. He noticed it too but dismissed it as a joke. He just tapped the sword against the other and said, "It won't work on me." Jian-ho also looked down on Han Jian and thought, "It is over now. Han Jian has no way to attack." Meanwhile, he was very confident, controlling the sword while saying, "You should be paying attention to your surroundings." He had no idea Han Jian could control multiple swords at once. So when an additional sword attacked unexpectedly, he dodged while exclaiming in surprise, "Where did this sword come from?" As soon as he said that, blood erupted from his body. The teacher, Jian-hong, angrily gritted his teeth and said, "What is going on here? How could I be attacked so easily? This is not luck. There is something I did not realize that led to this astonishing result. The fact that that guy brought a team that has lost consistently in the third rank to the top position means he might be." At that moment in the virtual stadium of the third rank, on a city map, Zhang Haiyan was standing on a tall building, observing his surroundings and thinking, before the match begins, there is still one more important match. Since there is nothing special to pay attention to, I am not too concerned. Let us consider this a warm-up, he told his teammates. As announced before the match, today we won't be using the bombing strategy. We will use a formation of 3 forwards as the main attack, while the others will support from the back. Understood? Quickly, Dujun excitedly replied, "Okay, just leave it to us." Zhang Haiyan was looking at the map while talking to everyone, discovering the enemy 300 meters ahead in the square, preparing for battle, and thinking to himself that the main goal of this match was to see how strong Han Jian had become. Dujun will draw some attention, so at least he won't be attacked from behind. Then he was the first to run ahead and shouted, "Okay. Got it. I am going first," as he noticed Han Jian calling out to Dujun. "Wait. Dujun. That guy." And then when he saw the target, he excitedly said, "Here. Take this." His explosive attack made the entire opposing team feel dazzled, and they shouted, "This guy." "Just stop," Dujun happily replied. "Great. The strategy worked." Seeing this, Zhang Haiyan could only sigh. After all, he was someone who liked attention. And did not Han Jian and Gaihan have sunglasses on? Just as you were thinking, both of them were not wearing sunglasses. So they were uncomfortable with the glare. Watching Dujun get more and more into the game, he nodded in satisfaction. It was just as he thought. However, there was no way they would lose. Thanks to their training, those 3 forwards were uniquely skilled in the 3rd tier. He laughed loudly and said, "How's my move?" Then Dujun's opponent quickly used a shield to protect himself and said, "You bastard. Do you think we were not prepared?" Strategy B. Everyone get those out, and his teammates quickly responded, "Okay," as they swiftly put on their sunglasses. Immediately, Dujun looked surprised and said, "Ah. These guys. When did they get this?" Jisu had already mocked him and said, "Serves you right." While Chang'an was also surprised and thought to himself, "Did those guys prepare everything?" Dujun froze for a few seconds when he saw his opponents were so well prepared. A second later, Chang'an had a thought in his head. Countering attack with another tactic. This Dujun guy is in trouble.